Legend tells of a hero with immense power, one who always appears to risk everything, defeat the Demon Lord, and save the world. But that all changed with the 666th Demon Lord, a being whose power surpassed even the gods. He was the strongest in history, blocking the hero's attack with one hand, shattering the myth that the hero always wins. Even when gods showed up, he didn't even flinch. So yeah, enough with the prologue. Let's dive right into the story, which usually kicks off like this. Once upon a time, on a peaceful day, a purple portal ripped open the sky. The Demon Lord's army poured out, their faces twisted with rage, their eyes hungry for blood. Then, a lone figure appears on the scorched earth, a nameless hero. His sword glows with brilliant light as he stands atop a cliff. It's as if he's been waiting there for this very moment. His gaze is sharp, intense, and in a flash, his feet hit the ground, ready for battle. In their final clash, the massive Demon Lord, crackling with purple energy, meets the small hero shining with golden light. Their impact, leaving just a blinding streak. The hero sacrifices himself to defeat the Demon Lord and save the world. The Demon Lord, utterly defeated, is sent into an eternal slumber, destined to one day return. It's the same old cliché story you've heard 1,000 times over. The world is at peace. The hero becomes a legend. So boring, it could put you to sleep. Who even writes these things? The same formula, again and again. But after a long time, right now, in the present, a brown gate materializes before us. It's pushed open by a slender hand, red light spilling out from the room within. The one at the door has curly hair blowing in the wind. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened," he cries, kneeling before a being several times his size. This massive figure is clad in armor, radiating a blazing red aura. "What is it?" it demands. The kneeling figure hesitates. "Demios." Then, as if a switch was flipped, the words come rushing out. "Demios, the 666th Demon Lord, has awakened and left the demon realm," he screams, spit flying everywhere. "Pretty gross," he said. "He doesn't want to be the Demon Lord anymore." The huge entity is stunned. "What the hell are you talking about?" "And, yeah, you and I are probably just as confused." I think the giant gets annoyed. "Spit it out." The messenger holds up a note. It reads, "I'm tired of being the Demon Lord. Don't come looking for me. Signed, you idiots," with a drawing of a tongue sticking out, and the number 666. The demon looks like he's about to cry. He's run away. What in the world? The scene shifts. Elsewhere, someone's feet land softly on the ground. He's humming a tune as he walks. Standing before a magnificent white palace, he marvels, "So this is the Akoma Palace of the Verde Kingdom." He closes his eyes, feeling the wind brush across his face. "This is exactly the human world I was hoping for." He leaps into the air, spinning like a top and laughing like a madman. So cozy. Then he spots something, and his red eyes sharpen. He mutters, "Except for this damned cross." Just as he's enjoying the moment, a voice cuts through the air. "Hey, you country bumpkin, where do you think you're going?" Two guards appear with strange weapons. One raises his tone dripping with arrogance. "Who do you think you are, just wandering around a place like this?" He looks around, genuinely confused. "Country bumpkin, are they talking to me? I know what you're thinking, these guys have no idea who they're messing with." He glances down at his clothes. "Is it what I'm wearing? My face is handsome enough." The guards keep yelling. "How dare you loiter in front of the palace? You got a death wish?" When he doesn't answer, one of them shoves a weapon in his face. "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. State your name." "Now." He just points to himself and asks back. "Me?" He knows he can't just say he's Demios, the 666th Demon Lord. Then, an idea. He snaps his fingers. "Ah, that's right. I'll just shorten it a bit." Flashing a friendly smile, hands in his pockets, he says, "Hello, humans." He introduces himself with total confidence, like he owns the place. "My name is D." Just as he says it, someone else stomps onto the scene. "How dare you use the name of an ancient god? Do you have any idea this is the capital of the Verde Kingdom?" The guards immediately bow. Baron Bruo ignores them and speaks directly to our guy. "If you didn't know, then I'll let it slide this once. Now, get lost." Did just keeps smiling and asks, "Is the Verde Kingdom strong?" Baron Bruo growls, annoyed. "What?" D's smile doesn't waver. "Is it strong enough for me to become its king?" That line hits a nerve. Bruo draws his sword, ready to attack, and starts screaming his head off. "How dare you mock the royal family? You'll pay with your life." "Oh." Drawing his sword, he's really picking a fight? Fine by me. Day's expression completely changes, and with a single glance, as the guards watch in shock, Baron Bruo explodes. A guard stammers, Lord Bruo. But before he can even process it, his own face begins to distort. And just like that, you and I have witnessed his grand entrance. Stick with me here. We're about to watch a guy smile as heads literally explode around him. Utter chaos, screams, and total confusion. As they detonate one by one, he just keeps whistling, casually drawing a purple line through the air with his hand. The rest of the soldiers just pop, gone, without a chance to even scream a final word. From the palace walls, archers let their arrows fly, only to see them dissolve into harmless purple petals mid-air. He takes it all in calmly. Then, he just glances up. And the two archers who fired? They explode and rain down from the sky. With a single word, the bodies of the soldiers he just killed rise up, flipping upside down to face the heavens. Blood pours from their heads. A grim coronation, welcoming what he calls your new king. Their blood paints a path straight to the main gate as he recites a chilling song. Bless my every step with your blood. Bless this body with your tears. Inside the palace, soldiers scramble. The alarms are blaring. The enemy is approaching. Wait, what's going on? Has a war started? The terrible truth dawns on them. Everyone outside is already dead. Tension skyrockets as they grip their weapons, sweating bullets. They fortify the gate, but the moment Do arrives, the gate shatters. The walls crumble. He's a walking catastrophe, declaring their screams will be his battle horn. Now, watch this. Faced with this insane power, the soldiers are paralyzed with fear. After a single flash of purple energy, Do sends the entire squad into oblivion. The air fills with terrified screams. Absolute pandemonium. Men crying for help, others just screaming for their mothers. One soldier, completely broken, just begs for it to end. Just kill me. All of them are now engulfed in that ominous purple energy. And Do? He's still smiling, beaming, actually, like he's watching the most beautiful fireworks display. It's a shy, childlike smile, and it is absolutely terrifying. But the party gets interrupted by a solemn voice, reciting what sounds like a holy prayer. Almighty God, Creator, the virtuous, our Father, the Holy Spirit. A new challenger appears, practically glowing with main character energy, completely unfazed by the surrounding carnage. Whose name shines so brightly? He continues, under the name of the Almighty, the beginning and the end. He's decked out in holy armor, kneeling with his sword planted firmly in the ground, a beacon of light meant to guide them to victory. As he draws his blade, he prays aloud, please defeat the evil before me and grant me the strength to vanquish it. The sword leaves its sheath, and he shines so brightly you'd think he was made of solid gold. Do is completely unimpressed. He just sizes the guy up. Oh, that light. Is that an aura? So, you're one of those rumored blood soldiers, huh? The Golden Knight replies calmly, I don't know who you are, but you use dark magic. It's unbelievable that you breached this palace. Prepare yourself. He says it with absolute confidence. You cannot defeat me. And yeah, you and I both know how this usually ends, don't we? I am blessed by the gods. He roars, leaping into the air. I may not have pure blood, but I can still defeat you. He lands with devastating force, shattering the ground around him, a look of relief crossing his face, until he hears a familiar, bored voice. Is that it? How disappointing. Do is casually blocking his sword with one hand, his other glowing with purple energy. My turn, right? He then mocks the knight's prayer. Oh, Holy Spirit, please do us a favor and grant this fool eternal sleep, will you? The knight is frozen, trying to process what is even happening. Do lets out that terrifying smile again. I know how to pray, too. So let's see. Will the gods answer my prayer, or yours? And before the knight can even blink, his heart is ripped clean from his chest. It's in Do's hand now, still beating. Don't you ever bring up those gods in my presence, he warns. Long after the fight is already over, the knight stares in disbelief. Impossible. Do crushes the heart. And yet, here we are. He then turns to the next line of defense soldiers with massive shields. He asks them casually, have you guys been waiting long? The soldiers are in full panic mode. He got in. How is it just one person? We are the final line of defense. Use your lives to hold him back. The old king finally speaks from his throne, his voice raspy. Who are you? Do just strolls through the hall like he owns the place. You must be the king, right? Let's have a little chat. One of the guards raises his weapon. How dare you disrespect his majesty? And there it is again, that familiar snap of the fingers. The guard explodes, screams echo, and that wicked smile returns to Do's face. He practically taunts them. Anyone else feel like making a speech? The remaining guards just curse, forming a human wall around their king. Seeing their futile defiance, Do seems almost delighted. He leaps up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Good. In a flash, a pair of crimson demonic wings sprout from his back. He soars over the guards like they're statues, landing right beside the throne. Heh, let's talk now, shall we? The king is utterly terrified. What is it you want? Money? Fame? I'll give you anything you desire. Just name it. Do just smiles. And then he says it. The one thing you and I were waiting for. I want this kingdom. The king, somehow still finding his courage, screams back. Impossible. Do couldn't care less. He just casually cleans out his ear. Oh, really now? Then what did you think I came here for? If you say no, then you simply die. And I'll take over the royal family anyway. All right, let's watch our guy put a king in his place for good. This kingdom, it's mine. The king stammered, my family's, before screaming like he'd been electrocuted. I knew it. You bastard. You're after my daughter, aren't you? Deo just scratched his head, completely bored by this predictable line. Daughter? What daughter? I didn't even know you had one. The king was floored. It wasn't about his daughter, but April is the pride of the continent, the flower of our royal family. Deo couldn't care less, and just said it straight. Nope, don't need her. What I need is the royal family itself. The king just kept screaming, spitting everywhere as he yelled, why do you always want things that aren't yours? Deo's eyes went dead, looking like he was about to turn this guy into mincemeat. What? And everything is yours? The king, showing no fear of death, stood his ground. Of course it is. The kingdom belongs to the royal family. Deo's eyes glowed crimson as he shot back. Who says? When this world was first created, was it yours then? You also took something that wasn't yours, didn't you, your majesty? You've been enjoying that throne for decades. Now, hand it over. It's my turn. The king could only roar back in defiance. Never, he asked him. Do you think the Holy Land, Maximus Populi, will ever recognize you? Dio just laughed. Maximus Populi? Who cares? You idiot. After that, the entire palace was engulfed in scarlet flames. An explosion sent the Holy Cross toppling to the ground. The magnificent castle crumbled, the intense heat turning everything around it to ash. And the king? Nothing but a corpse. Spotting something, Dio paused. He remarked, looks like you don't have any blood vials, huh? The golden armored man was now completely charred, but Dio kept talking to him. If you had one, you might have lasted a few more seconds. How boring. He took a step forward, looking up at the sky with a challenging tone. Hey, you gods. I'm bored. These guys weren't prepared at all. But before this scene of utter destruction, there was only silence. The light streaming through the window didn't change. He thought to himself, maybe I'll just wander around before my pure blood instinct awakens. Putting a hand in his pocket, he calculated. Another 20 years? That's usually when my strength starts to decline. A piercing scream suddenly echoed, grabbing Deo's attention. He glanced back, curious. In the middle of the burning rubble, a girl had appeared. She had skin as white as snow, and wore a strapless white gown covered in incredibly intricate, swirling patterns. Her hair was perfectly styled, held in place by an elegant blue ribbon. She stood in stark contrast to the chaos surrounding her. The girl, crying, looked at Deo and asked, Who are you? Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking them. And right here, just as things are getting interesting, the whole story pivots. Stick with me, because this flashback explains time's everything. Below us lies a battlefield piled high with corpses. Some fallen soldiers didn't even have time to close their eyes. These were the demons who lost the First Great War. They were all exiled to the demon realm, along with the damaged, fragmented soul of the demon king. A long procession of demons escorted the soul, which was bound by chains, a temporary vessel, so to speak. Even damaged, its dark energy was terrifying. The mission was to protect this soul and place it inside a brand new body. The demon horde carried the soul down into the deepest part of the demon realm. For 100 years, they poured every kind of magic and curse into it. And after that, they resurrected him once again. A new demon king, and the beginning of a new era of demonic reign. Then, the Second Great War began. The demons thought, there are no heroes left. We will finally rule this land. The new demon king was filled with confidence. But life is never that simple. A damned hero, another one, showed up out of nowhere. This hero fought relentlessly. Even pierced by a storm of arrows, he absolutely refused to fall. He held his sword and axe firmly, staring down the new demon king. His eyes burned with a fire that promised to incinerate his enemy. His will to win was just too strong, so our side lost again. The age of the Demon King ended once more in a complete mess of death. I know what you're thinking. And yup, the demons spent another 100 years resurrecting a new Demon King. They used the exact same method, nurturing the fragmented soul with endless magic and curses. And, to no one's surprise, when the Demon King was revived, a new hero appeared in a flash of righteous light to challenge him. Still, the demons kept at it. They spent another 100 years, revived another king, and boom, another hero appeared on cue. It was an endless, unbreakable loop. No conclusion, neither side willing to surrender. And get this cycle has repeated 665 times, an incredibly stubborn number, spanning over 66,000 years. That's why the whole hero saves the world story became just an obvious fact of life. People even started making stage plays about how bravely the heroes fought to take down the Demon King. So, everyone just started assuming that, when the time came, a new hero would simply appear. Meanwhile, the demons deep below thought this would be their final times Demon King. They kept pouring magic and curses into his revival. The new Demon King's body was nurtured inside a magic stone on a high altar. And that new Demon King is, of course, our guy Dio. A horde of demons below looks up, chanting in absolute ecstasy. Our new king, come to this world and lead us. They pour all their power into resurrecting the 666th Demon King. The brand new Demon King is still sound asleep, looking totally harmless. His name is Demigos, the 666th. Suddenly, his eyes snap open sharp and cold, carrying the very breath of hell. The one who will bring despair to all of humanity has awakened, and on that day, he bolted. Yep, you heard that right. The new Demon King bailed, but was polite enough to leave a note saying, I'm not doing this stupid Demon King crap anymore. Don't look for me, you idiots. Bye. Signed, the 666th Demon King, complete with a drawing of him sticking his tongue out, looking like a total troll. The new Demon King scribbled the note and just vanished, leaving his followers to scream in despair. No. Which brings us back to the scene we started with. The girl looks at Demi standing in the rubble and asks furiously, What did you do to my father? The so-called evil sorcerer just shoves his hands in his pockets, silent. He gives her a look like she's completely insane. What the hell is her problem? Demi remembers the king from earlier, snot and tears streaming down his face, screaming, Don't touch my daughter. April is the pride of the Hot Sense continent and the flower of the royal family. Aha, now it all clicks. Demi looks at the girl and asks, So you must be Princess April. His eyes glow with a strange red light. Tenya is dead, so now's the time to steal his daughter and take the throne. What a perfect opportunity. And just like that, it's time to get to work. April's tears are flowing like a broken faucet as she stares at him in disbelief. What did you say? He doesn't even bother to answer, just raises his right hand and with a single snap, April freezes, her eyes wide and vacant, staring straight ahead. Slowly, she lowers her body. She places both hands on the ground, kneeling before Demi and speaking in a monotone voice. This lowly body is completely yours. Please take me with you, my master. A complete 180 from the crying girl just moments ago. She is now under Demi's control. He leaps up, casually floating toward the kneeling April. He lands gently and lifts her chin, his crimson eyes staring into her soulless face, as he says with glee, Good. From now on, you are my first human. April robotically replies, Thank you, my master. Demi leans in closer, their faces almost touching in a moment that would make anyone blush. They look like they're about to kiss, but Demi stops. He glances to the side and says coldly, Stop spying and come out before I gouge your eyes out. A small crack appears in space, looking just like an eye, with a voice echoing from within. Haha, just as I thought. My lord, you already knew? Demi stares at it, while Princess April remains vacant, tears welling in her eyes. Behind that crack is a man, and the rift slowly widens. Trust me, he steps out like a pop star, making his grand entrance. He's wearing a fedora and a sharp suit, his long hair flowing dramatically in the wind. The man tips his hat and clears his throat, revealing a face with haunting purple eyes and platinum blonde hair. Allow me to introduce myself, your loyal servant, Alex. It's an honor, my lord. Demi just watches him, still looking lazy with his hands in his pockets. Have you been following me this whole time? The man bows his head, feigning being hurt. My lord, you wound me. Wherever you go, my lord, I am always by your side. Demi just smirks, shooting him a look of pure contempt. Bullshit. You served my father, not me. To be precise, the late former Demon King, but the man disagrees. He argues, "Your body was inherited from your ancestor. You are now my master." Demi waves his hand dismissively like he's shooing a fly. "Yeah, whatever. Go play somewhere else, because I'm not going back to the demon world." Surprisingly, the man agrees instantly. "Of course, my lord." This leaves Demi completely baffled. He flashes a bright smile and says, "I will only obey your orders, my lord. Don't worry about me, and please continue what you were doing." Speaking of which, what was I doing again? This guy's sudden appearance made Demi completely forget his original plan. The man points towards the princess, who's still frozen in that same kneeling, head-tilted pose. She looks like a living statue. "Weren't you about to bestow upon that woman your great seed?" He proudly declares. "I, Alex, have never left your side in 80 years of your demon soul's existence," while somehow materializing a glass of wine to swirl. Alex looks up at the sky, his eyes welling with tears as he says mournfully, "Will you hear of the sacrifices I have made for you? Tears that could fill this wine glass. The rose garden of old has withered." Honestly, this guy missed his calling as an actor. Alex, still caught up in his sob story, continues, "Throughout your childhood, I breastfed you after transforming my own body. And yeah, let's just pause on that. You heard that right." He's describing how he literally breastfed Demi, forcing the Demon King himself to mutter, "So disgusting." But Alex isn't done. He just keeps hyping himself up. "I became the perfect teacher through my devoted education. But obviously, our boy Demi is handsome, not stupid. I still remember you beating me half to death. What kind of teacher ties up a student with ropes and whips them with a rod? I was the only demon who saw you off with compassion when you entered the awakening egg. Saw me off my ass. You tied me up and threw me in there. Which one of you bastards ordered those demons to restrain me like a psych patient?" And just like that, you and I get to see Alex act like an old nanny, reminiscing about his master's childhood. "It feels like just yesterday you were wiggling your tiny hands and feet. I can't believe you've grown up and started noticing women. I get emotional easily, you know." His words are giving Deo a massive headache, making him want to just fly over and rip Alex to shreds. Alex, holding some kind of demon device, squints at him. "Enough nonsense. Let me be clear. I am not doing that whole demon lord shtick. From today on, I've been reborn as a normal human. Normal. Got it?" Alex just offers a gentle, saintly smile. "Very well, my lord. As you wish." But Dio has no idea what this madman is planning next. Dio narrows his dangerous crimson eyes at Alex. "What was that?" Alex just plays dumb, keeping that standard issue friendly smile on his face. He means, at this point, Dio isn't even bothering to hide his irritation anymore. Now pay attention, because this is where he finally snaps. He screams, summoning dark magic. "What are you plotting? Why are you leaving me alone? Spit it out." Alex gets twisted out of shape by Dio's sheer power, but he's still laughing. My apologies, my lord. I'll talk." The two demons go right back to having a serious, normal conversation. Alex asks, "My lord, was there a special reason you chose to attack this country?" Dio just asks back, "A reason? What reason?" "Yes, you know, like some arrogant king invaded your territory, or wanted the riches of the demon world, or at the very least, you were just in a bad mood. That works too. A reason like that?" Alex stares intently at Dio, expecting a half-decent answer. Dio taps his chin, thinking, No, not really. I just figured if I was going to be a human, I should probably live like a king." "Oh, brilliant." Alex just starts clapping, leaving Dio completely baffled. He keeps applauding with a huge grin. "How fitting for a demon lord. The moment you hit Earth, you crushed the largest kingdom, took on their entire army alone, slaughtered the king, and took his princess. A truly glorious victory." Alex adds with a venomous tone, "So cruel. What could be more fitting for a demon lord?" Dio's brain is still buffering. He stands there listening to Alex's backhanded praise. Something a normal person, or even a high-ranking demon like myself, would never even dare to imagine. A natural-born demon lord. And Dio's just thinking to himself, "So, that's how it is, huh? Okay. I know what you're thinking. But wait till you hear what Alex threatens him with next. It's absolutely cold." The moment Alex uttered those words, they hit Dio with the force of a spiritual shockwave. And Alex adds one last thing. "On that day, 20 years from now," his voice echoes through the chamber, "your son will become the 66th demigod, and I will personally bring him down to this world." A demonic, screeching laugh fills the air. Dio breaks out in a cold sweat, Speechless at the image Alex is painting of a new demon lord ruling over hell, he glances down at the princess, still kneeling at his feet. Wow. She's gorgeous, pure, and completely innocent. Deo is processing. He looks back and forth between Alex and April, then lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. I almost became a dad at 80 years old. I'm still in my prime, ready to have fun. Alex is just gobsmacked, staring at his demon lord, completely speechless. My lord. Suddenly, Deo's eyes change, becoming sharp and filled with pure killing intent. This catches Alex completely off guard, giving him no time to process what's about to happen. Deo screams, "Shut up!" And at the same time, he unleashes a destructive blast right at Alex, forcing him to duck and brace for impact. That single attack rips straight through the castle peak, shoots past several mountain ranges, and triggers a massive explosion. Alex just holds his hat down, watching the blast, a cold sweat on his brow. The aftermath is just total devastation, with fires from the explosion lighting up entire mountains. Letting that out felt so damn satisfying for Deo. So you tried to trick me, huh? You bastards. He huffs. Smoke is literally pouring out of his mouth like an incense burner. Behind him, Alex can only bow his head in silence. Right now, Alex looks like a coiled snake. He narrows his eyes, coming to a conclusion. He's on a completely different level. Watching this hyperactive monkey breathe fire in front of him, Alex has to admit it, his demonic energy isn't even fully formed yet, and he's already this strong. The 666th Demon Lord is definitely nothing like his predecessors. Maybe, just maybe this time, we can actually win. We can finally do it. Alex's face fills with ambition as he pictures the future. Suddenly, Deo's voice cuts through. He says, "Right, being a king is way too flashy. Let's do that times instead." And that twist ending? Trust me, you and I never saw this coming. A hero of justice. Alex just stares, completely baffled. A hero? Dare's face flushes with excitement. The hero's companion. That's right, he wants to ditch his demon lord role and become a hero. This idea sends Alex into a state of pure, dumbfounded shock, his brain just full of question marks. Dur can't help but start mapping out his grand future. Later, I'll team up with the hero, and I'll start getting noticed. But I'll always be one step behind him, so no one will get suspicious. An obscure position that no one would ever suspect the demon lord of holding the hero's partner. With this clueless hero in front of him, he'll enjoy a sweet ride on his coattails. The plan is absolutely perfect. He can't help but strike a pose, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally. You do the hard work, and I'll take the glory. This game is easy. Ha ha ha. Alex drops to his knees, grabbing Dare's leg, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Without a demon lord, there's no hero. So how can you possibly become his companion? Please, my lord, reconsider. Hearing this, Dare just makes up his mind. All right then, let's go find this hero. Let's go, Alex, he says, launching into the sky, not even looking back at poor Alex, who can only shout helplessly after his master's fading figure. What about the princess? Dare just tosses back a single sentence. I have no idea. You handle it. Isn't she supposed to be the main heroine or something? What's there to be scared of? And this entire scene gets captured inside a crystal ball, held in the hand of someone else. My lord, Alex's voice echoes faintly. The beautiful half-profile of a woman appears. Thank you for showing up right on time. A pair of orange dragon eyes snap open, staring intently from behind the girl. The girl leisurely crosses her legs, holding a glass and speaking with a lazy tone. Sorry, but I'll have to borrow your power for a little while. I'm sure he'll forgive me. After all, everything that exists is for the sake of the grand picture. Her voice rings out like a song down the road. Oh, Mr. Hero, our gullible Mr. Hero, where could you possibly be? If you don't want to die, you'd better show yourself. On a horse-drawn carriage, Dur is just chilling, singing a tune with the most obnoxious lyrics ever. Hey, you stupid hero, let him lead the way. Let him do all the heavy lifting. Let us enjoy all the glory. Our naive little hero. You really shouldn't have fought the demon lord. Oh wait. The demon lord is gone now. A voice suddenly calls out to Dur. Sir, it says, interrupting his singing mood. Alex asks, the one question that's on everyone's mind. Why are we taking a carriage when we can just fly? It's such a hassle. Dur gets annoyed hearing this. What? He lets out a yawn and says, Hey, you idiot. Are you trying to let the whole world know you're a demon? Alex is speechless, pointing to the castle behind them that Dare completely obliterated. You're worried about that. But you turned our entire castle into that? Dare completely ignores him. Whatever. Is it on fire? Alex switches to a serious tone. By the way, you intend to become a hero's companion. The hero's companion, you say. Dare points to the sky with a carefree smile. That's right. They say you don't need blood ties to become a companion. I just want to live the life of the world's top 2%. The life of the rich and famous, earned by fighting monsters on the front lines. Alex coldly states the obvious. Even if you become the hero's companion, it's highly unlikely you'll make it into the top 2%. The carriage just keeps rolling through the fields. Dare calmly explains his logic. The former demon lord and one of the 7 strongest demons in the demon world are right here. So, what's there to worry about? A hero can kill a dragon like it's a chicken, if we give him a little boost. Alex is taken aback. I thought you wanted to become a human. Are you planning to use magic? Now Dare is getting ticked off. Why wouldn't I use what I have, you moron? That's exactly why you've lost 665 times. Dare just folds his arms behind his head. That gullible. No. That hero. Do they have some kind of ranking system? Alex provides the info. Yes, they do. They have a ranking system. Dare is completely stunned. Like, A rank, B rank, that kind of thing? Alex confirms. Something like that, yes. Alex, like a walking encyclopedia, starts explaining the ranks. First is D rank, the Dragon Slayer. D repeats, D rank. Alex, patient as a saint, explains, it means they're strong enough to slay a dragon. Dare's face melts into a lazy expression as he asks, so, it's like a title you get after you kill a dragon? No, sir, Alex replies. Currently, dragons are neutral, siding with neither humans nor demons. Dragons only attack villages in old fairy tales. It just means they have enough power to kill one. Next is G rank, the Giant Slayer. Those are people who can fight against a giant. Dare wonders, G rank. What's after that? L rank. The L Slayer, Alex continues. That's someone who can kill an L blank. Dare's patience is wearing thin. Why are there so many? Is there more? While still driving the carriage, Alex just keeps talking. After that, it just follows the alphabet. Sir, Dare complains, completely exhausted. They're just making up names as they go. Why are the rest so boring? Alex replies. I do not know, sir. The Hero Management Bureau is the one who decides these things. And finally, there's F rank. They're considered defective products. If they were food, they'd be the rotten stuff that never sells. They just lie on the ground and decompose, like an apple rotting until it turns to mush, unwanted by anyone. Defective products, huh? That's kinda sad, isn't it? Dare says this with a voice dripping with sarcasm. Alex then speaks up to remind him of something. They could get help from higher-ranking nobles, or even secure their own position in the kingdom. But the losers? They don't just lose their funding. They're expected to just disappear. Like rotten fruit being devoured by ants. The human world is pretty cruel, huh? Deo notes. But you can tell by the dangerous look on Alex's face. He's just getting started. But trust me, there's one thing even more important than a hero's rank. Their bloodline. Deo's face is unreadable as Alex states. The purer the blood, the stronger you are, and continues his history lesson. Yes. The ones who first saved the world 66,580 years ago? 2 saviors, a hero and a saintess. The hero with his sword, the saintess with her cross. Their children and their children's children followed. And so on, their descendants kept the bloodline going. Alex is basically a walking encyclopedia on this stuff. It all comes down to blood. They literally measure its purity in each family, and the purer it is, the stronger their aura. The one with the purest blood becomes the hero. After winning 665 battles, the bloodline branched out like roots. For some reason, they show Deo's face here, who is listening with a head full of questions. So, you're telling me blood purity is the measuring stick? The purer your blood, the higher your rank? Alex hesitates. There are exceptions. But generally, yes, purer blood means more power. Deo scoffs like he's watching a bad drama. Pure blood, impure blood, what does any of that even matter? Sounds like a blood spoon system. I was stuck in an egg for 80 years because of that war. Okay, let's unpack this spoon thing, because it's a huge deal. Think of it like a class system you're born into. The rich are golden spoons, while the poor, Alex adds coldly, are called dirt spoons. Everyone takes this system deadly seriously, staking their lives and pride on it. But Deo just squirms, looking super uncomfortable. Whatever, Deo sighs. To him, it doesn't matter. The hero and demon king are gonna fight anyway. They've been fighting for 60,000 years over a single promise. The wind howls around Alex's determined silhouette, but Deo? He's just chilling, humming comfortably in the back of the swaying cart as it rolls down the road. He doesn't get it. Can't they just live a normal life? He wonders. Slow and relaxed. Just like this cart ride. He glances up, and his sleepy eyes fly wide open. He jolts upright, pointing at something white floating in the air. Alex, what is that? That fluffy thing flying over there? Alex's sharp gaze drifts down. Just as the creature is about to land on Deo's finger, he answers calmly. That's a butterfly. Deo's eyes go wide. A butterfly? He echoes, just as it gently lands on his hand. A stronger gust of wind blows past, rustling the flowers and nearly sweeping Deo right off his feet. The butterfly flutters away, and Deo reaches for it. And you can see it right here. This is where everything changes. He's like a kid discovering the world. What was that thing that just messed up my hair? Alex answers flatly. The wind? Deo just mumbles the word, looking up at the sky. Then, what's that thing up there? The one that's been hanging over our heads this whole time. He holds up a hand, light filtering through his fingers. That round thing? The one that hurts my eyes when I look right at it. Alex looks up too. That's the sun. Deo takes a deep breath, like he's trying to absorb it all. And this sweet smell? What is it? It makes my heart flutter. As they cross the field, Alex answers without missing a beat. That's the scent of spring. Deo repeats the words, then changes the subject. Alex, you've lived a long, long time, huh? And wow, is this guy patient? Yes, I was born after the First Great War. All 7 of us dukes were born in the demon realm. Suddenly, Deo's voice shifts. So you've come here every 100 years since that first war? He asks, leaning back and gazing at the sky. It must be incredible. This place called Earth. Hearing that, a confused Alex looks back at him. Turns out, he was just thinking out loud. The old demon king. He probably never got to experience any of this. If things had gone according to plan, I would have been stuck for another 2 centuries before I ever saw this world. My destiny was to be killed by a hero I'd never even met. And then, with a proud smile, he says, good thing I ran away. Let's be real. You and I are probably on his side with this one. The role of Demon King is a job that should just disappear. Don't you agree? Alex says nothing, just gives him a look. Getting no reply, Deo just flops down in the hay. Whatever. I'm taking a nap, lying there on the straw. His laziness meter is maxed out, kind of like all of us when the alarm goes off in the morning. All right, let's jump in. Our MC's first rule, wake me when we get there. And if you take me back to the demon world, we're both dead. Alex just gives him another one of those looks. His hands still on the reins, Alex replies respectfully, yes, my lord. Just then, the carriage wheels grind to a halt. Alex turns back. My lord, we've arrived. Dew sits up, still groggy from his nap, his head buzzing. Huh? We're here already? Before them lies a gorgeous village, nestled between a green forest and the sea. Alex presents it proudly. This is the place you described, sir, a small merchant town, outside any military zone. A simple, peaceful village in the countryside, called Zor. Dew lets out a long yawn. Zor. Not bad. As the horses clip-clop through the bustling village streets, Dew casually asks Alex, so, what about the heroes in this area? Alex answers like an information machine. There are only 2 families of note. One is A rank, nearing S rank, and the other is defective. He scans the area. Doesn't seem to be any D rank families around here. His eyes land on a large house, decorated with flags all around it. Alex speculates, if there was a D rank in every castle, our demon army would never dare set foot on the surface. Dew yawns again. Are D ranks really that strong? Alex remains deferential. Yes, if we had a boss like that, it'd be terrifying. But the demon lord Dew just scoffs. Bunch of cowards. And just as he's yawning, he overhears a rumor. Now pay attention, this is important. The trial castle was attacked by a dragon. 3 villagers are huddled together, the oldest man in disbelief. How is that even possible? They say the dragon hasn't been caught yet, so stay away from there. The younger man beside him adds, yeah, I heard about it too. Apparently, half the castle was burned to the ground. The girl with them stammers in fear. But, weren't dragons supposed to be extinct? How can this be? Another person wonders aloud, is the age of dragons returning? That would be terrible. Hearing this, Dew points an accusing finger at Alex. Hey, I thought dragons were supposed to be neutral. Alex, completely clueless, can only shrug. I thought so too. He awkwardly starts driving again, not wanting to explain any further. The last time I was on the surface was 80 years ago. Something must have happened since then. Behind them, the old man's voice continues. We should inform St. Maximus immediately and request they send a D-rank hero. The scene then cuts to a large building. Alex makes the introduction. My lord, this is the best hotel in the area. We should stay here. Du's disdain is obvious. This is a hotel? He sighs. Well, I guess we have no choice. And from now on, stop calling me my lord. Alex can't believe his ears. Sir? Du snaps, annoyed. How long are you going to keep calling me your lord? Just get us a room. Alex's voice deflates. Yes, sir. The hotel owner sees them and cheerfully greets them. Welcome, gentlemen, to the... Alex removes his hat, adopting a friendly tone. We'll take the penthouse suite. Our young master is very particular. Meanwhile, Du is judging everything with his usual picky attitude. And yeah, I think you and I can both tell this greedy owner is already annoyed. He's thinking, what's with those clothes? Are they country bumpkins? But he keeps a professional smile, rubbing his hands together. Ahahaha. You must be from out of town. The penthouse is quite expensive, you see. But his words die in his throat when he sees it. The treasure chest, taken from a Coma castle. It glitters with gold, making him break out in a cold sweat. Using his years of experience and his pure love of money, he suddenly yells out, Holy Beach, escort our guests to their room. Now, a servant immediately comes running. It's Holy Big, the idiot, sir. Not even 2 steps in, he trips and faceplants on the floor. Ah, sorry. Alex is absolutely speechless at this display. The owner screams in fury, shut your mouth and escort our honored guests. The flustered boy puts on his hat and bows to Alex and Du. Hello. His face is bruised, nose still bleeding, but he's smiling brightly. The boy introduces himself. My name is Jackpan Holy Big. Please, just call me Jack. I'll carry your luggage, so please, go right ahead. Despite having to carry the heavy chest up the stairs with Alex and Du, the young man remains friendly. It's a bit noisy right now because of the news about the trial castle. I can't believe a legendary dragon actually appeared. Sweat is pouring down his face, but he still tries to reassure his guests. But there's no need to worry. We have a very famous A-rank family right here in the village. Alex gives him a gentle smile. Well, that's good to hear. Reaching the room, Jack opens the door for them. Inside is a huge, clean room, fully furnished and way better than some cheap apartment. Jack happily welcomes them in. This is the highlight of our golden pavilion, the penthouse suite. The weight of the chest can't stop Jack's mouth from running. To be honest, this is my first time serving such distinguished guests. Haha, I don't know if it's to your liking, but I'll do my absolute best to serve you. So please, just call if you need anything at all. Du seems uninterested. He just responds, his voice tired yet cheerful. Yeah, Du's eyes suddenly seem to pierce right through him. You have the blood, don't you? The question stuns everyone in the room, specifically Alex and Jack. Surprised, Jack still answers politely. Yes. Du sizes him up. No wonder you felt different. And trust me, the look on Du's face is pure danger. Like he's already plotting something. Turns out, he was analyzing Jack all along. For someone with the blood, your stamina is pathetic. And since you're working here, you must be from the failed house among the 2 hero families of Jor, right? Your bloodline is nothing more than a line of impure descendants. That comment stops him dead in his tracks. You can feel his world shrinking as he just stands there and asks, what does blood purity even mean? The question makes Jack stammer, his face turning bright red, as if he's about to confess. I'm, unfortunately, an F rank, a defective product. Just as he finishes speaking, a blast of fire erupts from above, knocking Zeke aside. All 3 of them instinctively look up, and their eyes meet a giant dragon tearing through the now burning roof, letting out a deafening roar. Zeke is completely frozen before the dragon, while down below, people are scrambling in absolute chaos. It's a dragon. A dragon's invading, someone yells, trying to act like a hero while clearly shaking in his boots. Sir, you have to run. Zeke points to the exit, but Deo, completely calm, just points to the dragon and questions Alex. You said dragons were peaceful. Alex, completely fed up, snaps back. I said I wasn't sure, didn't I? It's all right. Zake's confusion turns to shock when he hears that, just as his master's eyes begin to glow a demonic red. I will become your supporter, so you will become a hero. Now, this is the kind of offer you can't just ignore. Besides, I was looking for a hero. It must be fate. Accept my offer, and I'll give you all the money and fame you could ever dream of. I will erase your reputation as a failure. The words leave everyone, especially Zake, completely stunned. Deo continues his tempting offer. Live out the rest of your life in misery, or accept my proposal and change your destiny. This is your one and only chance in life. His eyes waver as painful memories from his past come rushing back. A blood soldier? How could an F rank ever become a blood soldier? Why did they even have children? In the end, he's just a failure. A good-for-nothing is lucky not to starve. A memory of a child holding his hand, crying, "Brother, where are mom and dad? I'm so hungry." The words echo in his mind. Is this really my chance? Zake thinks, as he drops to his knees before the two demons. He yells out, terrified they'll change their minds. Please, take me in, sir. I may be just a commoner, but I'll give it my all. I swear I won't disappoint you. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he screams, I will dedicate my very soul to you. Deo's demonic nature finally shows itself. Hey, I was just about to ask you for that. Then today will be your grand debut. Go hunt that dragon. Zake can't believe what he's hearing. Huh? Shouldn't I start with a goblin or something? Zake knows an opportunity when he sees one. He drops to his knees again before the two demons, shouting with all his might. Please support me. I know I'm only F rank, but I will try my absolute best. I'll make sure you don't regret giving me this chance. He's so committed that tears and snot are just flying everywhere. If you wish, I will offer you my very soul. Deo seems pleased by this. He holds out his hand, which begins to glow with a purple light. Then, let us form a contract. Zake is speechless. A glowing contract appears right in front of his eyes, with the following terms. The contract. Party A is Deo. Party B is Zab and Holly. Clause 1. Party B will choose Party A as a heroic partner. Clause 2. Party B will grant absolute obedience to every command from Party A. Clause 3. The relationship can last indefinitely at Party A's whim, and only Party A has the right to terminate the contract. Clause 4. Fame and fortune acquired will be shared with Party B in any amount Party A desires, whenever Party A desires, and you and I both know what this is. Clause 5. Party B will not have any objections to the conditions above. This is a slave contract, plain and simple. Deo's blood-red eyes stare down at him, his voice like a hypnotic suggestion. Sign your name. If you accept the contract, it will be complete. Gritting his teeth, eyes locked on two words, fame and fortune. Let's watch as, with tears streaming down his face, he screams out his name, ZB, Holly Bai. And his name is magically etched onto the contract. Seeing this, Deo can't hide his grin. He points upward, looking thrilled. Well then, it's time for your debut. Go kill that dragon. He gives this insane mission so casually that Zake's eyes go wide in disbelief. What? Alex can't help but step in. Master, humans don't normally go around killing dragons. Deo just holds up a finger with a sly smile. I know. He'll just pretend he's killing it, and I'll be the one who actually does the work. Both Alex and Zake are stunned into silence by this revelation, their mouths hanging wide open. First, Alex will go and have a chat with the dragon, then drop it in front of our defective product here. At that exact moment, he'll swing his sword at the falling dragon. Deo can already picture the scene. Zake standing on top of the dragon, sword raised high, as the crowd goes wild. That's a hero. So cool. He saved us. Everyone will see the so-called failure as the hero who single-handedly killed the rampaging dragon. This vision is so powerful it instantly makes Zake stop crying. Alex was completely speechless. He decided to just voice the question on his mind. But you and I both know this plan has some major holes. An F rank killing a dragon? And wouldn't a D rank sidekick kind of blow your cover for a quiet life? Dare didn't answer. He just whipped his head around, staring with the hungry eyes of a predator who's found its prey. A chill ran down Rick's spine. Hey, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Dare still didn't respond, and just ripped his shirt right off. The kid was too stunned to even react, his face just turning beet red. Dare snatched a nearby pot, used his laser eyes to punch 2 holes in it, and with zero wasted motion, slapped it on the kid's head. Rick yelped, "Ah!" Dare ignored him. Ta-da! The masked hero is born. So there's Rick, wearing a leaky pot for a helmet, a waiter's uniform as a cape, and nothing but his boxers. He was screaming on the inside. What is this look? A massive grin spread across Dare's entire face. A hero needs a cape and a mask, right? Now no one will recognize you. The debut of a mysterious new hero. Isn't it perfect? Alex bent over to grab something, adjusted his hat, and said to our main character, "Fine. I'll go get the dragon." Dare gave him a quick, okay sign. As Alex prepared to take off, Dare turned to Rick. "Let's go." The kid was completely lost. Sweat dripped down his face as he blushed furiously. "Are we really going out in public like this? To fight a dragon?" Seeing that Rick was missing a weapon, he glanced to the side and spotted something. He kicked it right over and declared, "Here, a holy sword." Rick caught it and took a closer look. It was, very obviously, a floor mop. Rick's confused expression clearly annoyed Dur, who reminded him in a terrifying demonic voice, "Just stand still and hold that mop. Even when the dragon is right in your face, do that. And I'll give you more fame and money than you could ever possibly use." The kid started sweating even harder at those words. Rick had a strong feeling he was in way over his head. But now watch this. He suddenly clenches his fist, as if he could destroy anything in his path. The entire vibe around him shifts as he lets out a roar. Ah, that primal desire, it must be coming from something deep in Rick's bloodline. A hero's instinct, lying dormant this whole time. His heroic blood was screaming to tear the demon lord standing before him to absolute shreds. Dare was surrounded by his dark, demonic aura, a savage grin on his face. Hey, hey, hey. But since Rick had no clue, this is what he thought instead. Seeing Lord Dare's eyes, "I'm starting to feel courageous. Like I can actually do this. For fame and money." He was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling like a little kid's. "Yes, master." Dare simply commanded him to get moving. "Go now, my servant. Quickly." "Yes." And he took off running. Meanwhile, the dragon was blasting fire absolutely everywhere. The screams of citizens echoed through the chaos. Save me." The dragon let out another terrifying, guttural roar. It flew a loop upward through its own flames, then banked in another direction. But before it got far, a purple portal opened in the sky, and a pair of legs dropped through. Okay, you and I can both appreciate the irony here. A demon, standing on a holy cross, is the one stopping the dragon, not a hero. The expression on Alex's face was impossible to read. The dragon, blinded by Alex's magic, roared in fury. Alex grabbed his own shoulder and pulled, revealing part of his true form. A mass of hands then gave his hat a familiar adjustment. Using the dragon's wing as a springboard, he launched himself high into the air, landing on its back with a solid thud. All of Alex's dozens of hands rose into the air, then came crashing down, pummeling the dragon again and again. His hands plunged forward, heading straight for the dragon's golden heart. He seized it. Alex immediately delivered a threat. "I have your heart. You will not resist me or my command. First, let me ask you this." Alex's eyes glowed red as he demanded to know, "Why have you appeared in this place? Didn't dragons and humankind forge a pact?" Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. On the dragon's back, Alex and his invasive hands looked monstrous. Each purple limb even had its own eye. Alex was completely shocked. "What is this?" The dragon mumbled something in an untranslatable language. The moment he heard it, Alex's face became absolutely terrifying. "How does a dragon like you know that filthy tongue? What are you?" Something was very wrong. The dragon began to plummet from the sky. Far below, Rick was taking shaky but determined steps through the burning landscape, mop in hand, pot on head, shivering in only his boxer shorts. He glanced to the side as he heard a noise. What was that? Two people were looking down from a window, asking each other, "Who is that? Why isn't he running away?" Others nearby started to chime in. Is he going to fight the dragon all by himself? Is he some kind of hero? But then they got a better look. Isn't his outfit a little perverted? Or is he just a weirdo, clutching a pot? He tried to play it cool, but let's be real. You and I know he was crying an entire ocean on the inside. A perfect storm of fear and total embarrassment. Dare cut through their doubts, riding past on a vehicle, waving his arms and yelling, "Go, masked hero, save us." Rick heard his voice and whipped around. Lord Dare is stunned. The crowd, hearing a savior has arrived, erupts in cheers. The masked hero. Is he really here? He's a hero? There he is. Awkwardly, Holly raises a floor mop in response. Thank you, everyone." Gripping the mop handle, his resolve hardens. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He can't blow it. Thinking of fame and fortune, his eyes burn with determination. Meanwhile, in the sky, the dragon is still raining down fire. It lets out an incomprehensible roar, flying erratically as if Alex is driving it completely mad from its back. Riding the beast is making him sick. It looks like controlling it is impossible now. There's no other choice. Alex decides to make his move. 100 demon hands. Hundreds of arms erupt from his body, wrapping tightly around the dragon. The dragon's brown scales mix with the black of his sleeves and the purple of his magic. The technique is called prison. Bound tight, the dragon screams in agony. Alex raises a hand, revealing his signature black demonic claws. This is the final blow. The hands plunge straight for the dragon's heart, a move called Heart Piercer. The pain is unimaginable as the dragon roars, jaws wide. But as Alex looks down, confused, you and I see it. Two strange purple creatures with eyes are latching onto him. Alex's eyes widen in shock, hearing someone shout, "Republic, prepare." The dragon struggles to speak, its words broken. "I saw him. The one you thought was dead has returned." Lies. The creature roars again. One of the purple things on the dragon's back seizes the chance and flies right at Alex's face. He finally gets it. So that's what this is. Down below, Lord Dare is getting impatient in his carriage. He yells out, "What are you doing, Lex? Hurry up and get down here." The audience is waiting. He casually picks his nose, annoyed. "Are you trying to sculpt a dragon up there? Why is killing one taking you so damn long?" Alex is now covered by a purple, slime-like creature. Only a single eye is visible. He understands now. So, that's how it is. The dragon cries out in pain as its purple eyes begin to fade. Its massive body, still bound by the demonic hands, plummets from the sky. Down below, Dare shouts, "Useless." Holly turns, confused. "Huh?" Durr points to the sky. "Get ready. It's coming." Rick shyly turns back, but Durr presses him. "Try to time your swing perfectly." Up above, the dragon is falling right towards Rick. Head down, mouth wide open. He suddenly calls out, "Lord Dare?" He looks up at the dragon, sweating bullets. "Yeah, I don't want to die." Seeing this mop-wielding hero in a battle stance, Lord Dare just can't help but laugh. You can see why, right? Hoo-hoo. He puts a hand to his chin and makes a promise. "I, Dare, give you my word. No matter what happens, I will not let you die." Hearing that, Rick's entire expression changes. A fire ignites in his eyes. He grips the mop handle tighter, his resolve solidifying. "I can do this." He pulls the mop back, yelling, "Moonlight Cantata." First movement. Above, the dragon continues to writhe. Alex is getting seriously annoyed by the purple creature, which has now covered half his face. Alex screams in frustration. His demonic hands reach out, but then some of them transform, becoming purple-eyed hands that attack his own untransformed limbs. Watching himself literally fight himself, Alex realizes this has gotten complicated. He glances down below. At this rate, he's not far from the ground. He knows he has to hurry, unleashing 100 demon hands again, followed by heavenly light whip. One of his arms swings wildly, scattering the purple creatures. A purple creature's eye widens in shock. Alex grabs the thing on his face and yanks it hard. Gah! It's still stuck on him tight. Dare looks up. The dragon is falling faster now, getting closer and closer. He cheerfully calls out to the falling beast, "You should slow down a bit, or you'll flatten our little hero." Meanwhile, Alex is still trying to pull the leech-like creature from his face. It just won't let go. Gah! The dragon is now dangerously close to the ground. The crowd below starts to panic and scream. The dragon's attacking. Everyone, run! Rick trembles, watching it fall. Inside, people are yelling at each other to get to the hallways. "Now, mother!" they scream in terror. "It's coming right for us." Rick watches the dragon get closer and closer, shaking uncontrollably. Dare leaps from his carriage, calling to the man on the dragon's back. "Alex," he shouts, slightly annoyed. "What are you doing? Take it easy." But then Dare finally sees it, Alex struggling to tear the purple creature off his face. The dragon is now just seconds from impact, but Rick stands his ground, his resolve unshaken. Trust me, he's planning to end this with a single, decisive blow. His mind flashes back to his childhood, a voice telling him, "Rick, watch closely." A younger Rick, carrying his sibling, holds a sword, asking a man a question. His father, carrying another sibling on his back, holds up a badly chipped sword and speaks to his younger self. "All right, stick with me here." This story starts with a familiar line. "This is our family's secret sword art. Learn it, just in case the Demon King invades." But the boy hesitantly tells his father what the village kids say. "You can't fight demons, and neither can our family. Let me show you where it all began." With his father's gentle words. "Don't listen to them, son. Our holy Jade clan carries the sacred blood of heroes. You're destined to become a demon slayer. He would say this even through his coughs, telling a worried young Rich to keep training hard. Yes, father. Back in the present, Rich grits his teeth and raises his broom. Moonlight. First movement. Meanwhile, Alex breaks free from the purple goo as Dor crosses his arms. When he lowers them, one of his eyes is demonic. He roars a spell. Red energy blasts towards the huge dragon. As Rich swings the broom down, he yells, "Demon King Slash." The broom becomes a blade of light, striking the dragon as it hits the ground. Its enormous body crashes down, sending debris and dragon blood flying everywhere in the chaos. A house shatters from its tail. Rich squeezes his eyes shut as blood sprays directly towards him. He slowly opens his eyes, looks down at himself completely covered in blood, and lets out a scream. Ugh! A villager sees the dead dragon and shouts, "A hero!" Others immediately join the cheer. He defeated the dragon, our savior. A true hero. The gods must have sent him to save us. Long live the hero. The praise has Rich completely ecstatic, until Dor's sharp cough snaps him right back to his senses. And here's the reality check for our hero. Dor whispers, "Aren't you going to vanish now? Oh, hidden one? Oh. Right." He remembers and immediately takes off running. Alex stands on a crucifix cracked by the dragon, his gaze fixed on where Rich fled. Strange symbols cover half his face as he glances at the dead dragon. The dragon's corpse lies completely still covered in that strange purple ooze from before. Alex realizes the one he thought dead has returned. The next morning, Dor stretches lazily. Ah, what a good sleep. Alex sets down coffee. "You're awake, sir?" Dor just stares, completely stunned and confused. Seeing his master's blank expression, Alex explains with a bright smile. "They say humans start their day with a coffee." Dor just goes, "Oh?" Then Rich runs up. "Sir Party, we have a problem." Dor turns, surprised. "Sir Party?" Rich's face is pure excitement as he tells them the village is searching for the hidden hero. They want to make him the official village hero. Dor eyes Rich's messy clothes. "And what happened to you?" He finally notices his own state, scratching his head with a bandaged hand. "Oh, well, the village was wrecked yesterday, so I helped everyone clean up. Besides, the pay for manual labor is pretty decent." Dor sips his coffee. "No problem. It's all part of my plan." Sunlight hits his eye, making him squint. He looks to the sun and sighs. Waking up to sunlight and delicious coffee. Mornings in the mortal realm are quite nice, Dor muses. And here's the kicker. His room is an absolute wreck. Alex remains perfectly respectful. It's brewed from the dragon's tongue and left eye. "I'm glad you enjoy it." Down below, the villagers are desperately trying to rescue one another from the rubble. "Hurry, someone help pull me out." "Oh no, my house? Mommy, where are you?" People try to clean up the mess. "Ugh, this is so heavy. Stop complaining and move faster," someone yells. A woman then brings bread for the workers. "Eat first, then we'll continue." "Thank you." Meanwhile, someone is shouting, "Make way! Make way!" Someone loads a stone in Jay's basket. "Oof," he grunts. A chubby uncle just cheers him on. "Hurry up, Rich." "Heavy, but fun?" Rich answers with a laugh. Dor watches this happy scene, rebuilding their shabby village. He rests his chin on his hands. "That loser works hard, huh?" Alex agrees. "Yes, I spoke with him yesterday," he tells Dor. Apparently, Rich has worked all kinds of jobs. Raising a hero is expensive for a poor family. Looking at Rich, who's still smiling brightly, Alex continues his list. Laundry, cleaning, plumbing, even grave digging. There's not much he hasn't done. Dor looks thoughtful. Alex continues, "He even worked in a tavern once." "Then that settles it," Dor blurts out, confusing Alex. He gazes at the devastation, contrasted by the sparkling sea beyond. "We've found our hero," Dor says lazily, "and moving is a pain. Let's start with this village. It's small and bland, but it's growing on me." And that's our cue, folks. The real story is finally getting started. "This is Dor's beginning," he declares cheerfully. The sudden change makes Alex whip his head around. Dor gets up, grinning like a cat that got the cream. "Let's go. The rest is up to Jay." "Where are we going?" a confused Alex asks. Dor can't hide his happy grin. "To sell the dragon skin. Of course. Isn't dragon hide expensive because it's used for crafting gear? Our goal is to stay in the top 2%. Alex points to the sky, remembering the Hero Bureau took everything last night, and screams in frustration. "What the?" Alex adds. "The dragon corpses are too heavy for normal people to carry. and Zick's face falls a mile long. Damn it, then, what did I kill it for? Points a shaky hand forward. Go. Alex trembles right along with him. Yes? Go where? Zick is giving the guys from the Hero Bureau a death glare. Alex quickly stops him. Wait, my lord? While thinking with the same frantic energy as Zick. Oh no. The Hero Bureau is the main headquarters for all heroes. No matter how strong the master is, he can't fight them all alone, and if they find out he's not in the demon world, it's game over. He forces a smile and quickly changes the subject. My lord, you said you wanted to fight alongside the heroes, right? Zick snaps back, annoyed. So what? Alex grins, realizing he can redirect his master's attention. In the human world, you have to register with the Hero Bureau to become a hero. If the bureau disappears, who will recognize Zick as one? Hearing this, he just stares blankly, turns around, and strokes his chin in thought. Really, behind him, Alex is sweating bullets, patting himself on the back. Did he just prevent a demon-led genocide? After some thought, Zick has an idea. You and I both thought Alex had this handled, right? Think again. Zick declares. Then let's go to that place. Alex is stunned, thinking he'd already stopped him. Zick reveals his demonic face and a terrifyingly long tongue. We will make up for our losses with the neighboring country. Alex can't believe his ears. I thought you wanted to be a hero. Zick doesn't care. We leave tomorrow, he declares. Alex's eyebrow twitches violently. How about we just go back to the underworld? Alex's voice echoes across the flower-filled field. Lord Zick? His master's silence doesn't stop him. Lord Zick? Still no response, which just gets Alex more worked up. Lord Zick? Like a nagging child. Zick finally bristles back. What? He asks in frustration. You've had your fill of the surface world. Why don't we just go back to the demon realm? The entire demon realm is waiting for you. Your destiny arrives in 20 years. We don't have time to waste. You need to quickly master the Demon King arts and dominate the world. Zick lies down in the hay. Not your problem. You think I have to do whatever you want? Alex explains why the Demon King must appear and attack the human world. It's an inevitability. It was the same for the 665 Demon Kings before you. Both demons and humans accept this as the natural order of things, he says, enjoying the breeze. If everything went your way, what would be the point of gods? I'm just doing this for the experience. Get over it, okay? This is where the conversation takes a wild turn. Alex just snaps. Then get married. At the very least, you have to produce the 666th Demon King. Anyone will do. Zeke recoils in absolute disgust. Anyone? How dare you say that to me? You're a disgrace to all demons. Get lost. Alex doesn't care. Not until you give us an heir. I won't. Zeke just closes his eyes, getting comfortable. Fine. If you're going to be like that, you can just stay here as my attendant forever. But Alex doesn't give up. How about I find a wife for you? A woman who would be a perfect match? Zeke threatens. Mention marriage one more time, and I'll destroy the demon realm myself. Knowing he's lost, Alex focuses on driving again. Suddenly, Zeke asks him, Hey, is that thing possible? Alex is completely confused. What are you talking about? Zeke's face turns red, embarrassed. That princess from before. Alex is still lost. Which princess? His master's face gets even redder now. Alex's jaw drops in confusion. Huh? This makes Zeke explode with embarrassment, flailing his hands around. What I mean is, can humans and demons have children? Alex is shocked. Oh, hearing the answer isn't obvious, of course. Zeke is absolutely beaming. Alex, ever the walking encyclopedia, begins. The way humans and demons reproduce is exactly the same. Zeke gets a tidal wave of information from Alex. A man's testicles produce semen. When sperm meets a woman's egg, an embryo is formed, and the child is born after 37 to 40. It all goes in one ear and out the other. Zeke puts a hand up to stop Alex's sex ed lecture. Knowing he can't provoke him anymore, Alex just says, Ah, yes. Then, his expression shifts. What's more, he drops a bombshell on Zeke. If you wish, you can also transfer your demon seed into another person's body. He smiles mischievously. That way, intercourse always results in pregnancy. Even a deep kiss has a 50% chance, and a light kiss has a 25% chance. I know what you're thinking. And yes, our demon lord believes him completely. What? Even a light kiss can get someone pregnant? Even just holding hands can make someone pregnant, Alex adds. Only Zeke would believe this, and he instinctively falls back. What is wrong with this body? His face is completely numb. The demon seed. I almost got into big trouble. It feels like this body was born just to procreate. His eyes glaze over from the shock. Damn it. This body's purpose is too obvious. To kill and to produce descendants. The more I learn, the more I hate it. Alex glances back at his master. This body is truly blessed. You are our faith, the savior of the demon realm. This perfect body is a gift from the gods. Let's be real though, that praise means nothing to Der. A blessing? Don't make me laugh. I'm just another demon born once every 1,000 years. He's so annoyed, he just says it out loud. I don't like it. The bright sun and clear sky do absolutely nothing to improve his mood. What about his opinion in all this? Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air. Over there. Alex and Der both turn toward the sound. A girl is sprinting toward them. And right behind her, a whole gang in hot pursuit. She's in a yellow dress, and the guys chasing her look vicious, laughing like maniacs on horseback. Haha, hurry up and grab her. The blonde girl is in tears. Help, please, help me. I'm being chased by bandits. Alex watches without emotion and says to his master, oh, a beautiful lady in distress. We have to help. Alex is confused. Why? For a demon, Alex thinks surprisingly positive. You never know, my lord. This could turn into something good. But Der, ever the cynic, is already suspicious. Don't you find this a little strange? Alex asks him. What do you mean? Der is completely unfazed. She just happens to run directly to us for help. Alex still doesn't get what he's hinting at. The whole damsel in distress's routine is a classic fantasy trope. What's the problem? You and I have seen this setup a million times. But Der isn't buying it for a second. No, there's nowhere to live around here. So, where did they come from? Even the forest is too far away. The air gets heavy as Der continues. More importantly, in his eyes, the image of the girl and the bandits begins to warp and distort. You think they wouldn't have spotted us while chasing her? Der hits the main point. Both you and I didn't see them coming. This is bizarre and should be impossible. If they could get past both Der and Alex, there's only one explanation. Der narrows his eyes, looking at Alex with pure suspicion. You set this up, didn't you? Alex looks back, confused. What are you talking about? Der scoffs. You're using this girl to try and force me to produce an heir? Alex just turns away with a contemptuous laugh. Ha! What kind of person do you take me for? I am Alex, the greatest strategist in the demon world. I would never come up with something this crude. Just then, the girl in yellow finally reaches their carriage. She grabs the side, staring desperately at the lounging Der. He just raises an eyebrow at her. Playing the victim card, she looks at Der pitifully and says, "Brave warrior, I'm being chased by bandits. Please, save me." Her face is a mess of tears, an absolutely heart-wrenching sight. Her hands clutch the carriage frame, a scene designed to make any man want to protect her. Der, however, just keeps his hands behind his head. Perfectly still, he glances at her and replies, deadpan, "I'm not a brave warrior. I'm the hero's sidekick." The girl hears this and just lets out a small, huh, her face frozen, forgetting to cry. But a second later, her programming reboots, and she starts wailing again. "Mr. Hero's sidekick, please save me. The bandits want to capture me." Der shifts his weight, resting his chin on his hand, showing zero interest in helping. "We're a high-ranking party that only hunts dragons. We don't do these little odd jobs." The girl bows her head and mutters a curse. "Titch, damn it. Why are you so picky?" But Der's hearing is sharp. He leaps up, pointing at her. "Hey, did you just swear at me?" She immediately goes back to her act, crying and denying everything. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "No, I was just begging for your help." As Der holds his accusatory pose, ready to yell some more, an axe comes flying and embeds itself right behind him, cold, sharp, and precise. Der slowly turns to look at the axe that just tore a hole in his carriage, his expression completely blank. A strange voice rings out. Hey there, kid." Der glances back to see where the annoying voice came from. A gang of ugly-looking bandits is riding toward them. They're laughing, shouting taunts, and provocations. "Ha ha, look at his pale little face. Ha ha, if you don't want to die, take your garbage and get lost." Another one chimes in. "What's with that outfit? You from the future or something?" Ha ha ha. Der looks at the bandits, a smirk on his face. "Speaking of garbage, my precious baggage is now damaged." His voice drops. "You will burn for eternity." And just like that, the bandit leader is swallowed whole by a terrifying purple hellfire. Don't blink, because this is the moment everything changes. The scene is so horrific, the girl freezes in terror, only able to watch as the man is incinerated before her eyes. The bandits who were just mocking and sneering are now completely stunned, staring as their leader writhes and rolls on the ground in agony. He can't take it anymore, and screams, looking to his comrades for help. It's so hot. Put out the fire. Yeah. The others are about to rush in, but Dare's voice cuts through the air, cold as ice. You can't. The bandits freeze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Dare explains it like he's telling a story, a wisp of purple fire still on his hand. No matter who you are, no matter what magic you use, this flame will never stop burning. You also can't die. You'll just keep burning like this, forever, until the end of time. He then kindly asks the rest of them, anyone else? Who wants to be cremated with him? This punishment is truly a fate worse than death. And of course, the bandits want no part of it. They scramble onto their horses and flee for their lives. Ooh, I'm sorry. Please spare me. He's a demon. Run. Dur looks down at the girl. There, you can go now. The girl is sweating, forcing a smile. Wait, Mr. Sidekick. The bandits also took over our temple. She gives a sheepish smile, her eyes squeezed shut. All the priestesses were enslaved, and our holy relic has vanished. And you and I both know what that means. A brand new quest. Please, sir, defeat the mountain bandits and save our sacred temple. In response to her plea, the despicable Dor just keeps picking his nose. Nope, not doing that kind of work. His answer makes the girl so furious, she crushes the carriage frame. Dor just turns to Alex. Let's go. Alex, yes, master. Wait, the girl shouts, and Dor, fingers still firmly planted, lazily glances over to see what she wants. Sweat is pouring down her face. She's desperately trying to find one last reason to make them stay. You mentioned a dragon, right? Could you be a comrade of that hero? In the loincloth. The temple they seized belongs to the supreme true golden dragon god. If you drive them out, we will reward you for getting rid of them. We will reward you with the helmet of the golden dragon god. At that, Dor stops picking his nose, his eyes narrowing to slits like a snake spotting its prey. What are you doing? Why are we still standing here? And so, their new journey begins. Heavy footsteps on weathered stairs, panting for breath. But something feels off. Alex's ragged voice calls out, Master. They finally stop. Dor asks what? Alex gasps. Can't we just fly there? He's breathing harder than he has in his hundreds of years as a demon. Of course, that's because Dor has been standing on his back, forcing him to climb. Dor answers like it's the most obvious thing. Come on, how can we fly? I'm not the Demon King. Alex lets out a desperate scream. Then, at least let me carry you normally. My legs are about to break. His cry of anguish scares away the birds. Dor says, Hey, I have the dignity of the demon world to uphold. Alex scoffs. I thought you said you weren't the Demon King. They bicker as they climb. Alex, now completely soaked in sweat, points out something pretty strange. He looks up the stairs, dozens of meters ahead. That girl in yellow is still moving like the wind. She's been running for 30 minutes straight. On a steep mountain like this, for a normal person, that's impossible. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. She's not just walking, she's humming. Dor casually slips his hands into his pockets. Standing on Alex's back, he watches her. Who she is doesn't matter. Below him, Alex is still panting like a racehorse. He looks up at Dor, whose eyes have turned sharp, a killer's aura pouring from his red pupils. I don't know what she wants, but if she dares to lie about a single thing, I will peel her skin from her body. But Dor pauses, looking up. The girl is still going strong, humming away. He voices his own question. A dragon god, a true golden dragon. Do dragons worship gods? Alex frowns, still out of breath. Not really, but it's similar. Like how you're worshipped in the demon world. Huff, huff. The true golden dragon is the god above all other dragons. To be more precise, the demon tribe, the dragon tribe, and the human tribe. All living things in this world share only one creator god, the one who gave birth to this world. An image of all three races coexisting comes to mind. Dor watches from above, saying nothing. The sun is still blazing overhead. Dor comments, Well then, God must really favor humans, huh? Demons and dragons are just side characters. Alex quickly corrects him. Don't doubt the divine. God is the only truth, perfect love. If we conquer Hassan, the land bathed in God's light, we will also receive that favor. Below the mountain lies a peaceful kingdom, drenched in sunlight, full of life. Dor thinks for a second, concluding, That's a strange way to show love. Alex doesn't stop, continuing his mission of carrying Dor up the mountain. The second they reach the peak, Alex yells, We're here. and then he immediately collapses. Door casually steps right on his head, sneering, "You're so weak." Poor Alex can only groan, trapped under his master's boot. Door looks ahead. An ancient temple appears before them, its gate crowned by an intricate, stone-carved dragon head. He calmly walks inside. He tosses a comment back at the unconscious Alex. "You still have to carry me on the way down." The two push open the stone doors and call out for the priestess. Door's eyes are filled with greed. Unable to hide his excitement, he shouts, "Where are the bandits and the helmet of the true golden dragon? Hand it over." Alex, still recovering, wheezes a warning. "Master, be careful. Something feels wrong here." And he's right. The stone door behind them suddenly slams shut. Boom. Everything goes black as a new voice echoes through the hall. Hee. A powerful woman with blonde hair sits on an invisible throne, her face obscured by an exquisite veil. Behind her, a giant dragon's eye opens wide, staring straight at them. She laughs. "It was a long trip, wasn't it? It seems your subordinate is a little sharper than you." Door just grins back at her. "Ha, you look like the bandit who took over this temple. So, where's the helmet?" Behind him, Alex is having serious doubts about his master's intelligence. She just dangles her feet, floating in the air, watching them. "How dare you speak? Do you not understand the situation you're in right now? Kneel before you stands." She pauses for a few seconds, as if about to reveal something terrifying. "And trust me, you're gonna want to stick around for this reveal." Her eyes blazed as she made her grand announcement. "The Dragon God, ruler of the Dragon Clan, and mother of all dragons, the one true golden dragon." Hearing this, our guy's jaw just drops to the floor. Alex, right behind him, is equally stunned, shouting, "The Dragon God? A real golden dragon? Master, we are in some serious trouble now." But our hero just scoffs. Meanwhile, the woman's laughter grows even more insane. "Aha! Surprised. Are we? This wasn't part of your pathetic little plan, was it, you foolish mortal?" Her eyes were just glowing with pure excitement. "If you're scared, then beg. I'm not an unreasonable person." Our main character just rubs his chin, thinking, the Dragon God, huh? This could be fun. Seeing this, she assumes she's already won. "So you finally understand your place? To atone, I command you." But before she can finish, he cuts her right off. "What are you even blabbering about? Dragon Law? Dragon Mother? I mean, I want some cool-sounding titles like that too." Then he just casually picks his nose, with a vulgar look that makes the Dragon Mother practically breathe fire. He turns to Alex with a grin. "Every time I introduce myself, I feel like I'm missing something. Like, Lord of Darkness, top 2% of extraordinary men. What do you think, Alex?" Alex's eyes light up as he claps along. "Oh, truly spoken like my master." The Dragon Mother, completely ignored, is so furious she's about to pop a vein. She tries to get the attention back on her, but the two of them just turn with a cold stare, sweat pouring down. Looking like she's about to cry from rage, she shrieks, "Stop messing around and beg for your life. Aren't you going to apologize?" Our guy puts on his most innocent face. "Did I do something to you?" She screams, pointing a finger right at them. "Yesterday you killed a dragon. I am the mother of all dragons. You murdered my child." He just laughs. "Oh, you're making a big deal out of times that?" The woman then takes to the air, floating menacingly. She rushes towards him, but our main character doesn't even flinch, just stands his ground with a calm smile, the pure confidence of a true powerhouse. They're face to face now. She looks him dead in the eye and snarls, "For times that? I see you've chosen death." Instantly, a wall of fire erupts around them. "Welcome to the Golden Jade Realm." Now, here's where she thinks she's won. Her eyes glow as she says, "Even if you are Demiurgos, you have no chance against me here." Alex clutches his robe. The Golden Jade Realm? Oh no, this is the personal territory of a true golden dragon. We're on her home turf. Fighting her here is suicide. The Dragon Mother smiles, completely smug. "Aha, so your little servant knows his stuff. Now, get on your knees, number 66. You know who I am, and you're still acting like this?" The words our main character just uttered leave her totally confused. His entire aura has changed. His eyes are now glowing like hellfire, staring right through her as he speaks in a low voice. "If you're a true golden dragon, then your face would make a fine trophy, wouldn't it? Get ready, because I'm about to peel that skin right off." The Dragon Mother's eyes flash. She cannot believe the sheer audacity of this man. "You dare?" she asks. But he just looks at her like a predator eyeing its next meal, his eyes radiating pure killing intent. "You know who I am, yet you dare to do this? Prepare yourself." I am going to peel that face from your skull. Her eyes flash again, still in disbelief at his insane arrogance. She asks, "You dare?" But he simply raises a finger, silencing her. "Aren't you going to apologize for disappointing me?" The Dragon Mother's brain just short-circuits. And folks, here's the part you've been waiting for. She's about to completely lose it, screaming, What in the world are you talking about?" And our hero is happy to explain. He just slips his hands into his pockets, calm as ever, and starts laying out the facts. "I didn't come to the surface to cause trouble. I just wanted to visit a village peacefully, maybe befriend the hero. But then your little kid shows up, breathes fire, and destroys the entire place. So what exactly was I supposed to do? It was just self-defense. But while your kid was on a rampage, you were nowhere to be found. And now you drag us here demanding revenge? Are you serious?" Faced with that perfect logic, the terrible Dragon Mother has absolutely no comeback. He calmly continues, "You tricked us by pretending to be bandits. And then you suddenly announce, 'I am the Dragon God. Apologize to me.' Did you honestly think I was going to drop to my knees and say, 'Oh my God, oh Dragon God, please forgive us this one time'? So you think because you're the Dragon God, you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons this damn arrogant?" Being called out as an irresponsible parent like that, the Dragon Mother starts sweating buckets, unable to say a thing. Alex even chimes in. He's right. It's incredibly arrogant to think you're always right just because you have power. Our MC is actually surprised Alex spoke up. "And here, I thought you were scared. You and I are literally watching a goddess get verbally dismantled. What kind of logic is that?" Alex continues to stare her down. "Furthermore, it was the dragons who broke the peace treaty with humans first. You're the one who should be begging for forgiveness." Our hero then asks her, "All right, as the Dragon God, are you going to apologize to the people of Jor Village for the crimes your child committed?" What the hell? This was definitely not how things were supposed to go down in her head. He scolds her like a disappointed father. "See? A bad child is always the mother's fault." She weakly tries to argue back. "I'm not their real mother." Alex lays into her. Is this how she dodges responsibility? "You're not going to take the blame. Just pass it on to us?" Whoa, hold on. Did we walk into the wrong story? Because the Dragon Matriarch has had enough. She takes a deep breath and roars, "Hey, have you got no shame? Just because a few kids go bad doesn't mean their parents are the problem. You didn't know that?" Dare snaps right back without missing a beat. You see it all the time, parents who ignore their kids. But the second they cause trouble, they swear their kid is an angel at home. It's because of people like you that the rest of us get a bad name. Alex keeps the pressure on. This isn't something we can just let slide. As the representative of all dragonkind, Divine Dragon, you must apologize for breaking the peace treaty, all because of one rogue dragon. You have to take full responsibility and step down from your post, don't you? Dare and Alex, a perfect tag team, just keep hammering her with arguments. Her high and mighty attitude from before, completely gone, replaced by the terrified look of someone cornered by pure logic. The Dragon Matriarch scratches her head, stammering, "It's not that serious, is it? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one who messed up?" "Because you did. Now, are you going to let us out of here or not?" With that, they turn to walk away. The Dragon Matriarch panics, shouting, "Wait," and here's where the whole conversation flips. She shyly scratches her head and says, "You've come all this way. Would you at least hear my request?" Dare just looks at her. "Apologize first." Hearing that, the matriarch just stands there, silent. So Dare immediately turns to leave again. "Fine, have it your way. It's not like an apology costs you anything." She instantly calls out, Wait. A glint shines in Dare's eyes. It worked. She hesitates, then finally manages to get the words out. Sorry. 3 simple words that sounded like they took all her strength to say. The sound echoes through the vast chamber. Dare suddenly reaches up and pats her on the head, leaving her completely confused. He's acting like some old uncle praising a kid. I don't really like it, but since you apologized, I'll accept it." And he just keeps patting her head, all casual. The matriarch's face is twitching, sweat beading on her forehead. This is weird, but I'll overlook it, because I am a generous being. Dare just bursts out laughing at that. Ha ha ha. He drops the act and gets serious. "So, what is it that you want?" The Divine Dragon frowns. To put it simply, a dragon hunt. Dare pouts, then shoots her a look of pure, questioning disdain. A golden dragon, a divine dragon, the literal law of her kind, is asking him, the Demon King, to hunt other dragons? To hunt her own children? The matriarch's voice is weak. Yes. Hearing that, Dare just cackles. Do you think I'm an idiot? This is so obviously a trap. You expect me to fall for that garbage? You've completely lost it. You stupid dragon. Der is laughing and crying at the same time, tapping her on the head like he's trying to knock some sense into her. She raises her hands to protect her head. No, it's not like that. Just as Der looks like he's about to take a literal bite out of her, Alex speaks up. Is it because of the purple parasites? Der freezes mid-bite, a giant question mark practically appearing over his head. Okay, pay attention, because this is the real secret. Alex remembers seeing a slimy purple mass with 1,000 eyes clinging to the rampaging dragon's body, something like a parasite. Maybe that's what drove them insane. The dragon matriarch finally squirms free from Der's clutches. That's right. Something is very wrong. The hardliners who rejected peace are suddenly making pacts with humans. Der frowns, asking, hardliners? The matriarch nods. The dragon from yesterday was one of their victims. She glances at Der, then continues her story. The hardliners are a faction of dragons who've been hurt by humans. Dragons who lost their mates or children at their hands. The dragon matriarch explains, turning away as she speaks. Though, their pain is understandable. The two of them listen, waiting. She stares off into the distance, lost in a painful memory. They've been blinded by their own rage. Those purple parasites with glowing red eyes. They're infecting our young, peaceful dragons and using them to attack human villages. They're using some strange, powerful magic I've never seen before, forcing our kind to destroy villages just to reignite the war between humans and dragons. She turns back to face them. Her voice is dead serious. You have to capture them first, so that no more innocent children have to die as miserable tools for war. In that moment, the matriarch looks strangely warm, almost motherly. Der cracks a sly grin. I get the picture. He stares at her with sharp eyes, hands stuffed casually in his pockets. So it's a hunt, is it? The real problem is that these hardliners are manipulating peace-loving dragons, driving them mad, and forcing them to attack humans. And you want me to capture them before they get killed by humans. Is that it? Der slowly sizes her up, laying out her entire plan. The dragon matriarch replies, yes. Der just looks at her. And what's in it for me? At that question, the matriarch is completely stunned again. A predatory glint flashes in Der's crimson eyes. He's shifting into deal-making mode. There's a service fee, you know. She frowns, asking him, Der, what? What do you want? He holds up 5 fingers. 5 dragon scales. That's my price. He reminds her of the ancient weapons forged from dragon parts. Every time I capture one of them, I will take 5 scales as payment. Deal? Der continues. And on top of that, I want some weapons and armor worth over 1,000 gold, all tempered with dragon's breath. Now you and I have a mission. Let's see how this goes. The dragon mother heard his price and broke into a cold sweat. What? Are you some kind of con artist? Du just snapped his fingers and said, think whatever you want. Instantly, a contract materialized out of thin air. The terms. Du accepts the job. The golden dragon pays the fee. The mission was to capture and punish the dragons causing chaos in human cities and bring them to her. The price? 5 dragon scales and weapons worth 100 gold for every dragon caught. Paid the morning after the job was done. And if the contract was broken, she would become Du's slave. A hell of a deal. Du shot her a wicked grin. Just state your name, and the contract is sealed. This is a deal with a demon, so don't take it lightly. You're betting your very soul. The golden dragon scoffed. I'm aware. She cursed under her breath, then declared, Divine Dragon, Golden Dragon. Immediately, the contract dissolved into purple smoke, just like when Rick signed his own pact. Du smirked devilishly. Heh. He faced the dragon. The contract is signed. Open the gate. I'll have this sorted in a few days. With that, they turned to leave, but the golden dragon called out to them. Demon. She looked at Du with a pleading gaze. Please, capture them alive. No more killing. That was her final request. Du looked at her, beamed, and replied with all formality. Yes, esteemed client. The second he stepped outside, Du let out a chuckle. As they left the shrine, he asked Alex, well, that went differently than planned, huh? It certainly did. Suddenly, it hit Du. Oh, that's right. He turned back and called out to the divine dragon, but behind them was just a desolate shrine, its ancient carvings covered in moss. The stone gate from before was gone. Alex panicked. My lord, what is it? And enraged, Du grabbed his head and screamed, she never gave me the golden dragon's down payment, and here's where it all goes wrong. Alex, sweating, could only remind him, we aren't dragons. We can't return to the golden jade realm. Du completely lost it. That dragon tricked me again, he roared. One day, I swear I will tear that face of yours off. His furious shout echoed through the mountains, sending birds scattering into the sky. Alex yelled, "An arms dealer?" His voice rang through the abandoned castle. Du just gave a gentle smile, rubbing his hands together. That's right. Rick, standing beside them, had absolutely no idea what was going on. Alex couldn't hold back. Unleashing his demonic side, he grabbed Du by the shoulders and screamed, "Why are you selling weapons again? You abandoned all of us and came to the human world just to sell some stupid weapons?" But Du kept that same cheerful smile, completely unfazed as Alex shook him back and forth like a rag doll. Rick grabbed him, helplessly trying to calm him down. But once Alex was done, Du launched his counterattack. He yelled right back in Alex's face. "Hey, when humans hunt dragon hatchlings to make weapons, do you feel anything then?" Du poked him right in the face. "This is just business, you brainless idiot." The sheer force of it left Alex completely speechless. After his rant, Du proudly rubbed his nose, his eyes lighting up at the thought of all the rewards. Those unique dragon scales are basically weapons from the golden dragon herself. Oh man, how many DTI lives will this be worth? I knew it. No, actually, that's about 2% right. She said if I just catch dragons, she'll give me a ton of weapons. Isn't that basically getting them for free? The more he talked, the more Du drooled. A war breaks out every 100 years, so arms dealing is the most profitable business. It can never fail, right? Alex was in tears, pleading with Du. No, without demons, how can there even be a war? The mortal, Rick, just scratched his head, thinking to himself, catching dragons is considered free? Du spun back to Alex. Besides, you fool, do you still not know who I am? The question left Alex completely stunned. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but this is where it gets good. Arms dealing is just the funding for my real plan. I'm not going to be a merchant forever. Have you forgotten? One who watches from the shadows, and another who possesses every weapon in the world. Hearing this, Alex was instantly reassured. He looked at Du, his energy completely restored, just as I thought. So that's what this is about. You haven't forgotten, hell. Du immediately ordered. Then hurry up and take that useless baggage to find us a proper shop. Get going. Alex grabbed Rick and happily flew off like the wind. Yes, my lord. Alex and Rick vanished from the castle. Du stood watching them go, and that's when he finally revealed his true inner thoughts. So why all the scheming? You and I are about to hear the most absurd master plan ever. The final goal, of course, is to build a building. He shivered with delight. To be the landlord of the best building in this fantasy world. I'm so glad you're an idiot. Alex, Du happily swung his legs, lounging on a bed and waiting for the other two to return. By now, the sun was high in the sky, dazzlingly bright. Du lay on the bed, looking up with a soft smile. He started to remember the first time he met Rick. Back then, he was just a shy hotel attendant. The first memory is of Rick, awkwardly scratching his head and saying, "I'm sorry, I'm just an F rank, a total weakling." Then the dragon fight replays in his mind, and you and I are about to see just how conflicted our demon king really is. He even remembers the golden dragon's plea. You must capture them alive to prevent more bloodshed. Dare just smiles, eyes half closed. Sunlight streams down onto the ruined building, its roof completely blown off. Dare thinks to himself, I've created a stable income, and I saved that idiotic hero. It's over. I can just sit back and get rich. So why does he feel so empty? Is it the hunger for blood and slaughter? The image of that awkward hero flashes in his mind again, only this time, he's engulfed in flames. A hollow thought crosses his mind. If I killed everyone in this town, would I feel better? The vision changes Rick smiling, but with tears streaming from crossed-out eyes, and then it starts. A deep, sinister voice whispers all around him, kill them all. A dark aura fills the air as he looks around, confused. The voice echoes again, destroy the world. And images of his old demon army flood his vision. Make all of humanity your slaves. Turn the human world into a living hell. Visions of war explode in his mind, fire, lighting up the sky as demons swarm from above, leaving only destruction. The demon king will rule again, and you will finally end this cycle of death and rebirth. This curse that traps you underground, where the sun never shines, for 100 years at a time. Der stares blankly into space, his eyes glowing. Then he shuts them and coldly says, go to sleep and shut your mouth. As the sun sets, painting the sky red, Alex stops. This is it. They're standing in front of a ruined building, a new weapon shop. The original owner died during the dragon invasion, so they managed to get the place for cheap. Der stretches and lets out a massive yawn. Not bad. You found it pretty fast. I didn't even get to nap. Alex covers his face, acting as bashful as a schoolgirl. When I heard about the grand plan, I got too excited to sit still. Hearing this, Der feels a flash of guilt and just forces a laugh to play along. Ahaha, right. Let's, do our best for the grand plan. Alex eyes the building, calculating. If we have him fix it up, this place could be really nice. Der is surprised. He can do construction? Yep. He told me he used to be a carpenter. Hearing that, Der is genuinely impressed. Seriously? For a kid, his age, that's pretty incredible. But here's a question you and I have probably been wondering. Isn't bloodline supposed to be inherited? How can a pure blood have an F-rank kid? Der turns to Alex with the question, and his subordinate simply admits, that's right. And on the flip side, there are stories of a child from an F-rank and a saint becoming the ultimate champion. Der puts it together. So it's all just random. Yes. Then Der asks a sharp question. So, is there any hope for the weaklings? Just because your parents are F-rank, does that mean you should automatically be branded the same? Alex admits he's not sure, saying it's a bit of a gray area. Der stares, waiting for a real answer. Alex just smiles. Well, skills might not be inherited, but money sure is. A family that consistently produces high-ranking warriors or saints ends up with the wealth of kings. And with that kind of cash, they can boost their kids' hero rank or even their bloodline level through various means. Alex gives a sly, knowing smile. Der looks ahead and says, so, in other words, even an F-rank kid can become a success. Is that right? Yes, but since the boy himself said he's F-rank, that means he's already been officially ranked as a hero. Hearing this, Der just falls silent. He asks Alex, do you have any idea what I'm thinking right now? Of course not, sir. I'm not a mind reader. Der's face twists into a demonic rage as he grabs Alex by the collar. Pathetic humans, using money to decide their own hero ranks. How did the demon race keep losing to scum like you? How? This chapter should be called, When the Demon King Rages. Poor Alex can only squeak out, I'm sorry, even though it's not really my fault. Der shoves him away, still flushed with anger. Forget it. The demon world doesn't matter anymore anyway. A disheveled Alex can only stand there, silently swallowing his pain. By the way, where exactly is our hero? Alex hesitates. And after all that dark, heavy talk, you and I find our hero at a small market stall, happily selling noodles. Seeing them, he stops slicing meat. His face is smudged with soot, but he beams at Der. Master, you're up. Der just stares back, completely baffled. What is this? Why on earth are you selling noodles? Rick just scratches his head sheepishly. Well, I had some free time at night, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Besides, the money's not bad at all. Haha. Der plops down onto a stool, already looking intrigued. All right then, give me a bowl. Rick's face lights up. Yes, master. The cook moves with skill, prepping noodles, chopping scallions, slicing meat, pouring the rich broth, and just like that, a perfect bowl of noodles is ready. Here you are, sir. Der stares at the steaming bowl, his mouth literally watering. Are those noodles? He takes his first bite. The flavor sinks in as he swallows. Der is stunned, his entire face lighting up with pure happiness. This is amazing. He can't believe the taste. Beyond delicious. Hearing that, Alex can't resist. Really? I've got to try this too. The second the flavor hits Alex's tongue, he shouts, this is insane. Then, in perfect sync, both Der and Alex point right at the kid. Hey, forget being a hero. You need to do this for a living. Rich just scratches his head, a little embarrassed. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment from you two. Seeing them enjoy his food so much makes Rich's heart soar. Der is mid-slurp when he stops, hearing Rich say, by the way, master, thank you. Because of you, I was finally able to buy school uniforms for my little brothers. They were the only two kids at their school who didn't have one. It always made me feel terrible. They tried to act cool about it, but they were so happy when you gave me the money. Der keeps eating his noodles, but now he's intrigued. Warrior school? The boy explains. Yes. It sounds a bit fancy, but I'm sending them both to a private elementary school for warriors. I'm not strong myself, but I know those two can become real heroes. So, I'm putting everything I have into their future. But just as they're sharing this wholesome moment, an angry voice shatters the peace. What is this? Now, pay attention, because this is where everything goes south. There's a fly in my noodles. A man yells, throwing his bowl down. Damn it, I only ate at this dump because I was starving. The glamorous woman beside him doesn't stop him, her face just twisted in open disgust. I told you I didn't want to eat in a dirty place like this. Despite all this, Rich responds like a true professional. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no flies around here. Before he can finish his sentence, the bowl smashes right into his body. All Rich can do is throw his hands up to protect his face. Dare, meanwhile, keeps on chewing, saying nothing at all. Seeing no reaction, the man gets bolder. What? Are you calling me a liar? You bastard. Do you even know who my father is? I just need to say one word, and this entire place gets shut down immediately. The woman next to him just smirks, as if she's afraid people won't know she's a terrible person. Suddenly, the man stops yelling. He's just recognized something. Looking at Rich covered in soup, he blurts it out. Wait a second. Isn't this guy from the holy bitch family? The woman feigns surprise. You mean that influential family? She sneers. Oh, I see. So you're still part of that clan, huh? And then he just bursts out laughing. Boo ha ha. The people around them start whispering. Oh man, the holy bitch family? What's going on here? I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it gets even worse. Since when did a hero start working as a noodle cook? Rich's eyes fill with sadness. It's not bitch, it's bitch, he says quietly. It means jade. But the guy couldn't care less, loving his power trip. I know all about it. Your pathetic family. Your father came to my house begging for work. And you're out here selling this garbage on the street? Absolutely disgusting. Insulting Rich wasn't enough. He had to go straight for his family. Like father, like son. You call that a hero? A noodle-selling hero? Ha ha ha. That comment makes Rich freeze. Dare has officially seen enough. He slams his chopsticks down with a loud crack, startling the two jerks. I think I hear a fly buzzing around here somewhere, he says coolly. Rich can't believe he's stepping in. The man tries to act tough. Huh? Did you just call me a fly? You looking to get your head smashed in? Challenging Dare? Wrong move. Dare simply raises his hand. The man still totally oblivious. Dare's hand clenches into a fist. Time to swat a few flies. With a sudden pop, the man vanishes into thin air. Much to the complete indifference of Alex, the woman beside him lets out a terrified scream. She grabs her skirt and runs for her life. All her previous arrogance gone. Help me. But Dare has no plans to let her go. He raises his other hand, a black orb forming in his palm. Trying to run away, she is slowly pulled into the black hole in his hand. The sight makes Rich's jaw hit the floor. Finally, when only a few strands of her hair are left floating, Dare closes his fist, his face a mask of pure disgust. People who don't respect the heroes who risk their lives to fight for them don't deserve to live in this world. Alex just watches, silent, ignoring the shocked crowd, whose eyes are wide and mouths agape. Dare turns back to his bowl. Let's eat. The words snap Rich back to reality. Ah, yes sir. But before he can take a bite, a piece of paper gently floats down in front of Dare. On the paper, a message. A dragon has appeared at Leah Castle. You must depart immediately. And just like that, you and I are on to the next adventure. Dare slams his hand on the table, grinning. Hey, useless. Close the shop. Our first super important client mission just dropped. Let's go make some money. Rich is still in a daze, but when the boss gives an order, you listen. Yes, sir. The moon hangs high in the sky as a carriage rattles on. Inside, Deo, Jack, and Alex are moving at full speed. With his sharp eyes, Alex notices Rich's hand trembling as he stares at Deo, wanting to say something. Let's kick things off with our hero, who is, shaking like a leaf. Alex notices, asking, You worried? Rich just scratches his head, admitting, Yeah, haha, I guess so. He's even got his pot helmet on again, playing the hero, his eyes crinkling into a happy squint. I never imagined someone like me would be fighting orcs or goblins, let alone a dragon. Before I met you and Lord Deus, I couldn't even dream of fighting orcs, goblins, and a dragon. Then, his expression shifts. He looks over at Deus, lying in the back of the cart, yawning and drooling while picking his nose. Rich, full of emotion, turns back to Alex. You might not believe this, he says with a shy smile, but I feel like you always give off this incredible confidence. Like, it's just a dragon. Nothing to worry about. If it were me facing that thing, I'd be frozen solid with fear. Haha. But Alex actually praises him. Being scared is a good thing. He tells him, I don't know what you're thinking, but Lord Deus chose you to be the hero, even if you don't always feel like one. You are absolutely the leader on this adventure, so start acting like it. Be confident. The kind words make him blush. He stammers out a weak, yes. Alex looks at him with encouragement. What kind of leader sounds so pathetic? With more power. Rich gets it. He yells, yes. And with that, Alex's horse bolts forward like it has a rocket engine. He quickly shouts, all right, that turn up ahead gets us close to Leah's castle. Okay, I'm ready. Rich's voice is suddenly much stronger. Yes. The cart whips around the corner at incredible speed, forcing Rich to squeeze his eyes shut. He opens his eyes, and now, get ready for this sight. A colossal white dragon is coiled around a massive castle. Rich just gasps. It's huge. The dragon is screaming in agony, its face swarmed by some kind of purple creatures. Rich leans forward, shocked. That castle. Did the dragon already destroy it? What about the people inside? From the back, Deus just casually points off to the side, looking bored. Relax. They're all gathered over there. Alex figures a castle that big must have a few G-rank heroes who helped everyone evacuate. Hearing that, Rich breathes a sigh of relief. Deus couldn't care less. For him, the stage is set, and the audience has arrived. It's showtime. Get ready. You loser. Rich starts sweating and replies, yes. Someone in the crowd looking at the castle coughs. Damn it all. The townspeople shiver in thin brown cloaks, their breath turning to smoke in the cold. Where did that dragon come from? Is this the end of the world? Get blankets to the injured. It's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Another person begins to pray. Oh Lord, please, help us all. But someone else snaps. Damn it. Will you stop praying? A heavy-set man ignores him and keeps praying. Please, make this storm stop. Oh Lord, have you abandoned us? The man beside him just scoffs. Even the king has abandoned us to die. Why would the gods be any different? But the other man just keeps his hands clasped in prayer. And while they're all freezing, check out the king. He's chilling on his throne while his priests cast a golden spell to shield him from the cold. And he still has the nerve to complain, ugh, it's so hot. It feels like a sauna in here. He scratches his ridiculously plump face. Hey, where are those heroes that went to find the savior? Goodness, it's boiling. They need to get back to the castle. An old priest steps forward to answer the king's question. It's highly likely they were killed by the dragon. I'm unable to make contact with any of them. The king completely loses it, screaming, what? Then do something yourselves. At this rate, I'm going to die from the heat. Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the air. Out of the way. Move it. It's Rich, with his pot helmet and ridiculous servant outfit. He's standing on the cart as Alex drives the horse. The people start cheering. The hero is here. The king leans back in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as headlights as the cart flies directly over his head. He's so stunned he can barely get the word out. A hero? He can't believe what he's seeing. Seriously? Damn it all. You're just a weirdo in underwear holding a broom. They're getting away. Seize them. But the cart is already flying past the king and his men. He might be striking a cool pose, but on the inside, he is absolutely dying of embarrassment. The magic barrier rips open, letting a gust of cold air in. The king yells, hey, it's freezing. Fix the spell? Now. Like any good employee, the old priest kneels. Yes, sire. The king's bald head turns red with rage. How dare they? I hope that dragon eats them alive. A small child, held tight in his mother's arms to stay warm, sees something in the distance. He points and yells, Mom, look. His mother follows his gaze. What is it, sweetie? The cart is racing towards the dragon and the castle. The boy asks, Mommy, is that man really going to fight the dragon in his underwear? The people nearby who hear this all turn and stare, completely stunned. They can't believe their eyes. Are you kidding me? And you and I both know the question on their minds. Don't tell me he's times the hero who's supposed to say, all right, let's jump in. Alex is driving stone-faced, while our poor protagonist tries to look tough, then immediately starts trembling. Ugh, it's freezing. And so embarrassing. Cold and humiliated all at once. Alex just praises him. You're doing great. Gritting his teeth, Rich looks at the people frozen solid all around them. So many couldn't escape in time. All flash frozen to death. Their faces are twisted in countless expressions of agony. Rich looks up, and there it is. They're almost there, just a bit closer to the dragon. That's when Dur finally speaks up. Alex, loser, get ready. He's just lounging comfortably on the cart, giving out orders like it's nothing. Plans the same. Loser, you're going to stand where everyone can see you. Alex, you will grab that giant lizard and drop it right in front of the loser. He commands lazily, and after that, You'll finish it with one clean sweep. Understood? Rich is so cold his nose is running, thinking to himself, I knew this would be the plan. Dare, still acting like a lazy caterpillar, adds, and especially you, Alex. Don't fool around like last time and make me step in. Rest assured, my lord, Alex replies, then slices his hand through the air, tearing open a purple spatial rift. And now, we get to see his true power. He reveals his demonic form, standing on the cart and declaring, last time, I struggled because I misjudged them. I won't make that same mistake again. This display of power absolutely terrifies Rich. Just as Alex is about to leave, Dur calls him back. He gives one final order to Alex. Don't kill it. Capture it alive for me. Alex's face darkens, but he understands. Understood. Then I will just beat it to within an inch of its life. He then turns to Rich, who's hugging himself and trembling. He takes off his helmet to warn him. That dragon is huge, so things are about to get a little crazy. Make sure you plant your feet and don't move. Rich is so cold, he can only reply in his thoughts, I know. And with that, Alex steps into the portal. Well then, see you. It's only now that Rich's brain finally starts to process what's happening. Breathe. Stay calm. Plant your feet. Then Dare's voice cuts through his thoughts. Stop the cart, loser. He lazily waves a hand. I'm going to nap here for a bit. Go deal with that dragon. Quickly. Rich, like some overworked grunt, can only obey. Yes, sir. He thinks it's over, but then he speaks up again. But sir, just as the distant dragon lets out a deafening roar. Terrified, Rich hugs himself and nervously suggests, could you maybe come with me? I seriously feel like I'm about to pee my pants. He forces a laugh to hide his embarrassment, but he knows deep down he's going to be scared to death when he finally faces that thing. Meanwhile, bizarre purple creatures covered in eyes are clinging to the dragon's body. Hearing the roar, they all snap their attention towards the sound. Alex appears from midair, in his demonic form, slowly closing in on the dragon and the strange parasites. Sensing the danger, the slimy purple masses suddenly harden and lunge at Alex. But he just casually dodges every single one. It doesn't matter if they aim for his face or anywhere else, his purple energy blasts them away on contact. After a few more of these friendly exchanges, the dragon finally lets go of the castle and crashes to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of snow. Rich sees it fall, his hands shaking. Amidst the freezing wind, watching Alex take down that beast, he screams internally, awesome. You and I both know it's not over yet, right? Not even close. But because of the smoke, Rich can't see a thing. He has no idea what's going on. He quickly turns around. I need to find a spot where Sir Alex can see me easily. Just then, Dare's lazy voice calls out, loser. At the same time, a wooden shield lands perfectly in Rich's hands. He's totally confused. Dare, still lounging on the cart, explains, don't you always carry that shield around? Muttering something like a hero should at least have a shield. Isn't this a memento from your father? Also, here. Dare points a finger at the shield, and a dark purple energy envelops it. Rich just stares at the newly enchanted shield, completely lost. He doesn't even have to ask. Dare already knows his question. It's a magical barrier. It can block the dragon's breath. Rich is so moved he's on the verge of tears. He's just about to voice his gratitude, but Dare's already fast asleep. So, with his floor-scrubbing broom and his newly enchanted shield, Rich runs off, determined not to keep Sir Alex waiting any longer. He scans the area, looking around for a place that's easy to spot, somewhere high up, right in the center. He finds the perfect spot that meets his requirements. Rich rushes toward his chosen spot, but just as he gets there, his foot catches and he tumbles the rest of the way like a clumsy bowling ball. At that exact moment, the dragon slowly rises back to its feet. It roars in agony, tormented by those purple parasites. Alex shows no mercy, stomping right on the purple creatures. His hands move like blades, slicing through them with ice-cold precision. Suddenly, the eyes on one of the parasites change. It launches a surprise attack that almost catches Alex off guard. The dragon sees its chance to escape. It shoots straight up into the sky, kicking up a blinding whirlwind of snow and ice. But then a hand appears out of thin air, clamping down hard on the flying dragon's snout. It's Alex. He's fine. They only managed to scratch his handsome face. He flies straight for the dragon, and as he closes in, he unleashes his magic. And trust me, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. One perfect, dead center strike. The dragon plummets from the sky like a stone, creating a massive shockwave as it crashes into the ground. It screams, part pain, part pure defiance. And you and I are about to watch Alex go full demon mode. You recover fast. Is it your size? It just keeps screaming, as if trying to answer him. Alex raises a hand. Let's end this. From a distance, the dragon is getting absolutely hammered. Rich stands on a cliff, thinking this is getting a little too scary. Lord Alex is handling that dragon all by himself. His eyes are wide with awe, but behind him, he hears whispers. Is that really a D-rank hunter? He glances back at the civilians. Some are overjoyed, seeing a hero. A hero saved us. What? Is he actually winning? Others are suspicious. Why is he dressed like such a creep? But most are just relieved. We're saved. We're finally saved. Get out of the way. I can't see. People are cheering. Go, hero, go. And praising the gods for answering their prayers. The entire crowd roars for their hero. Hearing this, the king nervously bites his nails. That's a hero? Rich is stunned by the cheers. There. Cheering for me? The shouts get louder, and for a moment, he feels invincible. Just keep moving forward. But to him, the real hero is Alex. Not him, standing here shaking in his boots. That, right there, is a true hero. And I think we all get it, that feeling of pure, burning envy, saving people, giving them hope. A true hero. Suddenly, his trance is broken by a desperate cry for help. Please, save me. Rich's eyes snap toward the sound. A person is almost frozen solid, only half their face visible as they plead. Please, save me, Mr. Hero. Rich is completely shaken. In the distance, the dragon's tail whips from left to right. The attack forces Alex to fly back and dodge as the tail smashes into a huge iceberg. The sound makes Rich turn his head back to the fight. Chunks of ice rain down on Alex, forcing him to keep moving. He lets out an annoyed click of his tongue. The dragon's claws slam into the ground. It seems to have gone completely berserk, roaring and screaming in an untranslatable language. Yet somehow, Alex understands. So, you can recover infinitely as long as the host lives? Is it a parasite? His assessment is cold. You're basically a zombie dragon. The creature digs its claws in, changing its direction. Its screams are filled with agony. But Alex gets it. So they can multiply endlessly unless they're removed from the host? A true zombie dragon. It's still standing strong after everything Alex has thrown at it. Alex is getting annoyed. If he can't kill it, there's only one option left. Chop off all its limbs. The dragon launches itself into the air, mouth wide, letting out a terrifying roar. It charges straight for the cliff of people. Instantly, Alex unleashes his 100 hands technique. Countless arms erupt from his back, smaller ones weaving together just before the dragon makes impact. They combine into a single, massive hand. This skill is called as one arm. The giant fist clenches and, without mercy, delivers a loving punch that slams the dragon flat on the ground. This time, Alex uses 100 demon hands, Hellhammer. Giant fists pummel the downed dragon relentlessly, not even giving it a chance to breathe. The arms merge into one again, grabbing the dragon's neck and hoisting it into the air as a white energy gathers in its mouth. Alex ignores it, focusing his magic. The dragon unleashes a massive ice beam, so powerful it knocks even the distant Rich off his feet. He crashes into the snow, gasping for air. The countless arms have formed a perfect shield all around Alex. Alex has no more patience. This ends now. The hand squeezes harder on the dragon's neck as it screams. His eyes widen. 100 demon hands. Trinity. The one massive arm splits into three. Two hands grab the dragon's wings. It's a truly epic sight. Pinned and unable to move, the dragon can only let out agonizing screams. Alex doesn't care. He slams it down. And trust me, you are not ready for this next combo. Great demon descent. 10,000 fists. The civilians, watching from afar, can only stare in disbelief as the dragon finally collapses. Rich is stunned, too. It all happened so fast. Then he remembers, oh no, this isn't the time for spectating. He sprints toward the person who cried out for him. I have to save them. Now, he remembers that person is about to freeze to death. They weakly manage to whisper one word. Help. Rich can't just stand by. Don't worry. I'll get you two out of there right now. He touches the ice, and a deep chill shoots through his entire body. Gah, that's cold. Rich lets out a breath, and then he sees him. A young man, frozen solid. Even the tears on his face are frozen in place. An absolutely heartbreaking sight. Rich can feel that the man died while trying to save the girl. And that hits hard, doesn't it? The woman's cry snaps him out of it. She holds out a baby, its face red and raw from the cold, tears streaming down its face. The child, she begs. Please, save the child. Hearing the baby's cries, Rich immediately starts smashing the ice with his broom handle. Small cracks appear. Hang on a little longer, I'll get you out. But inside, a grim thought takes hold. To save the mother and child, he has to leave the father behind. All right, you and I are jumping straight into the chaos. Alex and the dragon are still going at it, and Rich knows he's got to move fast to save them and get back. A flash of white light erupts from the dragon. The townsfolk know exactly what that is. One man, blood streaming from his eye, screams out a warning. Get away. Sir Hero, that light is the same thing that destroyed our castle. The light flares, exploding outward like a shockwave, and it's heading straight for Rich. He quickly throws up the enchanted shield Du gave him. But it's not enough. He's sent flying as the shield shatters into pieces. From a distance, the citizens see the blast wave coming. And let me tell you, they don't stand a chance. Just a few screams, and then silence. Even the king feels the intense cold, crying out. Ice spikes burst from the dragon as it roars in what sounds like pure agony. But Alex stands his ground. Ugh, just like last time. His body is covered in strange symbols. It's a pain to maintain this barrier. I was saving this for the battle 20 years from now. So annoying. Meanwhile, Rich is completely buried in the snow. He slowly opens his eyes. Am I alive because of Sir Du's shield magic? So cold. Then his eyes shoot open. The child. He scrambles up from the snow, looking around frantically. He spots the baby, still crying, and relief washes over him. The kid's still alive. Looking at the mother, torn apart but still cradling her child, he grits his teeth. Damn it. Just hang on, I'm coming for you. But as he tries to stand, he collapses. He looks back, his legs are frozen solid, shattered. One arm is trapped by the ice too. The dragon stirs. The townspeople see it and start to tremble. It's getting back up. Sir Hero, run. Rich clenches his fist. Even if he has to crawl, he's going to make it. I have to save that child. I'm a hero, even if I am a good for nothing. The people cheer him on. Watch out, Sir Hero. Sir Hero. He pushes forward, inching closer to the baby. I might not save everyone like other heroes, but I will save you. Across the field, Alex sees the dragon charging up the same attack again. You don't get it, do you? That's useless against me. Alex scoffs. This is why you monsters are always used by humans. You stupid lizard. The dragon ignores him, unleashing the white light regardless of the taunt. Rich hugs the baby tight, but can't escape the blast. His eyes clamp shut as he's buried once more in the freezing snow. A fur coat suddenly lands on him, and he barely cracks his eyes open. The person who threw it sits down beside him. I really don't understand. It's Du, wearing only a thin shirt, looking down at the broken hero clutching the child. How can they think they can defeat me when they are this weak? He rests his chin on his hand, a demonic glint in his eyes. They're like candles in the wind. One puff, and they're gone. And yet, they sacrifice themselves to save others. Did we really lose to them 66,500 years ago? Makes you think, doesn't it? I just can't understand humanity. But Rich is still smiling. Sir Du, I'm sorry I wasn't on time. I'll do better next time. As the words, next time, leave his lips, Rich finally collapses into the snow, his eyes fluttering shut like all of us on a Monday morning. Then, covered in bandages, Rich bolts upright. The dragon. What happened to the dragon? Sir Du? He looks around. It's the same old wrecked room he always sees. He's confused. Is this Sir Du's room? He scratches his head, completely lost. Wait, how did I even get here? Did I pass out? Remembering his arm was frozen and shattered, he stares at the same hand he just used to scratch his head. He throws the blanket off his legs and sees they're perfectly fine, held together only by what looks like purple stitches. He can't believe his eyes. I thought I was a total goner, completely destroyed. How? A voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. Oh, this Shenron thing is pretty useful. This stuff isn't as bad as I thought. Huh? Yes, I suppose you're right. Rich recognizes that voice instantly. Sir Du? He quickly looks down. There they are, a perfectly healthy Alex and Du. In front of them, a huge pile of swords, shields, and other weapons. Du looks up. Oh, you're awake? Rich awkwardly holds up his miraculously healed arm. Yes, but my body? How is this possible? Oh, before we talk about that, the dragon? What about the child? He had so many questions swirling in his mind. Du just smiles like a kind mother. The dragon and the child have both been dealt with, so you don't need to worry. Now, if you're rested up, get down here and clean this mess. We still have to open the shop, you know, don't we? You useless waste of space. Rich's face just freezes on the spot. He's completely stunned, but then, a happy smile spreads across his face. Seeing his master's face again makes all his anxieties just melt away. He responds with a booming voice, "Yes, master." And you know what? From that day on, they just kept taking jobs from Shenron. We see Rich on his familiar vehicle, staring down a new dragon. The people below are screaming in panic. "Run! Somebody save me!" Do just points 5 fingers at the beast and yells, "Useless! Attack!" Receiving the order, Rich steels himself. "Sir Alex, I'm ready." Alex, high above, descends from a purple magic circle, says is ready to land and take this dragon down. He dives like a lightning bolt, showing the beast zero mercy. Every time they successfully slay a dragon, someone comes to take it away, but nobody knows how they do it. From down below, Rich's voice echoes up to the rooms. Master Du, wearing blue pajamas, sleepily rubs his eyes and peers down from his window. "All right, stick with me on this one." Our guy is just picking his nose when a sword materializes out of thin air, followed by a whole pile of weapons. Rick is just thrilled, hauling the loot away, while Alex watches like a proud mother hen. They know the drill. Tomorrow morning, a mountain of fresh weapons will be waiting for them. Doe just gives a thumbs up, and they're back on the road. A moment later, a dragon that looks like a giant rainbow peacock appears right in front of Rick. By now, he's totally used to this. He finds his spot and just screams, "Sir Alex." Hearing the call, Alex leaps into action, silencing the dragon with a single, devastating blow. Meanwhile, Doe, he's completely passed out, sleeping through the whole thing, and just like clockwork, another haul of weapons materializes. The carriage just keeps rolling on. Sometimes they switch up the style, looking like a couple of pro gangsters with shades and even flashbangs. But the routine? That never changes. The carriage speeds down the road. Doe sleeps like a rock no matter what happens. And the next day, a fresh pile of weapons appears right outside their house. Rick even manages to sell noodles to the locals every day. And seeing the happy faces of Alex and Doe as they eat brings a huge smile to his own. And then, the familiar scene. While they're eating, a piece of paper flutters down from the sky, landing right in Doe's noodle bowl. The note says Suneri Castle has appeared, signed by the dragon god himself. Doe immediately stands up, ready to roll out. With Rick right behind him, they take the carriage to a place where a dragon that looks like a giant skeleton is waiting. And Doe, of course, is already fast asleep. Rick is way more seasoned now, but he waits. The second Doe opens his eyes and gives the attack order, he'll charge. This time, it's a green dragon. It doesn't stop there. Next up is a fish-like dragon, and even a fire dragon. It happens so often, he's become an expert with his Demon King / technique. Another green dragon is the next to fall. Then a blue one, and after that, one that's completely gray. After the battles, Rick collects countless weapons, his legs still bandaged as he walks off the battlefield. He's covered in blood, a newly slain dragon collapsing behind him. Rick looks up towards the sound of cheering. Ah, it's the villagers, celebrating his victory. "Thank you, Dragon Hunter," they cry. And here's the part you've got to see. The whole village is going wild. The Dragon Hunter who saved the neighboring Doria Castle has come to save us too. He's so cool. "Mr. Hunter, look this way." And then, someone appears right in front of Rick. It's Doe. He gives him the ultimate compliment. "You did great. You good for nothing." Rick just laughs and high-fives him. Yep, word of their deeds is spreading fast. Their team quickly becomes the most famous in the entire region. The three of them, Alex, Rick, and Doe, all stare off in the same direction. And Doe finally asks the question, "So, is it finally done?" Alex replies softly, "Yes." And then, she presents their masterpiece, the very first branch of the demon's weapon shop. A beautifully refurbished building appears, lights blazing. And just like that, they are officially open for business. The inside is absolutely breathtaking. Thousands of top-tier, sparkling weapons line every single rack. Rick stares in absolute awe. "Oh my god, this place is insanely luxurious, Sir Doe." The poor kid has never seen a place this fancy in his life. He gets so excited he starts dancing around, like a goofball, hands stuffed in his pockets. Doe turns to Alex, genuinely impressed. "I never thought the inside would turn out this well. You must have put in a ton of work." Alex beams with pride. "Of course. There isn't a single weapon shop around here that can compare to this place. Not even the ones run by the major guilds." Doe cracks a classic, evil, capitalist smile. "Oh, is that so? Not that it matters," he continues. "After all, you two will be the ones managing this store." Hearing that, both of their jaws hit the floor. Alex and Rick timidly ask at the same time, "Wait, us? What about you, Master?" Do just puts his hands behind his head and lays out his perfect logic. Hey, have you ever seen a real boss get his hands dirty and do actual work? Yeah, I think we all saw that one coming from a mile away. Alex grits her teeth and whispers to Rick, "Did you just hear the absolute nonsense our master just said?" Rick couldn't agree more. "I certainly did." Suddenly, a creepy purple hand snakes out from behind them, grabbing both Alex and Rick by the shoulders, making them freeze on the spot. Then, Do's ghostly voice whispers as he pulls them into a tight huddle. "Listen here. I'm just here to count the money, not manage some run-of-the-mill shop. And if you're still thinking of complaining, you two were the ones all excited about managing a store. Not me, right?" he says, squeezing them until they're completely crushed. They have no choice but to surrender. "Understood, sir." "Aha, that's right." Seeing they've reached an agreement, Do releases them, saying cheerfully, "Good. Glad we got that all settled then. You two better work hard and grow this store." Yes, of course, boss." Suddenly, Rick speaks up, Sir Do." Do's smile vanishes as he turns to look at him. Rick scratches his head, asking sheepishly, "Can I still work at the counter after I'm done here? I still need to earn tuition money for my twin siblings." Do crosses his arms and agrees instantly. "Whatever. Do what you want." Rick is overjoyed. "Thank you so much, sir." Then Do turns to his other subordinate. "One more thing. Alex?" "Yes?" Do says mysteriously. "Go get the item that I asked for." Later that afternoon at the weapon shop, as the sunset paints the sky red, the three of them huddle together, observing the new object that's just been delivered. "Trust me, you're not ready for this." Rick lets out a gasp of pure awe, because the object on the tray is pulsing with a sinister, dark purple aura. It's a shield with a massive eye in the center, circled by smaller ones. And trust me, this thing looks absolutely legendary. Deo steps forward and lifts it. The moment he touches the shield, purple lightning arcs from his hand. He holds it up, turning to Alex. "Read it." Right away, Alex replies in his usual deadpan voice. "Its name is Doomslagen, forged from dragon scales from a legendary hunt, combined with countless emeralds and rubies. This is an SS rank shield, worthy only of a true hero, specially crafted by Hem, the #1 blacksmith in the underworld." Alex adds, "This thing can apparently withstand 3 to 4 direct hits from the Demon King." Deo can't help but be impressed. Wretch, meanwhile, is practically vibrating with excitement. It can block the Demon King? The legends are true. The dwarves really are master craftsmen. Little does the kid know, the real Demon King is right beside him. See, the underworld Alex mentioned is actually the demon realm, but Wretch thinks he meant the land of the dwarves. Deo tosses the shield right at him. "Hey, trash. Hold on tight." Wretch is confused. Suddenly, a blinding purple light flashes, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. Now, don't blink, because this is where things get weird. When he opens his eyes again, he's terrified. He's in a dark, endless void. Wretch breaks out in a cold sweat. He spins around, frantically calling out for Master Dio. An ominous voice booms out. "A human? Was it you who summoned me?" Wretch whips his head around, searching for the source. A colossal, blood-red eye materializes behind him, the same one from the shield. Next to it, Wretch looks like a terrified mouse. The eye speaks, slow and deliberate. "My name is Doomslagen. I will accept you as my master, until the very flame of my life burns to ash." Wretch can't believe what he's hearing. A divine weapon like this, choosing him as its master? Before he can even process it, the eye erupts with blinding bolts of lightning. Wretch yells, throwing his arms up to block the light. When he opens his eyes, he's back in the shop with Deo, holding the Doomslagen shield. He glances around, completely lost. Where did Lord Doomslagen go?" Dio ignores the question. "It's coming," he says. "Try to block it." Wretch is still clueless, as Dio unleashes a massive wave of power straight at him. Wretch's face drains of color, as he instinctively raises the shield. The eye on the shield flashes, blocking the attack. But the force is so immense, Wretch is still launched backward, smashing straight through a wall. Alex stares at the aftermath and screams. What kind of boss destroys his own newly built shop? I mean, seriously, what is this guy's deal? Deo casually slips his hands into his pockets. "Relax. Just a little test." From inside the rubble, a skinny hand pushes its way out. Wretch crawls out from the wreckage, clutching the shield tightly. He waves his hand excitedly. "Master Deo, this shield is incredible. It's so good. An A-rank hero. No, even a G-rank hero would kill for this." Deo looks quite satisfied. He looks on thoughtfully. Even at just 1/100th of its full power. I suppose it could easily block my spear of annihilation. Deo calls out, "Hey, trash." Wretch answers happily, "Yes, sir. Talk about an optimist." Deo then says, "From now on, it's yours." For someone who's lived at the bottom his whole life, this is shocking. He clutches the shield, his eyes wide and cheeks flushed, in total disbelief. Deo explains it simply. "You're way too weak, so you need better equipment. I'll be adding more pieces one by one. We're starting with this." Wretch is choked up. For real? At that exact moment, a single tear falls from his eye and lands on the shield, leaving both Deo and Alex completely stunned. Wretch hugs the shield, stroking it as tears of pure joy stream down his face uncontrollably. He asks shyly, "To give me a shield this amazing, even though I'm just a useless F rank, are you sure that's okay?" Deo lowers his gaze to look at him, silent for a moment. Then, he speaks softly, "Yeah. That one word is all it takes." Wretch is overwhelmed, tears continuing to fall as he clutches the shield like a priceless treasure. And let this sink in. With tears running down his face, he says, "Even if I lived for 1,000,000 years, I never would have dreamed of holding something this incredible. This is the greatest shield in the entire world." Deo just stares at him like he's watching a zoo animal. He scoffs, "This idiot. I'm not even hitting you, so why are you crying?" Night falls on the Verde Kingdom. At Aom Castle, now riddled with holes, a motley crew of soldiers and wannabe nobles are partying their lives away. "Drink up. Ha ha ha. Eat till you burst." Their leader holds up a hand with 5 gold rings. "Man, these are heavy." He smirks. "You managed to gather quite a haul, didn't you?" The leader cackles, admiring the jewels on his body. "Who knew you were hoarding so much treasure? It's not like you can take it with you when you're dead." That old man has zero conscience. He glares down at the princess, frozen still on her knees. "Am I right, Princess April? You and I both know she's been stuck in that position since this chapter began." The Bandit King sits on his throne laughing maniacally, while below him the party rages on in absolute filth. But then, someone appears. Now, stick with me, because a cloaked shadow just slipped through the door, silent as a ghost, and he's smiling. Without saying a word, he walks from the entrance and straight up the stairs. The feasting in the hall grinds to a halt. All eyes are on him as he scans the room like an animal hunting a scent, checking every corner, every table, even the drunks passed out near him. The man in black moves to the second floor, still searching, muttering something under his breath. "Not here." He immediately heads back down to the main hall, his steps light and fast. The men feasting stop once more, watching this bizarre scene unfold. A man with a shrimp in his mouth forgets to even chew. He weaves through the drunken bodies littering the floor. The search isn't over yet. He stops in the very center of the hall, kneeling down to place a hand on the ground, as if sensing something. From the city gates all the way to this hall, there wasn't a single sign of a battle. The bandit leader looks down from his throne and bellows with arrogance, "What? Who the hell are you?" And now his face is revealed short green hair, with a scar cutting straight across the bridge of his nose. He squints his eyes and replies with a grin, "Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue what you were doing." Then he bends his knees, coils his body, and leaps into the air with unnatural height. And after landing, he's right in front of the leader, who's so terrified his jaw is stuck wide open. He crouches down again, touching the floor beneath him with a hand completely covered in rings. His eyes glow with a green light as he sees a vision of a massive explosion. He suddenly stands up, continuing, something to scare the leader out of his mind. A vision of mountains appears, sliced in two with a single strike, under the full moon. He wonders to himself, could a human even do something like this? His green eyes radiate a dangerous aura. The leader grits his teeth, and with every ounce of strength he has, he screams, "Get this bastard out of here." The soldiers below let out a unified roar. The mysterious man turns, raising a hand. "Ah, don't move. It's dangerous. You all may just be cockroaches scurrying around, but your lives are still precious, aren't they?" But the men below charge forward anyway, screaming, "This guy's got a death wish. Kill him. Die." The mysterious man raises his hand, wagging his index finger. "Tisk, tisk. Surely God's creations shouldn't act like this." Instantly, a flash of light streaks through every single man who moved, so fast they didn't even have time to react. He points to the others, and they all freeze in place, not wanting to end up like the men now writhing in agony on the floor. "And I know what you're thinking, this fight is already over." The leader points a shaky finger at him. "Magic? What is happening? Who are you?" But the mysterious man just maintains that same standard, Radiant smile. The higher-ups are very worried about what's happening here. Things like a terrible swaz appearing. So I was sent to investigate. I hope you'll cooperate. The leader points a finger back at him and asks, higher-ups? Haven't seen them in 5 years. The mysterious man's smile just widens. Correct. The man in black says slowly, as an image of the glittering Aoma castle appears. The savior. The bandit chief's face drains of all color, the holiest of saviors. The green-haired man steps closer, threatening the bandit. If you already know, then I don't need to say much more. So why don't you just confess? What happened on that day? The questions are relentless. Who, what, and why? The bandit's eyes are wide with fear. The investigator doesn't wait for an answer, continuing his praise for the one who destroyed Akoma Castle. One of the largest castles in the world, gone in an instant, vanished without a trace. Simply brilliant. The bandit leader grits his teeth, trembling in fear. I don't know anything. He explains what he heard to the green-haired man. I only overheard some merchants in town say that he had white hair. The investigator is surprised. White hair? The bandit replies. That's right. That morning, they said they saw a suspicious white-haired man enter the city gates. Shortly after, they heard screams. Sweat drips from his forehead. Then, the castle suddenly exploded. A green light flashes in the investigator's eyes. He trembles as if begging for forgiveness. That's all I know. Only God knows what happened next. Because everyone inside the castle died. The green-haired man doesn't answer right away, just offers a cryptic smile. He turns his back to leave. Thank you for the answer. Goodbye. The bandit chief then screams like a madman. He was this place's savior. You don't understand. The tyrannical rule of King Verde was too arrogant. This isn't just my voice. It's the voice of all the people. Akoma was the greatest castle in the world? Ridiculous. It was built on the flesh and blood of the common people in the city. That white-haired boy was a savior sent by God to kill the tyrant and help us reclaim what was rightfully ours. He screams as if trying to force the investigator to see the truth. And that's where we leave it with a question you and I have to answer. Was he a villain or a hero? He's the real savior, far more talented than that damn fraud who uses divinity to live a life of luxury. The blue-haired guy turns, his eyes full of menace as he says, interesting. However, we'll see if he was truly sent by a god or is part of some other power. He raises a hand decked out in rings, and without another word, snaps his fingers, slicing the bandit clean in two. How dare you insult him? Just die. The scene cuts to the group, where a familiar foot is kicking a purple mass, cursing. There you are, you damn germ. Alex, exasperated, explains, that's a parasite, not a germ. Looking at the dragon lying in the ravine, Derp just shrugs. Same difference. In any case, report the location, and let the golden divine dragon handle the rest. Alex doesn't dare object, only replying, all right. With their task finished, the two of them leave the area, walking across the green fields. Derp crosses his arms behind his head and complains to Alex. At first, this kind of work was fun, but at this rate, isn't this becoming a pretty serious problem for the dragons? Things have gotten this bad. The golden divine dragon should have taken a stand and put an end to all of this. She calls herself a divine dragon. After all, Alex offers his own theory. The reason she can't handle it herself is probably because she's existing in a mortal body. Derp has no idea what he's talking about. So what does that mean? Now pay attention. This is where the lore gets deep. Alex replies, I'm not certain, but I think she's connected to the records in the Library of Spacetime. Derp repeats the name, surprised. The Library of Spacetime? It's like an encyclopedia, Alex explains. Exactly. It's the place that stores the entire history of the world, officially recognized by the gods themselves ages ago. While normal memories and texts can be easily manipulated with magic, once a record is written in the Library of Spacetime, it can never be changed. It is absolute, undeniable proof. At this, Derp finally seems to understand. So the Golden Divine Dragon is acting this way because she's afraid of being recorded in the Library of Spacetime? So, in another dimension, her appearance here is a secret that can't be made public. Alex says, something like that. Derp then wonders why Alex is even involved. I have no idea. How could a normal guy like me understand the personal issues of a divine dragon? He asks, catching him off guard. Is this some kind of grown-up thing? Alex can't fathom what his master is thinking. Derp leans against the cart with his eyes closed, letting out a bitter remark. Is this useless bum asleep again? Alex says he's probably just tired, which only confuses Derp. The guy is smiling in his sleep, covered in blood and grime. Let's pause for a second, because Alex explains that while he's acting tough, he just fought a dragon that even an S-rank hero would barely survive against. He's probably the only one who could have done it, because he learned specifically how to defend against and counter that dragon. Who knows if Derp gets it? Suddenly, he spots something. He looks at the shield nearby, completely bewildered. What's this? Why is he carrying a shield, but keeping it all wrapped up in cloth? A gentle wind blows, as Alex speaks quietly. He said that he treasures that shield because it's something incredibly important to him. He's going to pass it down to his younger brother when he becomes a hero. Derp finds this hilarious. Haha, what an idiot. Tell him to just use it and buy a new one for his brother. Alex joins in. That's right. Haha. Derp ends the chat right there. Hey, let's get moving. Just toss him on the cart and let him keep sleeping. Alex can only agree. Right. Under the high moon, their endless journey continues. Derp shatters the romantic vibe with a question. It hasn't burst yet, right? Alex is totally lost. Derp glances back at him. The cloth on Jack's arms and legs. Alex finally gets it. Ah, right. Jack is still fast asleep, clutching the shield. Derp seems a bit surprised. I thought those doctors would do a sloppy job, but it seems they were actually pretty dedicated to their work. Alex chuckles like an old man. Well, if you're gonna chop things off, you'd better know how to put them back on. I'm guessing they've had a lot of practice. Then Derp suddenly asks, anyway, do you think if he had a better starting point, he could have become a great hero? His sense of responsibility is off the charts. If he had the chance, he would have, right? But he doesn't understand why Alex is laughing. Haha, don't say something so unlucky. Alex lays out the hard truth. If that really happened, in 20 years, the two of you would have become enemies. Derp is confused. Why would I do that to that idiot? Alex yells. Because you are fated to walk the path of the Demon King. Derp brings a hand to his lips, a sly, sparkling smile on his face. Huh? What are you talking about? Can't you tell at a single glance that I'm more suited to be a hero's cherished companion than a Demon King? At this point, Alex is so fed up he could just bite him. I'm done with you. But Derp wonders again. But if it really did turn out that way, you and I both have to wonder, would he become a hero for all of humanity? Alex shoots back. That's impossible. He's not from Generation O, leaving Dare totally lost as his eyes narrow. You see, it's the natural law of this world. The final hero must be born into the 5th generation. Someone has a kid at 20, and then their kid has another at 20. This continues until the 5th generation child turns 20 exactly 1 century later. And that's the year the Demon King descends. A blonde-haired hero appears in a vision as Alex explains, that child will declare war on us. After that, the cycle of Generation O begins all over again. The bottom line? Only one person from that generation can become the hero. And a 4th generation kid like Z? Absolutely no way. Only his child would even have a chance. Dare just laughs out loud, which throws Alex for a loop. He looks at the darkening sky. Every century, a Demon King rises and a hero is born. That's just how it is. As the moon climbs higher, Dare's voice cuts through the night. How ridiculous. He just keeps laughing. So Alex finally asks him straight up, Sir, can you please tell me why you left? Why you don't want to be the Demon King? Dare just avoids his gaze, playing innocent. Haven't I told you yet? This little act is driving Alex crazy. No, you haven't. Dare brings a hand to his mouth. Oh, really? I wonder why I haven't mentioned it. Alex just stares back. How should I know? Dare looks anywhere else but at him. Well, it's nothing that serious. The reason I don't want to be the Demon King is because, and just when you think this is a lore dump, bam! An explosion rips across the sky, lighting up everything as an airship flies right over them. Alex immediately guesses from the design that it must belong to the royal family. Then he sees it, a red dragon attacking the ship. It's being attacked by a dragon. Dare just sounds bored. Another dragon? Are they really that common in this world? But then Alex spots something else, and his face drains of color. How can that be? Through the flames, his hawk-like eyes spot an emblem on the ship. The holy fir tree, the symbol of the pureblood lineage. Dare's face lights up with interest. The purebloods, you say? Alex confirms it, but he can't shake a weird feeling. That's the family that's produced hundreds of heroes, the single most noble bloodline in the entire world. I don't understand, Alex says. Dragons and purebloods have been allies for 1,000 years. Why are they fighting each other? Nothing makes sense lately. Just as he's lost in thought, Dare snaps him out of it. Hey, Alex. He looks up just as the airship goes down. It crashes behind a mountain, and you and I both know that look on Dare's face. He's totally here for the drama. Come on, let's go. At the crash site, a commander is screaming orders. Careful, watch out for the fire. Move it. His soldiers are pulling something. It's a massive object wrapped in white cloth. Gods? This thing is heavy. Suddenly, a blast of energy sends rocks flying, and two soldiers brace for impact. A heavyset man standing on a rock ledge, weapon in hand, roars at them. Hey, you idiots! I told you to be careful and not to break that thing. The men who just got hit can only stammer back. Yes, sir. The commander wears a monocle, but instead of sounding intelligent, he just keeps yelling at his men. He thinks to himself, do they have any idea what this costs? If there's a single scratch, I'll have all of their heads. The soldiers keep trying to lift the object onto a cart. Heave. 1, 2. 1, 2. A piercing shriek suddenly tears through the air. The commander looks up to see the dragon heading right for them, and he starts trembling. We've been spotted. The red dragon's eyes are blazing with fury, sparks of fire all around it. He screams, it's coming, as the beast charges in, absolutely berserk. It's coming right for us. The commander points and barks an order. That thing is after this cargo. Stop it at all costs. Archers, mages, prepare to fire. His men shout back, yes sir. As bowstrings are pulled taut, mages begin chanting, ready for the showdown. As soon as the dragon is in range, the commander screams. Fire. Arrows slice through the air, followed by streams of blue magic and blasts of golden energy. The three attacks merge into one massive blast aimed at the dragon, but it's not impressed, simply opening its jaws to return the favor. And of course, human strength is nothing against a dragon. With a single breath, it wipes out everything below. All the commander can do is scream. He watches the dragon fly past, his face twisted in rage as he spits out a curse. Damn it all, he scrambles back to his men, shouting, the cargo, is it safe? They answer clearly, yes sir, no damage. He completely ignores the cries of his injured men, only caring about the package. Thank the gods. But then he looks up, the dragon is turning around for another pass. It's coming back, he yells. Make sure you hit it this time. Everyone, aim. The remaining archers and mages get into position, ready for the final attack. Yes, sir. The dragon opens its massive mouth, ready to roast them all. The commander screams with all his might, and trust me, this is their last shot. All right, stick with me, because you're about to see one of the most disrespectful entrances ever. Before this guy could finish his sentence, someone yells, hey, out of the way, and uses his head as a stepping stone. The dude is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A man with golden hair and a razor-sharp gaze appears. All right, let's jump right into the action with one hell of a sword skill, the Camellia Cleave. His blade erupts in a flash of golden light. It slices right through the dragon, sending blood flying, and the chubby commander's eyes turn into hearts like he's met his favorite celebrity. Lord Varias, the dragon collapses after taking the full force of the attack, planting his sword in the ground. Varias, with a cross-shaped scar on his face, starts cursing. Are you trying to die? You would have been toast if you hadn't dodged that. You idiot. A complete 180 from his earlier cruelty. The commander now turns into a total sycophant. Ah, Lord Varias, we could have handled it, no problem. But to slice that dragon in half, even if it was just a juvenile, you are truly magnificent. Annoyed, Varias tosses his sword to the commander. A dragon is a dragon, so why add the juvenile part? Forget it, just clean my sword already. The man immediately obeys. Yes, sir, Varias points, giving more orders. Clean up this mess, and call for reinforcements. Though confused, the commander still agrees. Yes, sir. Varias's eyes turn deadly serious, his voice a low threat. If that thing gets out, for any reason at all, your head will no longer be on your shoulders. The commander trembles. Yes, sir. He's sweating bullets but still manages a nervous laugh. You can rest 100% assured. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Varias hears a voice from behind. Is this the thing you were talking about? The question makes him freeze on the spot. Out of nowhere, Dio and Alex are standing right on top of it, to the absolute shock of the soldiers. The commander, still holding the sword, yells out, "Who are you?" Without a second thought, Dio kicks the ropes securing the white cloth. And yep, I know what you're thinking. That is definitely not an item. A small red dragon with golden eyes cries out. Dio looks a bit confused himself. What is this? You said it was an item, but it turns out to be another dragon? Then he notices something. Looking into the dragonling's clear golden eyes, Dio makes an assessment. The eyes look perfectly normal. So, There are normal dragons that aren't infected by the parasite? He puts the pieces together. Aha! So that's why that dragon was chasing its mother to save her. Alex shares the same thought. I believe that is the case. Smelling something fishy, Deo confronts the nobles. Aren't you guys supposed to be in a truce with the dragons? You're from a hero family, so why do I smell a conspiracy brewing here? Realizing they've been exposed, Various makes a decision. Looks like we have a few more bodies to clean up. Alex whispers into Deo's ear, a little concerned. My lord, why did you have to provoke him? But Deo looks like he just found a fun new toy. Aren't you curious about the skills of a direct descendant? Various couldn't care less. He gives the order. Take care of them. The commander confidently replies. Yes, sir. He turns to face Deo, his bootlicking persona completely gone. I don't know who you are, but you've seen something you were never meant to see. Men, take them down. The commander's subordinates raise their swords and shields, ready for battle. Yes, sir. Watching Various just brush himself off and walk away, Deo is visibly annoyed. He's just leaving like that? You can almost see the steam coming from his ears. I had such high hopes for a direct line hero. This is so boring. Alex, kill them all. But Alex doesn't immediately jump into action. But, Sir Deo, Alex looks puzzled. Aren't we supposed to be acting as allies of the hero? Deo doesn't understand what that has to do with anything. Alex explains. Wouldn't it be bad for our cover if we fight a direct descendant? And now, get this. They're surrounded by enemies, but Deo finally understands. Now that you mention it, I see your point. He thinks for a second. His family name is Helly something, just like her, right? Alex nods. Yes, the hero families use High, plus the name of a plant. It shows that they've been blessed. But to Deo, it just sounds bizarre. Was the first hero a tree or something? Why the obsession with plant names? Alex provides some more information. They use the name of the most common tree found in their territory. Deo bursts out laughing. What kind of system is that? It's not like it's Arbor Day. Seeing the two of them completely ignoring him, the commander roars in frustration. Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you all doing? Kill them now. At his command, the mages and soldiers unleash their attacks, aiming directly where they stand. But to their shock, Deo and Alex are suddenly standing right behind them. Deo casually nudges Alex. They are attacking us, aren't they? Let's end this quickly. They might wake up RCH. The commander is absolutely stunned. When did they get back there? Alex turns to Deo. Killing them isn't hard, but is this really all right? Deo is getting annoyed. Why do you keep asking me that? Alex reminds him again. Didn't I already say it? Aren't you supposed to be an ally of the hero? Deo's irritation is showing on his face now. So what? You want to beg for their forgiveness and ask them to let us go? Alex just points to the little dragon they uncovered. It's probably a little too late to be asking for forgiveness. We've already seen a secret this massive. Deo claps his hands together, completely fed up. Then what do you want me to do? You're being a pain, Alex asks. Can't we just run away? Deo yells back. Are you scared of them? Alex tries to prove he's not. I am Alex. Deo just scoffs. Yeah, right. Alex the coward. By now, the commander is practically fuming. You bastards. How long are you going to fool around? He throws his arm forward. Kill them, now. His men charge. Yes, sir. Alex watches them approach. I really didn't want to get involved with a hero family, but I guess it can't be helped. Alex's mouth tightens into a cute little pout, then opens wide to unleash a devastating blast of power, right at the soldiers. And trust me, what happens next is the real start of the show. Meanwhile, somewhere else, inside a moving carriage, someone is fast asleep with their mouth wide open, completely oblivious to everything. All right, stick with me as we jump right into the action. Deo and Alex are facing down a whole platoon of charging soldiers. A mage leaps into the air right beside them, hand raised, screaming fire fist. Alex just gives him a cold, bored look. Alex opens his mouth, and a blast of pure power shoots out, looking just like a dragon breathing fire. And as for the mage, who took that direct hit, yeah, no surprise what happens next. He meets that overwhelming power head-on and turns to dust. From the other side, a soldier with an axe charges straight for Deo. Alex just turns his crimson eyes towards him. Not a single word. In a flash, he moves right through the guy, shattering the iron axe into a dozen pieces. The soldiers behind them freeze up. They didn't expect Alex to be this fast, this absolutely ruthless. Not giving them a second to think, Alex tears through the crowd, his demonic claws swinging without a hint of mercy or hesitation. Before they can even react, they're meeting their maker. Limbs fly, Blood rains down, their weapons still unused. From a distance, one guy sees an opening while Alex is busy and quietly draws his bow, taking aim. The soldier leaps into the air shouting fierce tiger strike. As a fire arrow rips through the air toward them, Alex isn't even fazed. He coolly watches him, raises one hand preparing to snap his fingers, and takes aim. A split second later, the soldier is hit and taken down midair. He screams and falls, blood splattering against the sky. Another mage near Alex summons a lightning strike, aiming right at him. Alex calmly puts his hands up, framing a shot, and commands, "Open." A purple circle begins to materialize, rapidly expanding into a full-on portal. He uses it to absorb the incoming lightning bolt, then opens a second portal which spits the attack right back, electrocuting the mage who screams in agony. And this low-angle shot of Alex? Tell me this doesn't look like something straight out of a blockbuster movie. Except this is very real, and all those soldiers have been blown to bits. Alex raises a blood-soaked hand to his mouth and licks it clean. Bodies are scattered everywhere. Behind him, Deo lets out a yawn while Alex licks his fingers with a delighted smile. His eyes are pure killer instinct, the red gaze of a predator. Alex muses to himself that killing really is the most fun you can have. One chubby guy in noble's clothes is left. He's sweating, clutching his sword, and stammers. Who are they? Behind him, a shadowy figure coils, preparing to launch into the air. With zero hesitation, the figure uses the nobleman's head as a springboard. The clueless noble yelps as the attacker leaps high, aiming for Alex. He roars his technique, ninja art, shadowless slash, and the downward strike sends debris flying everywhere. That single slash splits a massive boulder clean in half. After his grand entrance, he lands gracefully, admiring his own handiwork with a proud stance. Deo's voice cuts through the dust cloud. A little dramatic, don't you think? Various whips around, his glowing blue eyes locking onto the sound. And there they are, Deo and Alex, looking down from a cliff. Okay, let's be real. You and I knew that wouldn't even scratch them. Various glares up at them. Who are you? To so easily kill my clan's soldiers and even dodge my blade? Are you blood soldiers from the Black Kill clan? Deo immediately shoots down his theory. Key wrong. You think anyone strong is a blood soldier? Try using your brain for once. His blue pupils narrow with suspicion. Dragons then? Whatever. I just need to eliminate the witnesses. Without waiting for a reply, Various pivots, raising his sword into a battle stance. Deo just smirks quietly. You? Kill me? The question is pure mockery. Deo's eyes radiate pure killing intent. That's not happening, you fool, he sneers. The second he sees the smile on Deo's face, Various's eyes widen in shock. Something deep inside him stirs. A blinding light erupts as a hidden power awakens within Various's body, and he cries out in agony. The blood flowing through his veins begins to boil with immense power. His eyes glow with pure light, pupils vanishing as he strains and screams. Alex raises an eyebrow, thinking, so, he's awakened. His aura kicks up a storm of dust and rocks. The fat noble shields his face in terror. He tries calling for Lord Various, but he's lost. Completely consumed by his newfound power, Various stops screaming, gritting his teeth to stabilize himself. He stares straight ahead as the ground continues to churn. Deo's interest is piqued, his red eyes glowing. So, what can you do now? Various launches himself forward, landing inches from Deo's face, looking more evil than the Demon King himself. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. Alright, watch this. Alex freezes, staring him down as Various lets out a beast-like growl. Dude just watches, thinking to himself. He's changed a little, hasn't he? Like a rabid dog, Various charges, his sword flashing like starlight with every swing, tearing up the ground and sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Du is nowhere in sight. Alex is backing away, dodging. Du lands lightly on a nearby ledge, watching the fight with a smirk. Hey, you idiot, you're still too slow. Get a move on. Your witness is about to fall asleep. Suddenly, Alex's voice sounds beside him. Du turns, curious. Alex narrows his eyes, smiling. We should probably get going. That look on his face? He's clearly holding back. Du whines. But I was just having a little fun. Why won't you let me play? Are you scared of the heroes? Alex answers without missing a beat. Yes. He keeps that smile on his face. Yes. I am a little scared of him. Now get this. Alex's right arm is sliced clean off, but it's bleeding pure, blinding light. Even Du is startled by what he's seeing. What is this? Disgusting. Just then, Various lunges forward again with his sword. He gets right in Du's face and screams. Ah! But Du doesn't even flinch. Du says calmly, "You can't fool my eyes, Alex. You could kill this piece of trash easily, so why are you hesitating?" Another one of Varius's shadow splitter attacks strikes out, sending a spray of shattered rock into the air. Du's crimson eyes widen as he stares ahead, genuinely surprised. So surprised, he has to ask out loud, "What is that disgusting thing?" Where Alex's arm was severed, blinding streams of light are pouring out. Varius leaps, swinging his sword towards them, his eyes glowing a sign of his newly awakened bloodline. He lands face to face with Du, their faces nearly touching, one gold, one red. Varius grips his sword and swings it high. "Break," he yells, unleashing his shadow splitter attack, instantly smashing the ground around them into a cloud of dust. Du speaks, completely unbothered. "I already told you." Varius is in total shock, staring at his sword. It stopped right at Du's head, unable to complete its swing. Du's eyes widen with excitement as he looks at his opponent. He says, "That's completely impossible." His blood-red eyes narrow menacingly. "You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Du casually keeps his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to block. Varius can't believe it. He channels a burst of golden energy into his free left hand. He keeps slashing relentlessly at Du. Are you a blood soldier?" he gasps. Du practically floats across the ground, effortlessly dodging the attacks as debris rains down. Varius presses his assault, closing the distance, but Du's posture never changes. He just keeps backing away from the strikes. "Do I look like a blood soldier?" It's like he's just out for a stroll. Varius's constant attacks shake the entire mountain, which suddenly glows brightly as rocks fly through the air. Du leans away from a slash that just misses his face and lets out a bored sigh. The scene right now is honestly ridiculous. You gotta love this. On one side, Varius is desperately slashing, hitting nothing but air. On the other, Du is dodging so smoothly he actually calls it boring. "I had high hopes since you have the blood of the former hero. But you're nothing more than a slightly faster fly." Du looks down at the flailing fool in front of him. "I'm honestly too lazy to even kill you. The guys who die by your hand must be completely useless." He stops talking. Du plants his feet firmly on the ground, displacing a huge chunk of earth. He's bored. It's time to end this. His eyes flare up with a deadly red glow. It's the sign of the Demon King's wrath. Du slowly utters a single name: Annihilation. As he finishes, his red eyes snap open, ready to unleash a killing blow on the maggot before him. At the same time, a red light flashes in Alex's eyes. He's about to make his move too, and just as Du is about to attack, Alex throws his arm out to block Varius, losing his other arm in the process. Du is completely stunned. Blood sprays everywhere. A beam of light from behind flashes through. Varius sees the opportunity to unleash his shadow splitter, and it pierces straight through Alex's stomach. The impact makes Alex spit out a mouthful of blood. Du calls out his name, confused. "Alex? What are you doing?" But Alex's eyes remain empty, devoid of any emotion. But he's not down yet. Alex spits a stream of black liquid right at Varius's head, knocking the shocked hero to the ground. The substance Alex spat onto his face takes effect almost immediately. Varius's glowing white eyes revert to their original blue color. And just like that, he faceplants into the dirt, unconscious. As Alex and Du watch in silence, the sword of pure energy in his hand dissolves into nothing. Du stares at the unconscious body on the ground. "You knocked him out, instead of killing him?" he asks, confused. "Why?" Alex glances back, his expression as dark as ever. Du presses him. "You kept avoiding him, whining about how you were scared of him, and now you stand in my way to save him?" Alex stays silent. Du's patience is gone. "Explain yourself, and you and I are going to need that explanation right now." Alex turned back and replied, "My apologies, my lord. My concern isn't with this young hero, but with the will of the people of this world." Alex's expression was dead serious. Dare still didn't quite get it. The will of the world? Isn't causing chaos, destruction, and slaughter your entire specialty? That only works on a small scale, Alex explained. They both looked down at the scene below. Dead soldiers were piled up everywhere. A rumor was spreading. "Just by the Lord standing on this ground, the whole world will tremble. They'll swarm like an endless plague of roaches. Even a baby in a cradle will crawl at you with a knife. That's just how humans are." Now, Dare had considered this before. "Let those roaches come. I'll just burn them all down in one go. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I still can't figure it out," he pouted, looking at the unconscious body on the ground. "How could these weaklings possibly defeat me? It's just illogical." As he finished, Dare glanced curiously at Alex, who was squinting with a smile, black blood still staining the corner of his mouth. "Okay, you and I need to watch this part closely. Seeing Alex's silent smile, an idea sparked in Dare's mind. Dare's face grew serious. So, there's something else. Something I don't know about. Alex kept his eyes shut, still smiling, saying nothing, which basically confirmed it. Dare stood there, the wind blowing through his hair. He asked, "And I'll only find that out in 20 years?" The answer fit perfectly. Now Alex finally spoke with a grin. "Yes." Dare narrowed his eyes, coldly voicing his suspicion. "You won't tell me even if I ask, will you? At best, you'll just feed me some nonsense about the will of the world, right?" Alex's smile widened. He didn't deny it. "You guessed correctly, my lord. So, we should be heading back." Dare's hand turned a dark purple, sharp claws sprouting as the demon inside began to surface, a screeching sound rising from his throat. "So, what if I?" Alex stood beside him, having no idea what Dare planned to do. Dare's face slowly turned black, his red eyes glowing intensely. In his hand, a spark of hellfire ignited. Still using that screeching voice, Dare asked, "If I kill this bastard right here, what happens then?" His red eyes burned with a bloodthirsty madness. "This will you're so afraid of. You've actually made me interested in crushing it. Is there a god descending to Earth, or something?" And here it comes, Alex's checkmate. He let out a breath and said, "I don't know for sure, but I do know one thing." His words instantly extinguished the demonic fire in Dare's hand. He looked at Dare with a wicked glint in his eye. "That dream of yours, of becoming a member of the hero's party, living the life of the world's top 2%, will become meaningless. Because you'll have to destroy every single hero and this entire world to end it all. Forget being just a demon king. You'll go down in history as the model demon king." Dare's mind screamed with warning bells. Alex continued to pour salt on the wound, attacking humanity before the next hero rises. "Yeah, that might actually be a good idea, don't you think?" Dare froze solid. The whole Demon King thing was just a title to him now. "That's right. I'll handle him myself. The Lord can go and rest." With that, Alex actually looked like he was about to kick the unconscious Various. Dare frantically stopped him. "No." He grabbed Alex's shoulder with a ridiculously cheerful and flattering expression. "Alex, my man, can't you take a joke? I was just kidding around. Demon Kings, wars. That has nothing to do with me anymore, so there's no need to get my hands dirty." But Alex wanted to tease him a little more. So we're just going to leave him like this? If I just take care of him, all our problems will be over." At this point, Dare had no choice but to play along. "Oh, right. Hurry up and open the gate." A purple magic portal appeared. Dare put one foot on the edge, not stepping in just yet. He turned back to Alex. "You're not coming? I'll follow right after I clean up all our traces here. Please go ahead and get some rest, my lord." Alex used his 2 severed arm stumps to push Dare through the portal. Dare looked back and asked, "Are your arms okay?" Alex chuckled. "Wounds like these will heal instantly once I'm back in the underworld. Please don't worry, and just go on ahead." Dare's whole body slipped through the portal, with just one leg left behind. He called out again. "Really? Then hurry it up, okay?" Alex stood behind him, bowing. "Have a safe trip." Then the portal closed. The mountain became silent, leaving only Alex and the unconscious Various. And as soon as he was gone, "You and I get to see the real monster come out." He leaped next to Various, leaning in close, his red eyes showing pure, unconcealed hatred and murderous intent. Like a panther staring at its prey, Alex licked his lips, his voice a dark, screeching whisper. "You dare strike me, you little brat? Me, one of the 7 counts of the demon world, with that filthy light of yours?" Something was about to crawl out from his crimson pupils. "Ah, but with my own hands. 20 years from now, I will take the lives of your descendants, ending the bloodline of your holy Stiatia family for good." At the same time, in another dimension, Zik was hugging his shield, sleeping like the dead. Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth as a flash of purple light illuminated his face. Immediately after, a shadow silently materializes in front of Jack, but the kid is still fast asleep, completely oblivious. Dare stands there, watching him sleep so peacefully. He must have been exhausted to pass out in this cold. They're on a lush green hill, with the boy sleeping soundly on a carriage, a perfectly calm scene. Dare squints, wondering, what in the world is supposed to happen in 20 years? These kinds of rules are such a pain, he thinks. Just you wait, that day 20 years from now is never going to come. For now, though, there's something else on Dare's mind. Why are these dragons so incredibly messy? That foolish dragon, he mutters. Does she even know what's happening to her children? A voice retorts. That foolish dragon you mentioned. Surely you don't mean me? The mocking voice of the golden dragon rings out as a pair of feet appears, hovering right over their heads. She makes her usual grand entrance, a long yellow gown flowing in the wind. The golden dragon floats high above, looking down on Der. He glances up, a bit surprised. His big mouth actually worked. Der says, "Yep, that's exactly who I meant." Der looks up at the floating figure, already knowing the answer. "You've been following me, haven't you?" The golden dragon elegantly crosses her legs, smiling behind her veil. "I attached one of my feathers to you," she says. Der gets it. "You mean a scale." Der waves a hand dismissively. "If you want to report them, I can be your witness." "You?" she asks, skeptical. The golden dragon lets out a dry, mocking laugh. "You? Don't make me laugh. A demon king as a witness? Hello, I'm a demon king. I stopped a hero from breaking the peace treaty by attacking dragons." "Yeah, as if any human would ever believe a word of that." Der is genuinely confused by her reaction. Why does everyone always think the worst of demons? The golden dragon challenges him. "If you're not so bad, then why do you try to destroy the world every 100 years? Der plays along, pretending to ponder the question. "You're right. Why do we keep trying to destroy the world? Why can't they just live peacefully in the demon world?" His fake innocence gives her goosebumps. Huh? What kind of moronic question is that? And the one asking is none other than a demon king. Der continues to play dumb, acting completely oblivious. "Now, here's the part you and I need to watch carefully." Der casually picks his nose, then glares at her. "You talk way too much. While you're here wasting time with me, your descendants are being slaughtered, you simpleton." He shoves his hands into his coat pockets, leaning back against the carriage. "They're even calling those kids merchandise. This definitely isn't the first time they've done something like this. Why else do you think they hunt dragons? To forge equipment, of course. Your bodies are incredibly valuable. They'll even massacre innocent dragons for them." Der voices the very question that had been haunting the golden dragon for so long. "Isn't this a blatant violation of the treaty?" The golden dragon proposes. Then, "Will you do something for me?" Der looks up. "What is it?" She replies lightly. "Revenge. Can you help me get revenge on the mortals who are slaughtering my children?" Der stares at her, confused, falling silent for a moment as if weighing her words. Then he fires back. "Why should I do that for you? You can do it yourself." "I can't," the golden dragon states firmly. Der doesn't get it. She explains. "If a dragon leaves its territory and enters the human world, humans have the right to kill it. It's just like your centennial wars. It's a rule of this world." She's powerless. "So no matter how many of my descendants die, as long as humans exist, I can't do a single thing." He spins around, furious. What kind of messed up rule is that? What idiot made that up? And this is where things get absolutely insane. As he finishes speaking, the dragon's eyes flash, and a whisper from nowhere stuns Der into silence. An invisible force crashes down on him. Der can't keep his footing and is slammed to the ground as the earth cracks beneath him. He catches himself with his hands, only to feel something trickle from his nose. He touches it, completely shocked. "I'm bleeding? What is this insane pressure?" His bloodshot eyes snap to the golden dragon as she speaks. "That is a rule of the world. Floating above," she continues. "The binding of the dimension where you and I exist." Der struggles against the immense gravity crushing him. "First, you create these ridiculous laws, and then you punish anyone who calls them out?" The golden dragon looks down, amazed. Der forces himself to his feet and roars. "That's enough. You bastard. If you're so righteous and superior, make rules for your own world and stay there. Why force your laws on us and expect us to obey unconditionally?" The golden dragon looks amused. "Ha ha ha ha. Incredible. Withstanding the world's judgment in a mortal body? You may look dumb, but you are a demon king, after all." Der gives a humorless, threatening smile. "Watch your mouth, simpleton." And as the golden dragon seems to remember something, "You and I both know this is where the real fight begins." "Wait, what? Why wouldn't you want to be the demon king?" Dus is confused, but the golden dragon is absolutely thrilled. "You know something? I'm so excited. You're the first person to turn down the job in 666 years. She laughs like it's the funniest thing she's ever heard. "I bet the heavens are getting a headache from you defying their laws." Du just gives her a confused look. "So why do you look so happy about it?" She stops laughing. "Huh?" He stares right through her, knowing, deep down, you've wanted these laws gone for a long time too, haven't you? And you can just feel it right here. She's been totally cornered. "What are you talking about, you idiot? I'm just curious because you're the first one who's ever dared to do this. Right. Be wary of the heavens. You might be safe for now, but in 20 years, they will come to eliminate you. Du just scoffs? Eliminate me? You think I'm scared of their pathetic little tricks? If they come, I'll be waiting. The golden dragon changes the subject. So, where's my answer? Why don't you want to become the Demon King? This whole conversation's happening while Rich is passed out on the cart. She's suddenly fired up, asking with pure excitement, why would you break a 665-century cycle by giving up the throne? I'm dying to know your motive. Do things for a second. My reason? It's nothing that dramatic. He slowly starts his answer, almost like he's stalling to make up a good excuse. I don't want to be the Demon King because, trust me, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. But right then, Alex steps out of a portal. They both freeze, staring at him. Talk about a perfectly timed interruption. Let's go, Master. I finished cleaning up that mess. And only then does Alex notice the golden dragon there. You've been with the divine golden dragon this whole time? She immediately snaps at him. Why didn't you show up sooner? Of all times, you show up at the most crucial moment? Alex just bows politely. Are you well, my noble dragon? She cuts him right off. Enough. Open a portal home for me. Now, Alex obeys. Yes, I understand. The golden dragon quickly calls out to Du. Hey, don't go before you tell me. What's the reason? Du just smirks back. People will riot if I keep this conversation going. We'll save it for another time. Yeah, the golden dragon is lost. What the hell are you even talking about? He just plops down on the straw cart, next to a sleeping Rich. Just go home, hurry up. But she calls out again. Hey, Demon King. She still has one last request. If you can't get revenge for me, at least expose them. Let everyone know how many heroes were involved in this. Her eyes turned to ice. So many innocent children were brutally murdered. And this was in the human world. If they keep this up, they're breaking the treaty, and other races that hate humans will have every reason to step in. Du holds up 3 fingers. Triple the price. She has no idea what he means. He's just stating his fee. This case is tricky, so my fee is 3 times the usual rate. Her voice cracks. What? Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, he's just that bold. She explodes. You're a cunning bastard. Du doesn't even bother looking at her. Yep, I'm a demon. Remember? Or you could not hire me, and just let those kids live in constant fear. She reluctantly agrees to his terms. Fine, I'll pay triple, she says. Du's voice gets all cheerful. Why, thank you, my dearest client. The golden dragon points her index finger right at him. Take this. Her fingertip glows. A shimmering light suddenly envelops him as he stares down at his hands. Curious. What is this aura? The golden dragon explains. It's a spell that hides your demonic energy. Heroes and their blood soldiers all react to it. Now, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Oh ho. Du exclaims, clearly happy with his advanced payment. He ignores her completely, picks up the still unconscious Rich, and barks an order. Got it. You can leave now. Alex, let's go. Yes, sir, Alex replies. The golden dragon is speechless, gritting her teeth as they walk away. That absolute bastard. She stands alone in a vast green field, watching the portal close into a tiny star under the full moon. She wonders to herself, am I doing the right thing? Only time will tell. The 3 of them arrive and stare, as Rich gasps. Whoa. A magnificent castle appears out of nowhere, with a massive airship docked on the roof. You're going to want to see what happens here. Rich is just stunned, asking, how in the world did they get the money to build all this? Alex explains, they're a hero family with a 60,000-year history. This is the domain of the Holy Stuardia family. Du turns to Alex, skeptical. He's a hero, and he looks like that. Hearing that, Rich looks totally crushed. He closes his eyes and forces a pained smile. I'm sorry for looking this way, sir. Alex tries to intervene. You shouldn't say things like that in front of him. Du just asks why. He could snap out of anger, Alex says. Du still doesn't get it. Alex just gives up. Never mind. I already explained this to you before. Once a hero family gets famous, tons of nobles and entire cities want to become their sponsors. Because sponsoring heroes is basically the same as indirectly fighting for world peace. On top of that, Alex adds that dragon hunting like what they saw last night is actually a huge part of the economy. It's an open secret that no one dares to talk about. It's a twisted business, but everyone just accepts it as necessary. Dus, totally lost, asks, but why? Rick watches the 2 of them talk, feeling completely invisible in the conversation. Alex explains, Because humans are at war with the nobles, the Dragon Clan has no choice but to help them. If humanity falls, the dragons are next on the chopping block. Dus rests his chin on his hand, nodding along. Makes sense. Dragon parts are pretty popular over in the demon world. Extremely popular, Alex continues. The grand castle of the Holy Sticha family looms before them, and it all starts to click for Dus. So the Dragon Clan is basically forced to support the humans? Alex nods. Exactly. So their mission here is to find out if the Holy Sticha family and others are secretly involved in illegal dragon poaching, even if it risks the treaty between humans and dragons. Dus suddenly turns to Rick. Your family doesn't poach dragons, do they? Rick just scratches his head with a nervous laugh. Huh? Ha ha. You need to be at least G rank to even get near a dragon's nest. Dus can't resist a little jab. Right. If someone like you could hunt dragons, then any stray cat on the street could probably do it too. The verbal blow is so devastating, Jack just faints on the spot. Jack? Jack? Alex rushes over to catch his emotionally broken friend. Jack, get a grip, he thinks, before helplessly asking Dus. So, what's the plan now, Master? Dus crosses his arms, full of confidence. I have something I need to do here, he explains, practically buzzing with energy. And here's where it gets good. Our hero decides to play detective, even giving his mission a name. Operation, the covert investigation into illegal dragon poaching. He's all fired up and ready to go. Let's move. But Alex, still holding Jack, quickly stops him. Wait, Master, Rick might be okay, but didn't we completely blow our cover yesterday when we fought those nobles? Shouldn't we disguise ourselves a little? Dus freezes. He clearly didn't think of that. He just looks at Alex, waiting for a solution. Their brilliant disguise? A simple change of clothes. And by that, I mean Dus just straight up stole Alex's hat and cloak. The other two can only watch, stunned, as a very cool-looking Dus declares. All right, now we can go. Poor Alex, with his hair now tied in pigtails, just stands there speechless, wondering if he should just go home. Dus leads the way. Okay, let's move. Rick hesitantly calls out to him, trying to give him a little advice. Sir Dus. He scratches his head, sweating, trying to find the right words. Just a suggestion. But maybe we should try to act a little more normal and proper. Not that you aren't a hero or anything. Haha. Dus stops in his tracks and listens intently. Then, he immediately agrees. Okay. That's not too hard. Rick is so relieved. Really? Dus stands before the massive front gate, and then he bellows at the top of his lungs. Hero of heroes. The final hero candidate who will become #1, Rick Van Holybick is here. Open up, you scoundrels. I know what you're thinking. And yes, that's really his version of acting normal. Rick looks like he wants to just disappear. Dus turns to his team with a friendly smile. I was going to open it with force, but I solved it with words instead. Pretty good, right? Stepping inside, Rick just stares, completely awestruck. Whoa. The hall is breathtaking, filled with countless priceless decorations glittering and sparkling under the light. He sits next to Dus, looking around like a country kid in the big city, just blown away by the sheer luxury. Only Dus and Alex remain perfectly calm. But then, Rick spots something that completely captures his attention. His eyes are fixed on a magnificent painting on the wall. He thinks to himself, is that the guy from the history books? The final hero of the 52nd generation, who fought the Demon King for 13 days and won. Hassan Pan Holy Statia, the 7th. The painting shows a blonde man in profile, with a family crest tattooed on his face almost identical to the one Varius has. Recognizing the legendary figure, Rick can only laugh at himself. He's on a completely different level than me. It's embarrassing to even call myself a hero. But Dus just tells him, don't worry about it. The unexpected kindness makes Rick blush. Dus, casual as ever with his hands behind his head, turns to him and says, aren't all heroes equal? Don't be scared. Rick forces a smile. Well, in theory, yeah. But a deep, commanding voice cuts their conversation short. Alex and the others whirl around. The voice continues, you are correct. All heroes are equal. However, not all of them possess the same level of skill. God only bestows the holiest bloodline upon those who can bear its weight. He knows who is truly fit to be a hero. This man also has blonde hair, with an arrow symbol on his forehead. And trust me, he looks almost identical to the legendary hero in that painting. He introduces himself. Welcome, hero of the Holy Big Clan, and your companion, Salupan Holy Stisha. I am the third-generation hero of this century. I'm retired now, and I manage this estate. Du glanced at the man. As Z wondered, I thought he would have stepped forward. He must be the father. Let's get one thing straight. In this world, heroes born in the 5th century represent the law itself. The title is a massive honor for their entire bloodline, and the next hero is always chosen from the children of the 4th generation. Z gives a perfect 90-degree bow to Solus, like a model citizen. Oh, hello, sir. It is a great honor to finally meet you. Gesturing to his side, he introduces them. These are my two friends, Mr. Du and Mr. Alex. Solus replies dryly, I know. Zed is stunned. Huh? I know you and your party. Z is completely taken aback by this. Solus says it calmly, his face a total mask except for a tiny smirk. I'm a little late because I had to confirm some things with the hero management department. It seems you've somehow gathered your companions already? I heard you gave up the race to become a true hero. Z just scratches his head, embarrassed. Ah, I can see why you'd think that, but I haven't given up just yet. Haha. Solus sizes up the group. He looks at Du, a rich merchant who paid his way into a hero's party from a failing family, a fallen hero's lineage. It's a shallow, common story for fame chasers in this day and age. Solus asks politely, so, what brings you to the Holy Stisha family? Du doesn't hesitate for a second. It's nothing, really. Just a strange rumor going around that we wanted to confirm. Z's voice trembles as he warns him, Mr. Du, your manners. But Solus just calmly pushes back with his oppressive aura. Your tone doesn't quite match your station. And trust me, this is where things get interesting. A dangerous light begins to stir in his green eyes. Du, completely unfazed, keeps going. I thought we were speaking as heroes. No, or do you want to be treated like high nobility, even though you don't hold that rank anymore? Z looks pale as a ghost, like he's about to cry, only managing to whisper, Mr. Du, please stop. But to everyone's shock, Solus suddenly bursts out laughing. Haha. He finally relaxes his face. You're blunt. I was once like you know, unaware of my own place, acting however I wanted, respecting no one, as if I could take down the Demon King all by myself. But you should be careful. In every era, there's always a higher mountain. Z, still shaking, tries to de-escalate. Ha ha, of course, sir. Everyone knows the reputation of Sir Solus, a D-rank hero. Solus sits down in the chair opposite them. So, about that rumor you mentioned? Du casually props his feet up on the table, hands behind his head. The rumor I heard is that you people have some high-quality materials here, and a few of them are exactly what we're looking for. Hearing this, Solus is secretly shocked, but he just laughs it off. Haha, you might have money, but I doubt you have enough for what you're after. We of the Holy Stisha family only deal in top-tier goods. His eyes flash with a cold green light. He starts listing off legendary items with an intimidating tone, like Blackstone, the hide of a red salamander, the mana core of a Lich King from the Han War, or even the heart of a white-headed giant from the He's thinking, how about that? Scared yet, little friend? But Du just waves it off. I don't need any of that petty stuff. Huh? Solus thinks, completely thrown. Du continues, spelling it out for him. I heard you have something even higher grade than a giant's heart. And yeah, you and I both know this is where the power dynamic flips. Solus is practically sweating as he answers, there's only one thing higher grade than a giant's heart, and that would be a dragon. Du drops a heavy pouch right on the table. Exactly. Our hero here is still a rookie, so he needs an item to boost his power. He opens the bag with a flourish, revealing mysterious stones glowing with a deep red light. We're looking to create a set of armor made from dragon parts. Solus is stunned. These are crimson lava stones from the demon realm. How on earth did he get something so rare? Crimson lava stones are actually a common find in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. Solus's voice trembles. Don't you know? This is way too suspicious. So Solus doesn't dare make a rash decision. The dragons and humans currently have a peace treaty. Hunting for dragon parts is illegal and violates that treaty. We of the Holy Stisha family do not engage in such illegal activities. Instead, I have other things that are just as rare. How about it? Why not make a set of armor from those items instead? Du decisively turns to his companion. Let's go, Alex. It seems this place doesn't have what we need. The sudden move catches Solus completely off guard. Du glances over his shoulder, asking casually, but I saw some soldiers transporting a dragon by airship. I wonder whose men they were. I'm positive I saw the Holy Stisha family crest on it. And that, right there, is checkmate. The news hits Solus like a lightning bolt, his mind racing. His voice drops, low and dangerous. What did you see? He warns, his blue eyes locking on, suddenly serious and dangerous. Du plays it cool. We're just rookies rushing to join the hero race. A bit of a late start, you know. They were just scrambling to find items, trying to catch up with everyone else, and ended up seeing things they were never, ever supposed to see. Solus narrows his eyes, staring him down. Is that so? Too bad. You really should have been more careful. But Du doesn't back down. Building a tower takes time, but one wrong move sends it all crashing down. We're new here, so we don't know how everything in this kingdom works yet. Isn't it understandable that we might make a few mistakes? Who knows? If I'm in a bad mood, I might just spread the word that the old hero families are hoarding all the good stuff. Rules be damned. At the very least, you'd need something to keep this mouth shut, right? The two of them stare each other down, sparks flying. Neither one is giving an inch. Rick's face is sheet white, stuck in the middle trying to defuse the situation. Sorry, he stammers. Solus just grins, a predator's smile. And here's where the interrogation really begins. Pay attention. Haha, all right then. My turn to ask a question. His gaze turns icy. Ever hear of a masked hero who appeared out of nowhere and started wiping out? That question sends a certain hero in the room into a full-blown panic. Du just looks at the man calmly, as if he has nothing to do with it. What about him? Rick, on the other hand, is the complete opposite, pale as a ghost, chugging back his drink and forcing the most awkward smile you've ever seen. Solus smirks, his eyes flicking over to the shield Rick always carries. I'm not sure if it's just a coincidence, but that Doomslagen shield you're carrying is made from the blue and black dragons, the very ones that masked hero defeated. A jolt runs through our secret hero. His eyes become daggers. How did you recognize the Doomslagen shield? Solus explains. I know every item of rare grade or higher, just from its color and shape. And that is definitely a special S-grade Doomslagen, made with scales from both a blue and a black dragon. I've never seen a Doomslagen like that on the continent's official treasure registry, which means it was crafted recently, in secret. Behind them, Alex is silently impressed. Heh, not a bad eye. Du thinks, but his face gives nothing away. Solus asks slowly, your name is Du, correct? It seems you're the one in charge of this group, not the young hero. So, I'll address you. I don't know what your relationship is with this masked hero, but if you happen to meet him, please deliver a message for me. Because he's killed so many dragons, he's cutting into the primary source of materials and income for some very powerful people. Solus's face is now pure killing intent. No merchant is happy when someone steals their business. Du continues to hold his silence. Solus presses on. Okay, let this sink in for a second. That's not a warning, that's a death threat. Certain high-ranking members of the major guilds who are deep in this business will soon make their move against the masked hero, and everyone is sitting next to them. Rick is completely frozen. Terrifying, he thinks. He's finally revealing his true purpose. A treasure like the Doomslagen shouldn't fall into the hands of a declining, F-rank family. Solus adds, the supply of legendary items must be tightly managed. It's the same for equipment as it is for people. Rarity is what creates value and makes a name for itself. He pauses for a moment, and you just know whatever comes next is not going to be good. Solus stands up, a contemptuous smile on his face. I don't know where you heard such ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious family like ours would never engage in illegal dealings like dragon parts. He even has the nerve to promote his family's shop. If you need low-grade materials for some small items suited for your little hero, feel free to come back anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, rookies, I have work to do. Goodbye. And with that, Solus turns and walks away, leaving the three of them to watch him go. Du's eyes follow his retreating back, saying nothing. You can see the gears turning in his mind. Rick, beside him, is just stunned. He asks in disbelief, are all heroes like that? I know it's weird coming from me, but is that guy an idiot? Du can only manage a non-committal. Looking away as he offers his take. So, to sum it up, the noble families have a pact to hunt dragons and monopolize all the materials from them. They crush any rival merchants who aren't in their alliance to completely control the trade. Alex confirms his theory. That's exactly right. The most important thing for any hero is their equipment, Alex adds. It looks like they've seized control of the supply for crafting materials, which means they can control all the other heroes, too. And just like that, you and I are starting to see the ugly truth. That must be why most families rise and fall. while the few with wealthy merchants have managed to stay on top through every era. Do speculates. It's possible all the famous families are part of this organization. Alex agrees. That's a reasonable assumption. Rick lowers his gaze, his voice a mix of sadness and regret. Master Solus, I truly thought he was an honorable and fair man. Let's be real. You and I both know that not all heroes are what they seem, right? Do hears this and just smirks. Ha, humanity is rotten to the core. Looking back, we're probably the decent ones compared to them, aren't we? The twin-tailed Alex can only force a smile, completely speechless at the future Demon King's logic. Seeing this reaction, Do's voice turns cold, pressing Alex. It's no surprise they've won 665 times against us. Is it? Alex's smile vanishes, breaking into a cold sweat. Do drops the teasing and throws an arm around Z. Anyway, congratulations. You've reached your goal. Z looks totally lost. Do winks and points at Jack. Didn't you hear? The higher-ups in that organization are actively hunting for the masked hero. The realization hits Jack like a truck. Jack clutches his face, which is turning purple from panic, wailing, "That's right. They're probably all from that D-rank family. What do I do now? Sir Do, if I get caught, it's all over." Do just strokes his chin, thinking out loud. Well, it wouldn't be a big deal for me if they brought a whole army, but it's still a pain. Just focus on the business. Our shop is about to be overflowing with weapons. Do looks at him and makes a decision. So, we'll let the masked hero lay low for a while so they can't find him. Z is just as shocked by this, blurting out, "What?" Do points to the sky, making a cryptic statement that confuses Alex. Tonight, we finish one last thing. Rich and Trung are just as puzzled. Do's face twists into a dangerous, savage grin. There are a few things we need to end. We're destroying the corrupt, noble family Holy Stoya and their dragon hunting gang. We are going to tear them to shreds. Z wants to object, but doesn't dare open his mouth. The scene shifts tonight. The moon hangs high in the sky. Do sees something, his eyes filled with admiration. Oh, it's Z, already transformed into the masked hero. The Holy Stoya family has a lake inside their own castle. I'm actually jealous. Z shyly raises a hand. Sir Do. He looks up at him with innocent eyes. I have a small question. But Do wants to get straight to it. Z, now looking dead serious, asks Do, so what exactly are we doing here? Are you planning to secretly infiltrate this place and bring out a dragon corpse as proof of their poaching? That's basically stealing. Do snaps his fingers. Exactly. Very smart. Hearing that, Z happily raises his hand for another question, confusing Do. What is it now? Here's where it gets funny. Considering we're supposed to be sneaking in, aren't we just openly walking into the center of the castle, seeing footsteps, and hearing voices? Z starts to panic. Armed soldiers are getting closer, and Rich is freaking out. He whispers frantically, Sir Do, it's the patrol. We have to hide, or we're going to get caught." The two soldiers stop right in front of them. Z's tension hits its absolute peak. What do we do now, Sir Do? And then, the soldiers just walk right through them. Z watches them go, then turns back to Do. So you already used an invisibility spell. Do turns his back, pointing a thumb over his shoulder. Bingo. Rich looks at his back, completely relieved. Do leads the way. Hurry up. Z rushes to follow. Wait for me. After searching the castle high and low, Rich finally catches up to Do. He's panting hard. Sir Do, it seems they really aren't keeping any dragons here. What do we do now? Do just asks back. Really? After a bit more searching, Rich asks, now that I think about it, where did Sir Alex go? I haven't seen him this whole time. Do is as calm as ever. He went ahead to take care of things. Rich quickly replies, oh, I see. Suddenly, Do's voice gets heavy. You worthless thing. Rich is startled to be called out. Do asks him, has your clan ever lived this well? Z scratches his head awkwardly. Haha, that's an ancient story. Almost a legend. I doubt we ever had it this good. As far as my grandfather can remember, we've always been this poor. Hearing this, Do speaks with a hidden meaning. It seems your clan just hasn't worked hard enough. Rich doesn't get the hint, still looking sheepish. I guess so. Both my grandfather and my father were low-rank heroes. Do questions the ranking. You take a test or something? Z happily explains. It is a test, but the first step is graduating from the Hero Academy. Do is surprised. You guys have an academy? For real? Z gives a hesitant smile. Yes, and I'm definitely sending my younger siblings there to study. Do guesses it's probably expensive. Z replies, yes, it is. Do, being his usual blunt self, doesn't hold back his opinion. The people running the hero management are just shrewd businessmen, selling people's futures, and making you completely dependent on them. Rich can only laugh awkwardly. Haha. Suddenly, Do stops walking. Worthless thing. Z stops scratching his head. Yes? Do asks. You realize what we're doing now is far from heroic, don't you? Sneaking into a hero's family estate to steal information and expose them. Under the moonlight, Do asks about his feelings. Are you really okay with this? Even though you're a hero just like them, just a little bit different. The wind whips his red cloak. Without a hint of hesitation, Z replies, I know that it's a crime. Do looks genuinely surprised as Z continues. However, I've realized a few things after meeting you, Sir Solace. And you and I both know this is where everything changes. Z is absolutely ecstatic, convinced that Sir Do is a truly righteous man of the League. Sure, we might be thieves right now, but we're really hunting down criminals trying to monopolize vital hero materials, aren't we? All he can see is Do. And honestly, you and I are starting to get it too. Sir Do, you knew Sir Solace's true nature already, didn't you? That's why you acted that way. To make him show his true colors. Flustered by the praise, Do just scratches his face. Ahem. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, but believe what you want. Hearing Z's words, Do freezes and takes a good look at him. The kid looks completely different. Sir Do, remember what you told me when we first met? This is that opportunity. Wretch holds his palm open. The truth is, even though I couldn't say it, I had pretty much given up on becoming a hero. His blistered, calloused hands were proof of his effort, even when he thought a guy like him could never make it. But he was happy. This isn't the best situation I dreamed of, but I met a top-tier hero and got a great shield, all thanks to you, Sir Do. I know that. I've done nothing to deserve any of this. He repeats the word, stealing. Z's next words reveal everything. I just need my younger siblings to have a good life. I have to make sure those kids are never called failures. The look in his eyes completely changes. And you can feel it too, he means this. I will ensure no one inherits this damn poverty. Do listens in silence. I will definitely raise them to be heroes. They might not fight on the front lines in the 66th war against the Demon King in 20 years, but they can at least join the fight from the rear. Then I can hang up a picture of my siblings fighting bravely, just like the one we saw in Sir Solace's room, and it will be passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. The Holobic family, participants in the 66th war against the Demon King. In a support role, he looks to the distant moon. And so, the Holobic family helped defeat the Demon King for the 666th time, and lived happily ever after. Forever? Do asks. What about you? Wretch just stares, confused by the question. Do asks him straight up. Since you were born, what did you want to do? To become? How did you want to live? Don't you have thoughts like that? If you sacrifice your one and only life for your family, are you really satisfied with just that? Rex's outstretched hands clench into tight fists. He's not the same person he was before. Pure determination is written all over his face. That is all I want. I will end the poverty of the Holibic family with my own two hands. He's so determined, he tells Do. I'd even make a deal with a devil to achieve it. A faint smirk forms on Do's lips. He gives a rare, intrigued smile. Looks like I chose the right person. And let's be real, this is the moment the real story kicks off. Do calls out, Alex. A pair of legs materializes from thin air. Alex appears on a streetlight, replying, yes, master. Do stands coolly by the post. Rex sees him and cheers happily. Ah, Sir Alex. He quickly reports, I've found it. A grin spreads across Alex's face. Let's go. To their little secret room, Alex is perched on the lamppost, while Do stands below, hands casually in his pockets like always. Alex asks, Master, shall we go? A dangerous red glint flashes in Do's eyes, the look of a predator. You found it? Alex replies, yes, and pulls a file of yellowed paper from his coat. He pulls it out. And I got the membership list for their organization. Masked Hero Z, standing below, is completely stunned. Alex begins to read a long list of family names. Holy Coca, Holy Koton, Holy Chestnut, Holy Zenkova, Holy Elder, Holy Silverb, Holy Coke, Holy Willow, and so on. Below, Do listens silently, a smirk slowly spreading across his face. After reading, Alex folds the papers, his eyes filled with interest. These 76 families are no joke. All of them have deep histories and high prestige. Rek is flustered, still unable to believe what is happening. I've seen so many of these family names in hero textbooks. How can this be? Du just smirks and asks, so, where are they hiding the dragons? Before he can finish, Alex confirms his suspicion. You guessed correctly, Master. They're right under the water. Du's gaze turns razor sharp. Wretch can't believe the answer. Underwater? That's right. Beneath the magnificent, shimmering castles of these famous families lies the vast open sea. Du gives the order. Then let's begin. Alex replies, yes. A cluster of bubble-like light appears on his fingertip. Instantly, a bubble envelops the heads of both Du and Rek. Du seems used to this. The clueless Rek, however, is both curious and amazed. Alex lands on the railing. They both have air bubbles. Without a word, they jump straight in. And you know what that means, it's about to go down. Rich, still dazed, panics all over again. He looks down at the water, nervously calling out, Sir Der, but the other two had obviously just dived right in, so no one answered. Rich blushes, then steels himself and leaps in after them, striking a heroic pose. Wait for me, Sir Der. After hitting the water, Rich just keeps sinking deeper into the blackness. He tries to struggle. It looks like he's about to run out of air. Just as his cheeks puff out, and he thinks he's a goner, he realizes he can breathe perfectly fine. Can I breathe because of this air bubble? Overjoyed by this amazing discovery, his eyes suddenly go wide at the sight before him. He's found Alex and Der. But the sight that truly freezes him is something else. Countless dragons, bound tight by chains and magic seals. They were pinned to the seafloor, their eyes blazing with pure rage. A single red eye snaps open, staring right at him, and making him hold his breath in fear. Der and Alex just stare at the imprisoned dragons. Alex pulls out a list, and somehow, the paper is completely dry and undamaged. He begins reading from the report in his hand. According to the report, they've been taking their scales. They get healed, then the scales are taken again. It's a never-ending cycle. He seems to pause, searching for the right name for this place. That's it, a dragon scale factory. Alex glances toward one in particular, slowly saying, the oldest one. It's so covered in thousands of scars, you can barely recognize its original form. And it's been farmed for scales for 230 years. Its glowing golden eyes are the only sign that it's still alive. An ugly, ancient dragon whose scales now grow back much slower. It looks at them and lets out a few weak cries. Hearing Alex, Rich is horrified, unable to believe his ears. How? How could this be? Der asks, do you think the golden dragon god knows about this? Alex replies, probably. But even with things this twisted, the golden dragon god has done absolutely nothing. Der stares forward, his face completely emotionless. That must be why the dragons were controlled by those strange parasites to fight humans. Father, I think I get it now. This damn hero clan, they've really gone too far. Alex doesn't reply, simply looking at Der as if weighing his words. Then, Alex moves toward a dragon. Let's grab a scale and leave. Der answers with a board. All right. Alex raises his claws and digs them into a dragon scale. Instantly, the red scale is ripped from the dragon's body as its blood pours out. Job done. Alex holds the scale and turns to leave with Rich. Let's go. But suddenly Der speaks. Something about this isn't right. Alex stops and looks back at him. Der is still floating in front of the dragon, clearly not planning on leaving. This makes Alex incredibly curious. He asks Der, aren't you leaving? Der stays put, muttering to himself. It's true, this doesn't fit my style at all. And right here, everyone. This is the moment that changes everything. Der's face hardens, and he suddenly unleashes a powerful kick at the dragon. Incredibly, the magic seals and heavy chains on its body shatter and fall away. The move leaves Alex absolutely stunned, his jaw hanging open. Rich can only stare in disbelief. As the chains fall, Der crouches, crossing his arms and gathering power for another attack. What happens next catches everyone completely off guard. He unleashes a beam of pure power from his eyes, sweeping it across the dragon's chains and shattering them instantly. The dragons roar, stretching their bodies, feeling freedom once again. One by one, they spread their wings, ripping apart the last of the restraints that held them. Their eyes are blazing with light. The dream of freedom they held for so long had finally come true. Mighty dragons break free, roaring to let the world know of their return and their burning resentment. Alex watches the overwhelming scene before him, only able to squint his eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Up above, the quiet surface of the water suddenly begins to churn as something rises from below. A majestic dragon, still wrapped in broken chains, bursts from the water and into the air. The soldiers on guard duty descend into absolute panic. Their faces turn pale, mouths agape, as they watch the dragon fly into the sky. Not just one, but 4 of them, hovering right over the castle. Their glowing red eyes, filled with centuries of hatred, stare down at the people who imprisoned them. 2 soldiers, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, scream in terror. And you and I both know what's about to happen next. The dragons have escaped. A ball of fire begins to form in the red dragon's mouth. It glares down, as if deciding where to burn first, then spits the fireball straight down. Fire instantly swallows every part of the area it touches. A black dragon, its mouth covered in scars, unleashes a torrent of purple flames. The blast rips through a corner of the castle, sending stone walls crumbling to the ground. The other dragons dove in, breathing fire, competing to obliterate the massive structures below. The magnificent white castle quickly became a pile of rubble, broken down and scorched piece by piece. All right, let's dive right back into the absolute chaos. A platinum dragon swoops over, spitting ice and freezing everything solid in its path. As Jack finally pulls himself to the surface, soaking wet, he clings to the edge, his Doomslagen shield right beside him. Unlike him, Der and Alex casually leap out of the water and land gracefully. Jack just stares, dumbfounded, as Alex immediately starts ripping into Der. Why in the world did you release those dragons? Der just pouts. Well, I was trying to think of a good reason for you. Alex waits, expecting a real answer. After a moment, Der says, that idiot Solus's stupid face just popped into my head, and it really pissed me off. That carefree, casual attitude just sends Alex spiraling even more. He starts nagging like an overbearing mother. Didn't we say we just grab the dragon scale and leave? Der mumbles back. Whatever. Who cares? I didn't touch any of those blood soldiers, so what's the big deal? Alex screams back. You've caused a total disaster. Take some responsibility. The 2 of them argue back and forth endlessly. But Jack seems to notice something else entirely. He looks behind them. On the opposite shore, the entire mansion is now being swallowed by fire and ice. The dragons are still on a rampage over there. Jack thinks to himself, I'm pretty sure he said we were going to investigate this quietly. The 2 keep fighting. Now, rumors about dragons will spread everywhere. What are you going to do? Der casually replies, let them escape and just blow this whole place up. Little Jack, off to the side, tries his best to interject. He calls out, Mr. Der. But Alex's voice drowns him out again. Then why did we even bother being secretive in the first place? But they're so busy bickering, they don't even notice someone's watching. And you're not going to believe who it is. It's Various, his signature blue eyes glaring down. He grinds his teeth in pure hatred, hissing, you damn bastards. From his high vantage point, Various spots something that shocks him. White hair. That's right. He's found Der. Various clenches his jaw, furious. He's here, too. Not far away. Solus grips his weapon, his face a mask of absolute rage. He roars out, practically spitting, my castle. How dare you do this to the Holy Stoya family? And then, he freezes. Solus is completely stunned, unable to form words. The masked hero. All the while, a clueless Jack is just smiling happily. That smile turns to pure panic when he hears a voice yell, you bastard. Both he and Der look up. But unlike Jack, Der just flashes a wicked grin. He immediately starts taunting Various. Oh, hello there. Don't touch me. This time, I'll actually kill you. Provoked, Various screams back. You son of a bitch. As for Solus, this is the moment he's been waiting for. Masked hero, I've been waiting for you. Jack panics, clutching the pot on his head. Spare me. Various kicks off with his left foot. Solus launches with his right. 2 men, 2 different goals, 1 single charge. Their faces twisted with pure, unadulterated hatred. Out of nowhere, a giant, locked mouth appears. It snaps shut once, and just like that, Various and Solus are gone. I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it was that quick. With its job done, the dragon soars into the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind. Der even waves it goodbye, then turns to Alex, showing off his perfectly clean hands. See? I didn't lay a single finger on them. Alex, completely defeated, just replies, yes. Jack is still trying to process what in the world just happened. He's gone. Alex suddenly has an idea. All right, let's use this chaos to get out of here. Der agrees. Sounds good. Jack has no objections. Okay. The 3 of them scramble away from the scene, shouting things like, run, save me. And with that, the only 2 witnesses who actually saw Der's group are dead. And that's how history gets rewritten. But for Jack, You and I are about to see his real problems are just getting started. It's already morning. He practically bolts out of bed the second he's awake. I said I'd focus on the shop starting today. So, I have to open up before Dare arrives. But as Jack opens the door, he's stunned to find a massive crowd waiting outside. They're all buzzing. Is this the place? The weapon shop with weapons forged by Dragon's Breath? One guy smirks. See? Told you the best places are always out in the countryside. Another one shouts, "Hey, someone wake the owner up." An impatient customer yells, "When are they gonna open?" Another snaps, "Hey, stop pushing." While a scar-faced man growls at a bald guy, "Hey, don't shove." The bald guy fires back, "What? What's your hero rank? Huh?" That's when someone notices the door starting to move. "Oh, it's opening." The whole crowd erupts into cheers. A knight in armor complains, "What took so long?" While a mage girl squeals with excitement, "It's open. Let's go." The bald guy yells from the back, "I've been waiting since dawn." Seeing everyone, Jack happily welcomes his customers. "Ah, hello. Welcome to Devil's Weapon Shop." A man in a full helm holds up a sword. "How much for these 2 blades?" Jack quickly answers, "That'll be 7 gold and 87 silver. Another customer hands him a golden weapon. "I'll take this dagger." Jack rings him up, 2 gold and 13 silver. The entire shop is buzzing with excited shoppers. "Whoa, look at this. The color is something else, right? I've never seen a dagger in this style before." "Where are the shields?" someone asks. Another calls out, "Hey kid, how much for this one?" And Jack gives every single customer his all. "All right, stick with me here." The story kicks off, with Alex working his magic. He tells a girl in a yellow robe, "That wand perfectly matches your cloak." Then he flashes that handsome smile and says, "We're running a buy 2 get 1 free special. Shall I wrap those up for you?" The girls immediately fall for it. "Yes, please." From the second floor, Durr looks down at the packed store, leaning lazily against the railing. Well, business seems to be booming. He scoffs under his breath. He thought to himself, "I figured I'd be excited to see humans making money. Turns out, it's even less interesting than I expected." Busy with sales, Rick hears a voice from upstairs. Rick glances over as Durr points to his room. "I'm going up to take a nap." Rick obediently replies, "Ah, okay." The wooden door creaks open. Dare steps into a room that looks like a 5-star hotel suite. His personal space on the second floor is pure luxury. Passing a sheer curtain, Dare walks over to the bed. He collapses into it with the same bliss we feel after a long day of corporate slavery. Ah, so soft. Dare lets out a huge yawn, muttering one last thing before sleep. Being a vegetable is nothing special. Sleep is still the best. Suddenly, a voice calls his demonic name. Gidolg. A familiar voice that Durr instantly recognizes. Yep, the mother of dragons. He opens his eyes to see her standing at the foot of his bed. Dare asks, "What are you doing here?" She just hums in response. Just like every mom ever, she starts with a question. "You're always sleeping, huh? It must be nice to be so carefree." Dare couldn't care less about that question. "You saw everything that happened yesterday with Holy Stisha, didn't you? The list of families involved is on the table. Go get it." She glances at the table and tells Dare what she knows. "I saw it all, from beginning to end. They clearly violated the peace treaty between our 2 races. Now, watch how Durr starts questioning things. So, are we starting a war with humanity now?" The mother of dragons asks him back. "For whose benefit?" Durr lazily rolls over like a cat. "I don't care. As long as I get paid." She agrees instantly. "I will pay you." Hearing that, Dare's gaze turns dead serious. This isn't a 1 or 2 year job, you know. She remains silent, as if deep in thought. Dare presses her again. "Maintaining a peace treaty is hard. You know that, right?" As the sun begins to set outside, Dare's voice echoes in the room. He continues to challenge her. "When you discovered the truth in the Holy Stisha clan, you must have been furious, right? For the sake of the dragon god. But you didn't interfere. That's why you came to us to solve the problem, isn't it?" "Not exactly," she replies. Her answer about the dragon god just leaves Durr confused. And here's the twist you and I have been waiting for. She tells him the truth. The hero families spread a fungus to poison the dragons, forcing them to attack people. That was their excuse. That's the real reason dragons have been attacking humans and are now being hunted to extinction. Dare wonders, so how will the dragons fight back? She answers, "We have our pride. Instead of lowering ourselves to their level, we will fight them until the very last of us falls. To avenge the loss of a friend, lover, or family member, would we use other friends, lovers, or family members to get that revenge?" Then, suddenly, she says it. Thinking back, their actions don't make any sense. The purple mushrooms, known as mycelium, get Der thinking. And she confirms his suspicion, just as I thought. The mycelium is strange. There's no way humans could create something like this terrifying, bizarre curse. So who put such a dirty weapon into the hands of the hero families? Her eyes fill with hatred as she speaks of someone using the anger of her children and the hero clans for their own gain. Dare grabs a handful of her golden robe and pulls her close, yelling in her face, "Hey, everyone knows the young dragons in your clan love to go out and cause trouble. Besides their parents, who in their right mind would believe they're innocent? You dragons are nothing but a headache for this entire continent." The golden dragon knows he's right and can only let out a sigh. But even her breathing makes Dare's blood boil. What was that sigh for? Just call them back here and beat some sense into them. Problem solved. No more bothering other people, right? This time, the golden dragon smartly keeps her mouth shut. He lets her go. She timidly tries to speak. But before she can finish, a completely fed up Dare grabs a nurturing stone and puts it on his head. Oh, that's it. I'm crawling back into my egg. 10 Commandments. Why do you all have to make everything so complicated? Is being overly complex some kind of disease for you people? Coming out of that space, Dare hugs a pillow and glares at her. Don't you get a headache living under all those rules? Just break them and live in peace. Look at me. I live so freely, so comfortably. Nobody can touch me. Hearing this, the golden dragon just gives a little chuckle. Her reaction makes Dare curious. She squints her eyes, a mocking smile on her face. A demon king is telling me to live a peaceful life? You're terrible at this. Dare seems to realize he slipped up. He falls silent, looking at her awkwardly, before turning away and waving her off. Just leave me. She laughed again. Heh. Resting her head on her arm, she turned to face the wall. Eyes closed, he asks the question we're all thinking. Why not use your heads? If you just ganged up on the humans, how could you possibly lose? We can't, the golden dragon replied. That answer was so unexpected. It snapped Dio's eyes wide open. She explained bitterly, it's all because of the human bloodline. That's why we can never win against them. This was the one thing Dio couldn't wrap his head around. Why? Why do you and Alex make such a big deal about bloodlines? The golden dragon, still standing by his bed, said, you never witnessed that day. Curious, Dio turned to look at her. The golden dragon looked at Dio and delivered a prophecy. Right now, they're just small-time soldiers. But when that day comes, the day you are fated to invade the human world, that brutal, devastating image flashed in his mind again. Pay attention, because this is where we learn humanity's terrifying secret. A desolate wasteland piled high with corpses, yet they just keep fighting. That is their true power. The human heroes appear, resilient and unyielding, with cross-shaped halos behind them as they rise up to fight back. Their eyes hold a steady determination, a fighting spirit that absolutely never fades, no matter how much you try to crush them. The golden dragon's voice was even, like she was telling a bedtime story. They fall with a smile, only to get back up again and again. Deo listened in silence. Just when you think you've succeeded, a new bloodline awakens, and the counterattack begins. It's like moths drawn to a flame named the Demon King. A perfect comparison, as they fly slowly toward the light that attracts them. From just a few to an entire swarm, they appear endlessly, filling every space in the light. The real problem is that there are so many of them. So many that it becomes terrifying. You start to fear their courage. A golden light shone behind the golden dragon. Humanity's faith in its final hero will be the great enemy he must face in 20 years. This is the very thing that every demon king before him has gone through, Dio included. The golden dragon lowered her eyes, knowing something more terrifying was coming. You won't just be facing humans then. Everything will gather to surround the demon king. An image of Dio in iron armor appears, struggling to fight through the smoke and flames. The golden dragon continued slowly. That thing is their endless courage, which has helped humanity win for over 66,580 years. It all converges in the hero's bloodline. After her epic presentation, the golden dragon was met with only a chuckle from Deo. She looked at him, confused. Deo looked back and said, the thought of me fighting D is just hilarious. And just like that, he flips the whole script. He bolts upright with excitement. But wait a second. Why don't we just kill the third and fourth generations now? The final hero is born in the 100th year, right? So if we attack and kill the third generation now, the final hero can't appear, and we win. Deo's words left her completely stunned, speechless, while he just looked thoughtful. Or we could just wait 30 years for the final hero to die of old age. Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? You idiot. The golden dragon's face soured as she snapped back at Deo. Why are you asking me? You're the demon king. You're supposed to have the right to decide. Deo replied calmly. Nope. I don't know anything. We've just done it this way since we were born. So I figured there was a special reason. Deo looked at the golden dragon. I've asked around, and everyone says they don't know. Things have just always been this way. The golden dragon crossed her arms thoughtfully. It seems there must be some special reason for it. Deo's eyes widened, and he asked like a wise philosopher, why must we fight? What is a demon? What is a hero? The golden dragon's face wrinkled as she stared at him, confused. What kind of meaningless question is that? Deo declared boldly. Don't you think this world is bizarre? The demon race has been living just fine in the demon world for nearly 70,000 years. We could just keep living there. Why waste our energy invading the human world? That truth was undeniable, no matter how many wars had been fought. The golden dragon explained, based on her own understanding, because the human world is blessed, while the demon world is cursed. Deo shot back at her. God only blessed the human world, so why create the demon world at all? If he hadn't done that, we wouldn't need to keep fighting you guys. Hearing this, the golden dragon scratched her chin, thinking, now that you mention it, but he must have his own reasons. Deo shrugged. What reasons? And what even is a god? The golden dragon answered stiffly. What do you mean? God is the absolute, powerful entity who created everything. Deo wasn't buying it. Then why does he let us all just slaughter each other? And that's where we leave it, with a divine being possibly having a midlife crisis. Cornered by his logic, she grabs his shirt yelling, I don't know why. Maybe he's having a midlife crisis at 80. Or maybe he's just insane. She lets go, slumping onto the pillow. My head hurts. Am I the only one who thinks this is weird? And let's be real. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. The golden dragon just stares at him like he's a complete moron. Because you're a dumb demon lord. He turns his back, waving her away. I don't know. I don't know. If you don't want a moron to beat you, then leave. I need to sleep. The golden dragon's laugh echoes once more. Heh. She watches his back. A relieved smile on her face. I was feeling down, but your nonsense is actually cheering me up. Just looking at you makes me wonder what the point of anything is. Du mutters, eyes wide open as he faces the wall. He doesn't answer, just tries to shoo his guest away again. Working hours are over. Please see yourself out. The golden dragon smiles, a calculating look in her eyes. The next second, she says, I have one last request before I go. Please, find the one who gave those drugs to the humans to poison my children. Du squeezes his eyes shut, whining, hey, that's a top-tier human secret. If a mighty dragon like you can't find them, what makes you think I can? The golden dragon offers a hint. Perhaps that demon duke who's always with you might know. And just like that, Du's curiosity is piqued. She recounts the 540th Great War. Over 10,000 years ago, dragon corpses littered the ground, a world of pure ruin. One of the demon dukes captured hundreds of dragons, causing a near genocide that almost wiped their species from this world. And then, a familiar figure appears, white hair, black hat, calmly walking over the bodies of fallen dragons. It was none other than the legendary strategist, Duke Alex. The news sends a small shock through Du, but he remains perfectly still, remembering how proud Alex always looked. What do you take me for? I'm the best strategist in the demon world. Du thinks to himself, so, he was telling the truth? He can easily enter the minds of others, the golden dragon says, waving her hand to summon a portal. I'm leaving now. Stepping one foot through, she adds, maybe you were right. She looks down at Du with an amused smile. This world is truly strange. She vanishes, and the room falls silent once more. But that silence lasts for maybe 2 seconds before someone kicks the door open. It's Alex, in a total panic. Master, we have a huge problem. His sleep interrupted for the nth time today. Du snaps. Damn it. I'm trying to sleep here, sir. Look at this. Alex holds up a small, sealed tube. Inside is a bizarre-looking seed, reeking of dark energy. It's called Hell's Scarecrow Mushroom. I found it after researching the mycelium inside the dragons. This thing's mind control effect has been amplified 1,000 times. But Du, still cranky from being woken up, is not impressed. Yeah, so what? Alex gets to the point. It's a type of mushroom that only grows in our demon world. Now that gets Du's attention. Alex's face is grim, and there's only one person who can freely manipulate this stuff. One of the 7 dukes, the embodiment of plague and poison. Deep within the demon realm lies a region teeming with grotesque creatures. They glow with the light of disease and death. A man with his face covered, his piercing purple eyes shining in the dark. The one who rules and raises them is one of the 7 dukes, the Plague King, Daroth. Alex looks at him, probing. Should I cover this up? Du screams right back in his face. Are you kidding me? That was a 1,000-year-old dragon that caused all that chaos. Alex calmly corrects him. To be precise, she's over 66,580 years old. Du bursts into tears of frustration. Ah, damn it. So the culprit was us after all. There's no proof we're the ones behind this. Alex reminds his hopelessly dense master. You need to understand. The mycelium that drove the dragons mad belongs to Daroth. That doesn't mean he's the one who spread it. Du immediately changes his tune. Of course, it was the demons. Who else benefits from a war between humans and dragons? He stops, something clicking into place. A civil war? Du has caught on to the main point, and now he's angry, poking Alex in the chest repeatedly. Hey, don't you realize you're the one who started a civil war before? I heard you're an expert in causing internal conflict. Alex holds up his hands defensively, his voice laced with indignation. What? That's absurd. Alex seizes the chance to explain. I have a high-class, elegant style. I use psychology, not some damp, slimy mushroom like this. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have just told you? Du sits cross-legged on the bed, chin in his hand. He still looks angry, but he can't find a good counter-argument. That's true. Alex just looks at him, not sure what to say in this situation. Du suddenly looks up and asks Alex, but why would you do that? Caught off guard? Alex stammers. Huh? Du presses on, using the mycelium to make the humans attack. Why? Alex, confused, tries to explain. Wasn't it like you said, to make humans and dragons fight each other? But Du's mind is racing. No, if you wanted to make them attack each other, you should have used poisons or curses that humans commonly use. And that's the moment you and I realize he's just uncovered a massive clue. A little digging is all it takes to know this has to be the work of the demons. Dare seizes the chance to question Alex. You know Darosu, the golden divine dragon. You recognized him the moment we first met, right? Alex admits it. Of course. A flood of memories rushes back to Alex. Over 665 millennia. The demon realm with Alex and Darosu. And the dragon faction with the golden dragon. How many times had they fought on the front lines, facing humanity together? As Alex recalls the past, Dare listens quietly, but he can feel something is off. Right? Something's not right. There's definitely a piece of the puzzle missing here. He cracks his knuckles, a half smile on his face. Fine, let's just summon Darosu. It's time to use the Demon King interrogation techniques we learned as kids. Alex is just speechless at his lord's enthusiasm. I've already been to Darosu's workshop. That sentence makes Dare stop and listen. Alex cuts right through his little torture fantasy. I searched the entire demon realm, but there wasn't a single trace of him. He's missing. This was not the answer Dare wanted. He explodes in frustration. What the hell is this? I just want to live a quiet, peaceful life. But all this stuff is making me lose control. Dare's voice deflates, like a corpse with no soul. Damn it. Why did you have to find that useless thing? I'm ruined because of you. Alex tries to calm him down. No, I only wanted to help you, my lord. But what if it ruins you? Seeing his lord state, Alex swallows the words he was about to say. What about the Grand Dukes then? The only ones who could make a move. One of the 7 great dukes is you, my lord. And here's where it gets wild. A bold idea suddenly flashes through Alex's mind. Could the lord himself be the one behind all this? Alex glances at Dare, who's completely ignoring him now. He's just sitting on the bed, hugging his knees, looking like a statue that just lost its whole life savings. Oh no, I'm ruined. Alex breaks into a cold sweat. Come to think of it, his lord did stir up the dragon hunting gangs just yesterday, shaking up veteran first-class heroes. He also gave the guild list to the golden divine dragon, effectively shattering the peace treaty. Alex starts connecting all the pieces, and suddenly, everything makes sense. By giving her proof of humans hunting dragons, even if the peace treaty holds, the hardliner faction would never just sit back and do nothing. And with that, Alex arrives at the grand conclusion to this whole mess. In the end, the relationship between demons, humanity, and dragons will completely collapse. For the first time in history, a 3-way war will erupt. A battle with no precedent, where the outcome is impossible to predict. Alex slumps down, his mind completely blown. What a truly magnificent plan. His eyes widen in fear and awe as he stares at Dur, completely unable to believe it. Okay, let's pause. We have a ridiculously grand plan unfolding, but the supposed mastermind is still moping about being ruined. Alex forces a twisted smile, sweat dripping down his face. Now that he thinks about it, even if they get caught, they can't reveal the Lord was behind it all. Alex imagines a glorious library, where he and his Lord are recorded in the history books for times preventing the war between humanity and dragons. An unbelievable thought just crosses Alex's mind. Could it be? He planned for all of this? Exactly. Why else would he have abandoned the throne? Dur just gives Alex a confused look. If Dur knew the crazy theories cooking in Alex's head right now, he'd probably incinerate him on the spot. Alex remembers the past, back when Dur first came to the human world. An image of a young Dur appears, pointing excitedly at the blue sky. What are those flying flower petals? Then he asked innocently. The former demon king wouldn't pay attention to things like this, would he? Dur was bathed in the morning sun, bending down with a bright smile. It's wonderful, being on the surface, but suddenly, that memory darkens. The warm sunlight is gone, replaced by something sinister. Dur is in the same pose, but now he glares, repeating the same line in a deep, hollow voice. It's wonderful, being on the surface. Alex realizes he craved the surface world more than any king before him. He remembered getting angry with him that day, asking, "Why did you abandon us?" Dur just smiled faintly and replied, "Didn't I already tell you? For no reason at all." He said it so casually, with a little laugh. That smiling image of Dur now seems dark and holds a completely different meaning. For no reason at all. Alex begins to interpret it his own way. He was always vague about why he left the throne. And with that thought, Alex drops to his knees before Dur in silent admiration. You and I just witnessed a complete misunderstanding, because in his eyes, his Lord is a true mastermind. My true Lord. I've been played. He looks at Dur with absolute reverence. My Lord? Dur just stares at him, confused. Alex speaks with dead seriousness. I, Alex, have truly been blind. Only now can I see the beautiful, grand picture that you have painted, my Lord. Having such a foolish subordinate under you, that must be why you kept it a secret from me. He even gives a polite bow to apologize. Dur is just stunned, watching him act like a total lunatic. Did he take the wrong medicine? What is he even rambling about? But Alex continues, it may be late, but if you still trust in me, I will do everything in my power to cover this up. Dur, all flustered, just points at him. Long Tai thinks, I have no idea what he's on about, but I'll play along. If it works, it works. But he bluffs with total confidence. Yes, you idiot. Glad you finally get it. I almost coughed up blood from frustration. Dur even orders him like he means it. Go cover it up. Now, Alex obediently answers. Yes, my lord. Don't worry. Tong Ku is on it. Dur thinks, perfect. I'm going to bed. Then he calls out, oh, Alex. The guy stops, waiting for his next command. But a deep-seated curiosity makes Dur ask, by the way, do gods actually exist? Alex looks at him, confused. Of course. Why the sudden question? Dur flinches, looking away and stammering. It's just. Finally, Dur looks towards Alex. They're always going on about rules, but they don't seem to care if a demon king actually wants the job. Alex just laughs. Haha, I'm sure they're watching everything. Gods are real. He says it with total conviction. I've seen them before. Dur's curiosity is piqued. Oh? What do they look like? Alex just hums, trying to find the right words. His eyes drift, remembering. I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse from far away. Dur is fuming, shaking his fist at Alex. You idiot. You made me worry over nothing? Just go to bed. Go to bed. Scolded, Alex timidly steps aside. Ah, yes. He opens a magic portal in the room, turning his back to say goodbye. Well then, have a good night. After Alex leaves, silence returns. Dur collapses onto the pillow, staring at the ceiling, not saying a word. His eyes are lost in thought, as if he's thinking about that question from earlier. And what comes to mind? The image of those dragons, infested with parasites. A voice rises from deep within him. First, the most logical theory. And this is where you and I need to start paying close attention. Hardliner teamed up with Dorosu to start a war with humans. The Golden Dragon tried to stop it, so we ended up on Dugam's side. But then he dismisses it. But if that's true, the Golden Dragon would think Dorosu and Hardliner are just using us, making us the main target. The Golden Dragon's warning from that day echoes in his mind. Someone is exploiting the dragon's rage. Dur moves on to his next theory. Or, second, humanity hid Dorosu's mycelium to create a reason to hunt dragons. He remembers his conversation with Solus. Back then, he'd asked, so, Why are they doing so well? And Solus had just replied, because they're extremely valuable. He wonders, hiding Darosu's mycelium, forcing the dragons to attack humanity? If so, the dragons are 100% the victims, and Hardliner's rage would shatter the peace treaty. The image of that dragon, locked up for 23 years, barely recognizable, flashes in his mind. Dare pauses, processing a few more pieces of data. And the final theory, possibility number 3. Okay, hold on. This next one? It's where things get really wild. She said she's hiding as a human to escape the god's control, and she's extremely wary of other magic. Dare recalls something Alex once told him. The golden dragon is in this world as a human, not the real golden dragon. He keeps piecing it together. In other words, Dugam isn't actually here. The golden dragon's grim face appears in his mind, saying to hunt the dragons. Dare starts using elimination. So, if we take the golden dragon out of the equation, the more he thinks, the more lost he gets. Everything that's happened since he came to the human world flashes by. It's like a demon king and a duke just showed up on Earth, attacking both humans and dragons. And Alex and Dare have been at the center of every single event. Now, with only 20 years left before the regression, the human-dragon alliance is falling apart. Back then, the Demon King and his forces were devastating everything. So, what will the great war between humans and demons be like this time? For the dragon-human civil war to continue, demonic forces did everything to drive them apart. But Dare and Alex came in and changed the entire game. And that's the key. If we use this situation, we can seize control of the future war. But after all that, Dare just asks himself, why? And, in response, a crazed voice from within answers, if you want to do something, just go kill them all. Dare's face twists into a terrifying sneer. His eyes glow a demonic red, and darkness spills across his face. The true Demon King has arrived, his calculating laughter echoing through the void. Meanwhile, at the demon weapon shop, a girl with a cute face and some seriously cool armor speaks up. Are you okay? Z lights up, seeing a familiar face. Senior Alexia? Dare, feet kicked up on the table, is completely confused by the situation. Seeing this, Z quickly makes the introduction. Sir Dare, this is Alexia, the pride of Joris. She was also my anti-hero elementary school classmate, Hero Hollyhock, from the A-class family. Senior Alexia. Hearing that, her cheeks puff out. Sir, Z quickly tries to smooth things over. Alexia's just like that. And what you and I just witnessed? A whole new set of problems just walked in the door. Let's catch up with our crew. Dare's recalling what Alex said. Only 2 clans operate around here. One is a powerhouse A-rank clan, and the other is a failing F-rank. Yeah, pretty obvious. Alexia scans the shop with a critical eye. Heard you found yourself a patron. Pretty good. Rich awkwardly scratches his head. Haha, thanks, senior. She then looks over at Dare, who's been watching her this whole time like a lazy cat. Why are you staring? She asks. First time seeing an A-rank hero? And right off the bat, you can tell our guy isn't about to take any sass. If she's such a great A-rank hero, where was she when the dragons attacked? The comeback hits hard. Alexia's face darkens, but she keeps her cool and tries to explain. How rude. My family participated as G-rank heroes in the 660th Great War. You must be new to this world. Dragons are for D-rank heroes. Everyone has their specific role. Rich quickly chimes in. Of course, if anyone could catch a dragon, then everyone would just be a D-rank hero. But why are you here? She asks, crossing her arms with a look that could kill. A question clearly meant for Dare. I heard you can find incredible holy relics inside the magnificent castles around here. So it was you. I was wondering what kind of guardian would choose an F-rank loser over an A-rank hero like me. The disdain on Alexia's face is impossible to miss. You're just a spoiled brat who doesn't respect heroes and has no idea what real quality is. No wonder you didn't recognize the Holy Aki family. Jack quickly tries to play it off, saying he just got lucky. If my master met Senior Alexia first, he would have chosen you. But Dare just laughs, not holding back one bit. Before you get chosen, maybe learn some manners first. Who would protect a hero family that disappears when dragons attack? Alexia grinds her teeth in pure rage. How dare you? But Dare just turns his back on her, like she isn't even worth looking at. Honestly, to an A-ranker or a Demon King, you're all probably just flies. But there's something weird between you two. Just stop bothering me and get lost. That's it. She's officially been pushed too far, her hand already on her sword. Fine, let me show you the real difference between A-rank and F-rank. Rich quickly jumps in to prevent a fight from breaking out. Haha, Alexia, calm down. Furious, She spins around and storms off. I'm just glad I didn't get stuck with this weirdo guardian. I'm leaving, Jack. He rushes to apologize. Sorry, senior, but Dare has to get in one last dig. Goodbye. Next time, don't show up unless you're actually buying something. Before she leaves, she stops and calls out a reminder to Jack. Now that you have a guardian, you should at least take the bloodline level test. You don't even have a rank yet, but her challenging gaze is aimed straight at Dare. Hearing this, he sits bolt upright. Huh? Dare asks, genuinely surprised. I thought you said you were F rank. You haven't even taken the test yet? Jack scratches his head, sheepishly explaining. Well, it was too expensive, and I'm obviously F rank anyway. Haha. Alexia advises him. You should try it anyway. Who knows? You might get lucky. Dare, however, looks like he's just seen a ghost. Even the test costs money? What kind of messed up place is this? And let's be real, you and I are asking the exact same question. Alexia adds that while the basic hero classes are free, it's not enough to keep up, so everyone joins hero academies and gets private tutors on top of that. Rich confirms it's true. That's right. But then Alexia drops a truth bomb. That's just an excuse. Real geniuses pass every single subject and succeed without any extra help. Those are the people who become first class, A-rank heroes or higher. Dare looks intrigued. So you mean it's basically natural selection? Alexia replies. Equal opportunity just holds back true talent. Only the top 5% of heroes protect this world, while the lower-ranked ones have to give up on everything. Dare rests his chin on his hand. So this is how they really rank heroes. Even the bloodline test costs a fortune. Alexia offers a polite, business-like smile. Sir, there's no such thing as a truly great hero who can't make money. Heroes are needed everywhere. Dare asks her. Then what happens to the ones who can't make any money? She holds up a finger. That never happens. The hero support division will help them. Dare's eyes flick to Jack, and Alexia follows his gaze. Despite Jack's obvious discomfort, she crosses her arms and explains, knowing exactly what's going on. He doesn't want to try. And even if he did, he could just have his brothers do it to see the results for themselves. If all three are the same, they'll just graduate at B rank. Dare wonders, if you keep dodging failure like that, don't you just keep wasting money? And if you're ranked F, does poverty just get passed down from generation to generation? She replies, exactly. The look on Dare's face is pure, unfiltered disgust. This system doesn't solve a single thing. She crosses her arms again. I told you, real talent makes its own fame. You can't hide a true gift. At this, Dare looks down, completely dejected, and asks, how old are you two? Rich answers, 17. Alexia says, 18. Hearing this, Dare just says, you guys must have it pretty rough. He waves them off. Enough. Go home. Announce that the shop is closed. Rich, let's go. The boy is confused. Go where, sir? And then, in a total 180, Dare answers like a mother hen. Where else? To get your bloodline tested, of course. Let's go, Alex. The second he says her name, Alex appears from thin air. Yes, sir. Alexia and Rich absolutely lose their minds at the person who just materialized behind them. She lets out a terrified scream. At a hero-level testing center, Jack, Dare, and Alex appear. Dare gets straight to the point. We're here to register for the hero bloodline level test. The guy at the counter keeps stamping papers, completely ignoring them. Take a number and wait. Dare isn't having it. We're doing it now. The clerk just points. The three of them follow his finger to a small sign on the desk that reads, someone always cares about us. Don't be a chump, just listen to what the staff says. All right? Stu raises a fist, ready to throw down, but Zeke and Alex quickly hold him back. In the end, they get number 45, and Stu glares at Zake's relieved face. But then, someone walks by and catches Stu's eye. A ridiculously muscular brute with a sword and an axe strapped to his back strolls up to the reception desk. He just tells her, process my registration, and her entire tone flips. Oh, welcome, sir. We'll get started right away. Stu wonders how he got to cut the line, and Zeke explains that's Mancam, the strongest warrior in the Joris area. Not only is he a hero, his power is almost at G rank. The guy is legendary for his talent. Stu's confused. You said he was A rank. Zeke clarifies that Alexia's father is an A rank hero, so she'll automatically get that title when she graduates. So she's not a true A rank either? Zeke just nods. But everyone expects Alexia to surpass even her father, maybe even reaching a rank higher than A. She's a bit clumsy, but her skills are absolutely first class. The receptionist calls out, number 45, please. Zeke jumps. That's us. The three of them head into a room to meet a man in glasses. The man starts reading the file. Zeke, holy B? Zeke confirms. He flips through the documents, reading the info aloud. 17 years old, graduated from elementary school. Zeke just scratches his head, embarrassed. Yeah, the man continues, never had an ability test, bloodline purity unknown. Next up, from the Holy Bee family. Hearing that, Zeke just says, yes. The examiner grabs a stamp, ready to press down. Well, that settles it. F rank it is. Zeke just agrees, but Do explodes. Hey, stop right there. He challenges the guy. Don't you determine rank with a blood sample and an ability test? This ranking could decide the kid's entire life. What's the big rush? The examiner acts like he's doing them a favor. His family has always been F rank and seems to be struggling. So, I just wanted to save you the expense. But if you've got the money, feel free to get tested. Do cuts straight to the point. How much? The man replies, 5 gold coins. Without a second thought, he slams 5 gold coins onto the table. For Do, that's nothing. Go on, run the test. The man pauses, staring at them before standing up. Very well, I'll go get the equipment. Zeke laughs nervously at Do. You really didn't have to do that, master. You were willing to give up your one shot at changing your life over 5 gold coins? The more I learn about this world, the more it ticks me off. A seriously bizarre object is placed on the table. A horrifying mess of parts with a creepy red eye, a hand, a mouth, a tongue, and even hair, with a magic talisman stuck to it and a red jewel on top. They all just stare. What is that thing? Now pay attention, because what they bring out next is absolutely wild. This is the tool for testing blood purity. It may look crazy, but it's the pinnacle of magic science. Do, Alex, and Zeke just stare, completely captivated by the man's introduction. It's simple. Just place your hand on this orb and you're done. He looks directly at Zeke and asks slowly, Are you ready? Go on, Mr. Zeke, put your hand on it. Zeke looks nervous, sweat dripping down his cheek as he hesitantly reaches for the red gem. It begins to glow. Everyone's eyes are locked on the strange device, waiting. His fingertip makes contact with the top of the ruby. A loud noise erupts, making Zeke flinch and almost pull his hand back. But Do and Alex can't look away from the brilliant red light. From the grotesque mouth, tightly clenched teeth suddenly spring open, and a slobbering tongue sticks out, holding a small piece of paper with tiny writing on it. Blood purity, 10.825%. The camera zooms in on the result, precise down to the last decimal. 10.825%. Even the examiner looks a little surprised to see those numbers. Zeke looks completely embarrassed. Do just says, What? 10.825? That's crazy low. But the examiner seems to have realized something. You and I might think that number's pathetic, but watch this. Do presses him for an answer. With 10%, what's his rank? E rank? F rank? Tell me the result. Hurry up. The ability tester just stammers. Well, this is. Do stares at him, completely confused. The man looks at the three of them, his face covered in sweat. It seems there's been a problem. This tool must be malfunctioning somewhere. If you'd like to test again, it'll be another 5 gold coins. Zeke awkwardly scratches his head and declines. We should probably just stop here. I don't think spending 10 gold coins on this is worth it. The examiner nervously stammers out a guess. I think he's F rank. Sweat is now pouring down his temples. Once again, Do loses his patience. Hey, old man, I paid you, so do your job properly. Why do you keep dodging the question? The result is 10.825. Just give me a rank. Faced with Do's intensity, the examiner is clearly shaken. Zeke just looks away, mortified by the whole situation. Do keeps going, 5 gold coins isn't cheap, and we paid what you asked. So give us a proper evaluation. If he's just F rank, what's the big issue? The examiner is sweating bullets, unsure how to answer. He glares back and finally explains, It's simple. Mr. Zeke is a 4th-generation hero, correct? Do narrows his eyes. So what? The man continues. Even the 5th generation only reached a purity of 9%. A 10% purity has never been recorded in history, and that's where we leave it, a number that was supposed to be a myth. Do and Zeke are completely and utterly speechless. All right, let's jump into this insane negotiation. He continues. The highest D rank, basically a dragon, only clocks in at 6%. This machine must be broken. It happens from time to time, so either you pay 5 more gold coins, or we're calling him an F rank. Dio stood his ground, leaving the examiner completely stunned. Deo demanded a B or even a D rank. The old man balked. B rank is pretty high. You can't just get that because you want it. This thing is definitely broken. A 10% reading is absurd. Dao's eyes widened as he slammed the table. Oh really? Then let's test him one more time. But if the result is still 10%, you owe us 5 gold coins. Rich, standing nearby, was stunned by Dao's gamble. Mr. Dao, so what do you say? Dao laid down the challenge. The old man reluctantly replied. He spoke with conviction, his voice tinged with disapproval. You must be the type who scouts for heroes in some backwater village, treating them like lottery tickets when they don't know their own rank. Dao was a little surprised, his face flushing red. He never expected the man to be so direct. And when they don't give you the result you want, you just kick them to the curb and find someone new. And if the next one fails, you dump them too. He lowered his voice. You might be helping poor heroes, but forcing me to give an inappropriate rank is nothing short of fraud. After all, their rank determines the missions they get. The examiner sized them up cautiously, much to Jaw's surprise. Sunlight streamed through the office window as Dao kept his hands on the table, staring down the assessor. The tension was thick. Dao finally called his bluff. Are you done talking? Just admit you're scared. What's with the long speech? And now for the power move, watch this. So, you want to try again and bet 5 gold? Or will you accept his B rank? Dao expertly cornered him. Dao's eyes gleamed with challenge. To be honest, I'd rather you didn't give him a D rank. So think carefully. The old man weighed his options, a fierce internal struggle on his face. The story about the machine being broken already sounded like a total scam. But what if he really did score 10% again? No, that can't be right. 10% is way too rare. But what if it's only 1%? The assessor broke out in a sweat, thinking about the wager. Dao's smug face lingered in his mind. 5 gold coins is nothing to a guy like him. But for me, that's 3 months' salary. That kid's just some useless brat pretending to be a big shot. In the end, he decided to refuse the bet. Better to just send these people away. He announced his choice loudly. C rank. He grimaced and said, We'll go with C rank. I know you want a higher rank, but this is no joke. I'm doing this out of genuine concern for the hero. Dao stroked his chin, considering the man's words. An F rank hero against a B rank monster? That's an instant death sentence. Dao yelled out, startling them both. Deal? C rank it is. Stamp it before you change your mind. The old man took out his seal, decisively stamped the paper, and held up the certificate all in one fluid motion. Japan, holy, bick, he formally declared. You are now officially recognized as a C-rank hero by the Hero Management Council. The old man held the paper out for them to see. It seemed even Rich couldn't believe the result before him. He stared wide-eyed at the certificate. Outside, the evening sun cast a fiery red glow over the city. Dao strolled casually with his hands behind his head, laughing with Alex. That old geezer tried to scam us for a whole 10 gold. But the moment I called his bluff for 5 gold, he tucked his tail and ran. What a spineless coward. Dao celebrated his victory with wild gestures. How dare he try to fool me? Ha ha ha. Rich followed quietly behind the two. Now, this is the moment we get to see what this all really means. Rich looked down, moved, at the certificate in his hands that read, You are recognized as a C-rank hero. He remembered all the, so your blood is F-rank? Instead of wasting your time, why don't you just drop out? I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you. The phantom voices echoed. Aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I'd hide it and pretend it never happened. Blood like that is worthless. Does that mean the entire Holy Bick family is just trash? No different from commoner's blood. We see a vision of a young Rich, one sibling on his back, another held by the hand. Faced with those cruel words, he could only scratch his head and smile brightly. Excuse me, my siblings are very hungry. Do you have any work for me? He closes his eyes remembering that boy. But when he opens them again, that version of Rich watched Dao laugh joyfully ahead of him, thinking, Mr. Dao, you know, you were the first person to ever reach out and help me. Rich offered a silent thanks, watching the brilliant figures of Dao and Alex against the sunset. The gorgeous evening light embraced Jaw's heart. This is the first time I've ever felt this kind of warmth. His gaze was steady now, his self-doubt replaced by a new sense of purpose. Jack clutched the paper tightly, making a vow. And that, my friends, is the moment a hero found his destiny. I've made my decision. I will dedicate my entire life to you. I understand now our meeting was no coincidence. Sir Dare, you are truly the angel god destined for me. Z grips the notice, his resolve hardening, and pushes forward. He weaves through the crowded market, trying to catch up to Dare and Alex. Let's go together, Sir Dare. But Dare just shouts back. Hurry up, you idiot. Z reminds himself, my only goal is to protect Sir Dare. 1 month later, in the dead of night, a crackling sound fills the air as twisting streams of yellow light begin to gather. Looking closer, you can see it growing, multiplying, all of it converging on a single point. Without warning, a bolt of yellow lightning crashes down, illuminating everything. It zips past Dare's face with terrifying speed, with sparks dancing all around him. He looks absolutely thrilled. Oh ho! Dare's eyes blaze in the darkness as strange markings swirl across his face. He whispers excitedly, it's that kid, Rich. Floating in midair, Dare glances back over his shoulder. So, what's the plan? And get ready, because this is where a true monster enters the scene. A colossal fire phoenix appears, its fiery tail spreading in every direction. Dare realizes, my attack did 0 damage. That creature is none other than one of the 4 guardian gods who destroyed the old world, the Red Phoenix. An eye at its very center flashes open. You're here to burn this world, not the Demon King? Cut back to the present day, where a crowd has gathered under the bright sun, including Dare. Alex and Z are there too. Turns out, everyone's staring at a golden-framed mission board. It's covered in countless mission notices, each one stamped with a gold seal and tied with a red ribbon. Rich looks over at his master, confused. Why are we looking at the mission board? Dare glances back, the sun making his platinum hair shine. He grins and answers, because you're an official hero now, so it's time you took on some official missions. Rich gets it. Ah, of course. A warrior in full armor stands out in the crowd, mohawk hairstyle, a fierce tattoo around one eye and a gem embedded by the other. Holding up a mission poster, he bellows, take down the Lich and his followers. They're trying to resurrect him in the Southeast Cemetery. Now this is a proper A-rank quest. I'll be taking this one. Our trio hears him loud and clear. Rich is seriously impressed. Whoa, a Lich. The warrior just laughs smugly while Dare completely ignores him, turning back to the board. And I know what you're thinking, our guy's gonna take the big one, right? Nope. Seriously. What's there to brag about? We should just pick a C-rank mission. Let's see. Rich gives a strained laugh. I guess so. Ha ha ha. Some of the mission posters look pretty torn up. Each poster has a seal for its rank A, B, C, and other symbols like a plus sign. Rich starts reading through them. Collect 3 bags of wild wolf fangs. Extinguish the eternal flame on the western snow mountain. Exorcise 7 child spirits that appear nightly behind the mountain. Then, a C-rank mission catches his eye. Defeat the merfolk who have been haunting and harming the villagers. Merfolk? Dare's interest is piqued. He turns and asks, what exactly is a merfolk? Alex explains they're an aggressive tribe of 2-meter-tall fish-human hybrids. They usually show up on the coast on overcast days to prey on small fishing villages. Without a second thought, Dare rips the mission notice right off the board. He pumps his fist in the air, mission in hand, and yells, all right, grab your swimming goggles. We're going to play in the water. Rich watches him with a slightly nervous smile. Dare is already fully geared up in a floral shirt, swim trunks, goggles, and even a snorkel. He laughs loudly. Come on out, you little fishies. Time to play. Beside him, Rich looks absolutely done. Alex is, as usual, completely unfazed. Suddenly, Dare spots something in the distance. A seaside town at the foot of the hills is engulfed in flames. Dare is confused. Huh? I thought we were going to the ocean. A sea of fire? If there are fish, there has to be water, right? Alex suddenly says, good point. That gets both Dare and Rich's attention. Inside the burning village, a terrified man shoves his torch into a pile of wood, making the flames roar even higher. He holds the torch out in front of him, backing away in pure terror. He isn't the only one. The women are doing it too. Children scream and scatter as the village is consumed by fire. Another villager lights a fire, standing before a towering inferno. He's groaning, drenched in sweat, straining to hold his own torch steady. He turns and yells to the others, the merfolk are afraid of fire. They won't come near it. Light more fires, quickly. A young woman dashes through the raging flames, torch in hand, her voice filled with desperate urgency. Hurry, we need more fire. Move faster. Suddenly, a drop of water hits her face. Panic sets in. What is that? She looks up. And you and I both know this isn't good. A massive, grotesque monster with glowing red eyes is staring right down at her. Its mouth full of razors, one hand gripping a trident. A colossal, scarred body clings to the second story of a building, water pouring from its form. The girl's eyes fly wide open, face drained of all color as sweat pours down. Her hands clutch to her head in a scream of pure terror. And just like that, faster than she could even register, the monster vanishes from its spot. The massive beast plummets down with insane speed, its trident aimed right where she's standing, ready to skewer her. But luckily, a man moves even faster, lunging forward to pull her out of the way of the lightning-fast attack. Earth and rock shatter from the trident's impact, spraying debris everywhere as the two tumble hard to the ground after their narrow escape. Small shards of stone fly past them. They're still down, panicking, as the monster slowly lumbers closer. The sound of heavy, wet footsteps. And it's not just one, it's an entire army of massive, grotesque beasts making these bizarre, guttural noises. Even with the massive fire raging behind them, the fishmen have arrived, their eyes glowing as they spot their prey, who are still frozen on the ground. The man grinds his teeth, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with alert, but he can only let out helpless groans. A scream of utter despair echoes through the air, carried by the embers of the spreading fire. When is a hero finally going to show up? Alex explains that contrary to what everyone thinks, these fishmen don't get weaker against fire. In fact, most who fight them end up dying in the flames. Du asks, just how strong are they? Alex replies, I'm not exactly sure. Why not? Du wonders, I don't have enough data to calculate it. As Alex finishes, Du looks out at the town swallowed by a sea of fire and sighs. A C-rank mission, you say? Not bad. Du figures Z probably can't handle this all on his own, a comment that slightly surprises R. Alex asks, should we go down and take a look? Du turns and answers flatly, no, you go. Z is completely stunned by his master's words, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He's in disbelief, holding up both hands towards Du as he clarifies, me? You want me to fight them? Alone? Du explains casually. Of course. You're the only hero here, after all. Even Alex just watches, still looking a bit bewildered. You must have forgotten, Du adds. But I'm just a merchant, and Alex here is just a butler. Z stammers with doubt, forcing a weak smile. But, can I really handle them by myself? Zik, Du says, didn't I apologize on our first day for calling you F-rank? Or was it for saying, I felt sorry for you? Du's words seem to hit their mark. Zeke can only agree. Ah, yes. Du presses on. And didn't you yourself say you were F-rank? It wasn't someone else, was it? Zik is still too stunned to say anything back. And here it is, the masterclass in manipulation. Du continues. You are the hero, the leader of this party, the one who fought. Even if Alex took all the credit, you haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you? This question seems to finally calm Zik down. It looks like he's regained a bit of his confidence. Du points at him and declares, from this day forward, you are officially a state-recognized C-rank hero. The master's words seem to awaken something inside him. And now, before you are weak, ordinary people about to die, waiting for a hero to appear. As Du speaks, Zik realizes what he has to do. Du looks down at him. This is your mission. They are waiting for you. Go. Go save them. The hero, Zik Hollabig, swallows every one of Du's words, turning them into his own resolve. Finally, his gaping mouth forms a sound. Yes, that's it. The confidence, the righteous spirit, it's back. Bathed in the sunset's glow, Zik speaks with a burning fire in his soul. You are right. I was an idiot, a failure, a defective product. I was a coward. But you reminded me. His face flushes with emotion. He shouts that Zik Hollabig died yesterday and was reborn as a C-rank hero, swearing on his family's honor that he will defeat them and save everyone. A righteous fire erupts around him. He dashes towards the small town as Du waves his hands enthusiastically. All right, get to it, hero. Zik cheers as he runs, with Du yelling encouragement after him. You were a stupid idiot before, but now it's different. Go fight. Alex seems to be thinking something over. Then he notices Du's sinister, scheming smile. It's the look he gets right before he's about to do something terrible. Du thinks to himself, heh, I was hoping for some fun underwater, but this sea of fire is a pain. I wonder if this little trick will work. Thank God Zik is such an idiot. Alex immediately sees right through Du's intentions. And you know what? That's our Demon King for you. His delightfully wicked habits never change. Both of them purse their lips, hiding their gleeful smiles. Meanwhile, Zik is running headfirst into the inferno. A young boy in a hat, face smeared with soot and covered in sweat, runs for his life, gasping for air as he glances behind him. But unfortunately for him, he trips on a small rock in his path. The boy trips hard, face planting on the ground as his hat flies off. His friends stop in a panic. Are you okay? The kid just clutches his foot, crying out in agony while the man yells, Get up! We have to move, now. Then, out of nowhere, A trident comes flying and impales the man with a sickening thud. He collapses in a spray of blood. The girl and the young boy can only stare, frozen in horror, at the brutal scene unfolding before them. The trident is lodged in his right chest as his back slams into the ground with a scream of pure agony. He just lies there, staring at the wound, groaning in pain. The girl slowly turns her head. Her eyes are filled with absolute despair, sweat pouring down her face. Her mouth hangs open, but no sound comes out. A fishman is already on her, fangs bared, raising a sharp dagger for the killing blow. Death seems certain, but the beast stops. It snarls, its glowing eyes looking back. And that's when we see him. Jack has arrived. He raises the Doomslagen shield high and lets out a battle cry. Amidst the sea of fire consuming the town, Jack shields the girl and the boy who are huddled on the ground. Purple lightning erupts from his shield, blasting the fishman into the air and slamming it into a nearby roof, sending rubble everywhere. So, where did Jack come from? He roars, thrusting the Doomslagen shield forward. The eye in its center glows with purple magic. The shield unleashes a wave of power, launching the monster straight onto the roof of the building across the street. Its massive body tears a huge hole in the rooftop, but behind the shield, the girl and the boy are completely safe. Noah and the girl, having narrowly escaped death, just stare forward, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Before them stands the small but resolute figure of Jack. After that epic entrance, he's now facing 3 vicious sea monsters alone. They're staring him down, ready to tear him apart. From behind, a voice calls out, "Sir. Sir Hero." Jack glances back, and for the first time, everyone sees the burning determination in his eyes, the kind of look only a true hero possesses. Hearing those 2 words seems to calm Jack's nerves. He clenches his jaw and clears his throat. "I am Jack Panholabik. I'm from the Hero Management Office, here to rescue you. So please, don't worry." Jack formally introduces himself, all traces of his old shyness gone. The surrounding civilians smile, a spark of hope finally igniting. They start cheering. A hero is here. Thank God. But suddenly, an old woman cautiously cuts through their joy. She clasps her hands together, her voice full of concern. But her eyes tell a story of deep worry. She looks at Jack and asks, "You look so young. Where are your teammates? Is there an older hero? A mage, maybe?" Then a short man with glasses steps forward, pointing a finger at him. "Hey, you don't even have a sword or armor." Bombarded by their questions, Jack breaks into a sweat, not knowing what to say. The short man clearly isn't grateful for the save. "Okay, let's just pause here. We've been waiting for a hero, and this is what we get? The hero who came to save us is just a kid." Suddenly, he stops talking, letting out a gasp, his red eyes widening as he looks past Jack. Poor Jack is still just awkwardly scratching his head, flustered from being called young and incompetent. "I'm sorry, I just got here. Haha." He has no idea that right behind him, a fishman is slowly closing in. It stares him down, baring its sharp teeth. The short man's face twists in panic as he screams, "Hey, behind you." Only then does Jack turn around, confused. What? Everyone else is just as terrified as the short man. He only sees a blur, like a gust of wind. As Jack turns, he takes a monster's punch head on. Luckily, he got his shield up in time. The eye flashes with purple lightning. Jack braces himself, gritting his teeth as blood flies from his mouth. He groans in pain, then gets blasted backward, flying through the air, leaving a thin trail of smoke. Jack lands hard, right next to the man who was impaled by the trident. The man looks at him in shock. Seizing the opportunity, the fishmen launch themselves forward. Every single one of them looks absolutely savage. The injured man, still clutching the trident in his chest, screams at everyone, "Run!" As if his first warning wasn't enough, he takes a deep breath and yells with everything he has left, "Everyone, get out of here!" And that's what it takes. The villagers finally turn and run for their lives, screaming, "Behind you! Damn it!" Jack and the injured man are still on the ground, watching the storm of monsters charge right at them. And just as the man is about to give up, Jack pushes himself to his feet and charges straight back into the fight, like a bolt of lightning. The man sees this and screams in panic, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" As Rick charges the monsters alone, shield first, he coolly tosses back a line, "I'm buying time, so get running." The fishmen watch greedily as he rushes toward them. "All right, let's dive in." The man's jaw drops at Z's sheer audacity, water in his eyes forcing him to see with just 1-2 attacks flash out, leaving nothing but after images. Z grips his shield, weaving through the fishmen, as his eyes blaze with light. But in that split second, he's distracted. Another fishman leaps from above. Z barely has time to react as the creature dives, stabbing its knife down, forcing him to block with his Doomslagen shield. The blow sends him flying, his body skidding across the ground so hard it smokes as he coughs up blood. He gasps for air, but a new threat makes his eyes widen in horror as he looks to the sky. Another fishman gives him no time to recover, lunging down to slam its trident right where he lay. The impact shatters the ground, and Z just barely manages to roll out of the way. He cries out in pain, tumbling over and over again, looking completely thrashed. But using the momentum, Z pushes himself back up. He lands on one knee, pulling his shield back to brace for the next attack. The fishman hurls its trident again, a single, perfect, deadly motion. It slams into the ground right where Z was, but he's already dodged aside, his left foot just centimeters from the weapon. Z's fighting spirit reignites. He raises his shield, pushes forward, and his eyes erupt in a brilliant golden glow. Seeing this, the entire mob of fishmen charges at once, surrounding him with blood-red, hungry eyes. Z shows no fear. He smashes one creature away with his shield, his eyes reflecting pure, unbending determination as he glares at the enemy. Another spin, and he sends a second fishman flying, a powerful purple light radiating from his shield. Suddenly, a wet hand shoots out and grabs his ankle, stopping him dead in his tracks. Now, pay attention, this is where things go from bad to worse. Z looks back in shock, but it's too late. A massive force yanks him away, his face pale as the water beast lifts him like a ragdoll. Then, with zero mercy, it smashes his tiny body into the ground like it's swatting a fly. The earth beneath him cracks and shatters as he lets out a helpless groan of pain. Z grits his teeth against the agony, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as he desperately clutches his Doomslagen shield. The monster hoists him up again, the sheer force flinging tears and snot from his face. This beast is enjoying every second of his torture. It grabs Z by the leg and gives him a private roller coaster ride from high in the air, straight back down to the pavement. It slams him back and forth with relish, smashing two massive craters into the ground. But Z still isn't broken. He finds his opening and swings his shield with all his might, slashing into the monster's hand. It roars in pain and drops him. The cut on its arm is nothing. It retaliates instantly, throwing a massive kick his way, but Z just manages to roll aside. He tumbles a few times before vaulting back to his feet, his gaze still locked on the enemy with unbreakable will. I know what you're thinking. He's surrounded by ruin, but his spirit? Still intact. He braces himself, then swings his shield and roars. The fishmen stare him down, but quick as a flash, Z charges towards them, his eyes glowing with that golden light. Bolts of yellow lightning now crackle from his eyes, a testament to his sheer willpower, as he unleashes a devastating attack. Z swings his shield and slams it into the nearest water beast, sending it crashing to the ground. He glares at it from behind his shield, eyes flashing with golden resolve, before charging forward once more. The Doomslagen shield blasts a wave of energy, sending one fishman flying onto a rooftop while the others just keep staring. But then, one of them sees an opening. It sneaks up from behind. Z is still focused forward, completely unaware, and the monster connects. A devastating punch lands squarely on Z's back, making him arch in agony. Blood sprays from his mouth, his golden eyes wide with the shock of the cheap shot. The fishman wastes no time. It grabs him by the head and shoves him down, a cruel, satisfied glint in its eyes. It winds up, then hurls him forward with incredible force. Z crashes straight through the wall of a burning building. He leaves a massive, smoking hole where he flew through the house. The townspeople watch on, worried. Witnessing this insane battle, everyone is just stunned into silence. The man, the girl, and the young boy Noah can only stand there with their mouths wide open. And while all this is happening, you and I are about to see what his backup is up to far away on a green hill. Deo and Alex are just casually watching the sunset. They look like they're on vacation, not on a mission. Alex stares at the burning village, lost in thought, not sure what to say. Deo has his hands behind his head, legs crossed like some rich kid, his sunglasses hiding his eyes from the world. After a moment, Alex finally asks, about Z, you don't think he's that bad, do you? I mean, he's matured a little bit, right? Deo just lies there in silence, his sunglasses hiding any trace of his expression. After a long pause, Deo says nonchalantly, is that so? In the distance, smoke continues to pour from the massive hole in the wall. Ahead of him, splintered wood is burning like a bonfire, lighting up the whole neighborhood. Deep inside the smoky crater, Rick lets out a desperate, powerful scream. Then, a gust of wind blasts from the opening, so fast it twists the smoke into a vortex. as a bloodied Rick bursts out, holding the Doom Slagan. The shield's design is intense, a wide, purple eye in the center, surrounded by small blue scales. He uses it to guard his front, charging out furiously. His eyes flash gold as Rick roars out the rest of his battle cry, a hero. The second he appears, 3 armed fish monsters rush straight for him. The eye on the shield unleashes a purple vortex, blasting the monsters in front and knocking one right into the fire. The others glare at him, spoiling for a fight. From the side, a powerful one rushes in, throwing a punch that he just barely blocks with the shield. The impact is so strong, he staggers, almost losing his balance. The ground cracks into tiny pieces around his feet. He clenches his jaw, groaning in pain as blood streams from his forehead. The monster sees him falter, and it gets even more aggressive. You can just feel it, right? It's winding up for the next big hit. Less than 3 seconds later, the next powerful punch slams into the shield, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. This time, he needs both hands to block it. Rick screams in pain. He feels the monster's assault pause for a second. He grits his teeth, forcing out the words, "A hero," he yells, shoving the shield upwards with all his might and sending the monster flying into the air. He just took one down, but in the distance, 3 or 4 more monsters, all armed and furious, come sprinting towards him. He grits his teeth, turning to face them. 2 of them leap into the air, swinging tridents down at him with a loud roar. The entire village is engulfed in flames. Rick leaps high, dodging the strike. He lands, only for another armed monster to rush in for an attack. It thrusts its weapon, trying to skewer him, but he dodges aside, escaping death by a hair's breadth. He grimaces, groaning from the strain, his eyes still blazing with golden light. The dodge throws him off balance, forcing him to slam his shield into the ground to stay upright. The ground cracks and shatters everywhere. A moment later, he springs back up, slashing the fishman monster right across its stomach. He finishes one off, and another appears right behind him. It leaps up, trident aimed right at Rick's back. The fire rages even more intensely. With so much blood in his eyes, he has to squint just to see it coming. Just as it strikes, he rolls backward, landing in a low crouch, instantly ready to fight again. He was so focused on the enemy in front that he lost track. It grabs him. He shouts in alarm, struggling to break free. The monster's eyes are bloodshot, its facial veins bulging as it stares him down. A low growl rumbles in its throat. It's trying to crush him to death. Massive, veiny arms squeeze Rick and his shield with immense force. He can't breathe. Rick bares his teeth, groaning as he strains against its grip, gaining a sliver of space. He crosses his arms and spins the shield like a blade, severing both the monster's arms. Rick is finally free. Released, he scans his surroundings nervously. Monsters in front, monsters behind. They don't give him a second to rest before attacking again. He quickly flips over its back, dodging the incoming punch completely. The second his feet touch down, he launches again. Rick hammers a punch into its back, making it howl in agony. No rest. He immediately charges the remaining monsters. He sends them flying, his small frame a constant blur of motion. Suddenly, he drops to one knee with a loud thud. Rick braces himself with both hands on the ground, breathing heavily. Looks like that relentless combo drained every last bit of his energy. The villagers watch in terror from afar, armed but frozen in fear. A middle-aged man with brown hair stammers, he did it." Sweat pours down his body as he pants, head still bowed, but he can't relax. He looks up, his sharp gaze scanning the area, and in his line of sight, one of the downed monsters begins to stir. Then, it slowly gets up. Rick stares, his eyes wide in disbelief. It changes its target from him to the villagers and lets out a huge roar. The roar sends the villagers scrambling back in panic. It seems Rick's attacks did absolutely nothing to them. One by one, they all start getting up. They even look at him with a taunting grunt. Let that sink in. Rick is still on his knees, completely exhausted. He looks up at them, not a single scratch. He thinks angrily, if I could just land one soul-crushing blow, this would be over. But damn it, I'm completely out of strength. The sun is setting on the ocean, but the town is still burning, caught between the flames and the twilight glow. And you won't believe this. On a nearby mountaintop, a guy named Deus is lounging in a lawn chair, eyes closed like he's on vacation. Beside him is his assistant, Alex, who watches the town with a cold expression, nervously asking Deus a question. Shouldn't we quietly intervene? But Deus, head resting on his hand, is completely calm. Just let it be. He's not dead yet, is he? Alex is stunned by that answer. Suddenly, Deus opens his eyes, his voice low. Besides, he's so busy fighting a dragon, He's forgotten the real threat, the people trying to kill him. After hearing that, Alex falls silent, lost in thought for a moment. He seems to agree. Meanwhile, back in the town, the battle is raging. A trident comes flying through the air. It slams into Rex, sending him tumbling hard across the ground. He cries out in agony. Rex pushes himself up, grimacing as he glares at the monster with a pained groan. Ugh, this one's even more aggressive than the last. It grins, swinging its weapon at him. But Rex is faster, blocking and shattering the trident with his shield. The weapon flies apart. Seizing the opening, Rex uses his shield like a blade, slashing relentlessly at the creature. But while he's focused on this one, he spots another charging at him from behind. Rex spins around, using the shield to destroy its weapon too. This time his attack is faster, stronger. He throws a full-force punch, yelling, "Just die already." He successfully slices the monster in half. The sheer force of the blow lifts him slightly off the ground, but focusing on what's in front of him was a mistake. Now, pay close attention. This is where he pays the price. Sharp claws rake across his back, sending blood flying. He screams, thrown a great distance before crashing hard onto the ground. He clutches his wounded back, legs curling in from the sheer pain as he lets out another raw scream. He gasps for breath, eyes barely open, only to see 3 more fish monsters baring their fangs as they charge. Rex tries to scramble up, but it's too late. They all strike at once. All he can do is curl up and defend with his shield. Even under the combined assault of 3 monsters, the shield's purple eye remains undamaged. But Rex is exhausted, hiding and praying. "Please, someone save me." He's completely surrounded by the fishmen, and they attack him with savage brutality. He's curled into a ball, crying out in pain. Not far away, the villagers can only watch in absolute terror. Every single one of them is frozen, fear etched on their faces. A woman with short brown hair stares with wide eyes, whispering, "Ah." Suddenly, the little boy in her arms breaks free and runs forward. She snaps her head towards him, shocked. Realizing he's running straight into danger, she reaches out desperately. "Noah, where are you going?" A man with a trident wound shouts. "It's too dangerous. Stop." "Okay, I know what you're thinking. A scared kid? But this right here is a pivot point." The boy, Noah, stops and stomps his foot, refusing to just stand by and watch. He charges ahead, yelling, "The hero is in danger. We have to help him. He's risking his life to save us complete strangers." Noah is so emotional that tears start streaming down his face. He turns to the villagers behind him. "I can't just stand here and watch him die. We have to save the hero." With that, the little boy runs without a hint of hesitation, leaving the adults completely stunned. In that moment, something inside them stirs. None of them ever expected this shy little kid to have so much courage. Noah runs as fast as he can, shouting at the top of his lungs, "All of us, let's all help the hero." Inspired, the village chief, the elderly, and the young all follow, their voices joining his in a massive cheer. "Whoa, hero, hero, we're coming. Just hang on a little longer." From his perch, Deus observes this turn of events, a thoughtful silence falling over him. The simple farmers rush in, grabbing the fish monsters by their arms and necks, throwing the creatures into total confusion. Even the smallest among them grab onto the monster's legs. It seems like they're using up a lifetime's worth of courage in this single moment. With the fishmen temporarily held down, the villagers shout, "Hero, get up, get off of him. Hold on tight, don't let go." The restrained monsters thrash wildly, trying to break free. Whoa, but they know they can't hold them for long. A man yells, "Hero, we've got them. Finish them off." Quickly, battered and broken, Rex forces his eyes open, taking in the scene around him. And trust me, you and I just saw his entire reason for fighting change. He never expected them to risk their lives for him. He yells back, "Okay, I'm counting on all of you." Rex springs to his feet, using his own shield as a launch pad. Dumbslung glows in his hand as he delivers a heavenly slap that sends a monster flying sky high. A girl screams and ducks as the monster soars past a nearby rooftop, sending tiles crashing to the ground. It's not over. Rex grips his shield tightly, lets out a massive roar, and charges toward the remaining monsters. He screams, fueling his own spirit, and spins in a perfect arc. The shield becomes a blur, sending every nearby fish monster flying in all directions. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. JK and the man whip around in pure horror. A sea monster had seized its chance, grabbing the man with the glasses, its trident raised, eyes glowing crimson with malice. A massive hand clamps around the man's throat, cutting off his air. JK raises his shield, gauging the distance to the monster. Damn it, too far. But then, something incredible happens, and you're gonna want to see this. The Eye of Doom Slogan erupts in blinding light. JK aims and lets it fly. The shield shoots forward like a cannonball, slicing clean through the monster's neck. It arcs through the air, before whipping back around, returning like a perfect boomerang. Even JK is stunned by this sudden burst of power, but seeing one of their own decapitated only enrages the rest of the pack. They glare at JK, ready to tear him limb from limb. This time, however, something is different. JK lowers his stance, locking eyes with them. He yells out, "Everyone, stay back 10 meters." And just like that, he hurls the shield again with terrifying force. This time, it's a whirlwind of steel severing limbs and tails, but one slips through the chaos. It sees an opening and lunges, trident first, catching JK completely off guard. JK instinctively throws up an arm to block, but his shield is gone. He's defenseless. Now get this, as if sensing its master is in danger, the shield completely changes its trajectory. It rockets back toward him. The instant before the trident hits, the shield slams into place, intercepting the blow. JK can't believe his eyes. The monster isn't giving up. Its glowing red eyes lock onto JK as it thrusts forward with all its might. Once again, Doom Slogan is full of surprises. It moves like lightning, parrying every single strike from the trident. Finally, the shield sweeps up from below in a devastating slash, sending the monster flying backwards. It makes a wide arc in the sky before returning, somehow moving even faster than before. JK holds out his arm, squeezing his eyes shut by reflex. The shield slides perfectly back into place. And then, silence. Slowly, JK opens his eyes. All around him, the mangled corpses of the sea monsters lie scattered on the ground. He thinks to himself, his voice trembling with excitement. I did it. He's frozen, just staring in shock at the shield on his arm. The immense power radiating from Doom Slogan slowly fades, the light in its eyes dimming back to normal. JK pulls the shield into a hug, nuzzling it affectionately. "Whoa, Doom Slogan, you're so awesome. I knew it the first time I saw you. It really is the #1 shield in the world." Doom Slogan seems to hum back in happy response. The villagers rush over, hugging each other in celebration, completely overwhelmed with joy. The hero did it. He's truly the world's #1. I thought I was going to die. Thank you, hero. But another piercing shriek suddenly cuts through their celebration. They all look in terror toward that familiar, horrifying sound. There are still more of them behind the village, the man shouts. The others are in danger. Hearing this, JK doesn't hesitate for a second. Shield in hand, he sprints towards the back of the village, leaving everyone stunned. Hero. And just like that, JK realizes he's not running alone. Other footsteps are pounding the ground, right alongside him. It's like the villagers just got a shot of pure adrenaline. Every single one of them is fired up, ready for a fight. We're with you. We'll back you up. We'll use the same strategy. You're not going alone. We're all in this together. This is a moment JK has probably never experienced in his entire life. You can see the emotion welling up on his dirt-streaked face as he smiles. Yeah. Then, I'll be counting on all of you. On a nearby hill, Deus watches the whole thing unfold calmly. He remarks, "Well, look at that. The atmosphere has completely changed, hasn't it?" There's a hint of mockery in his voice. The same people who were running for their lives now think they can hunt these things without anyone realizing it. They've all gathered around JK. He's become a symbol of hope, proof that if they fight back, they can win. Watching their determined faces as they charge forward, Deus wonders to himself, so, is that what it means to be a hero? Deus turns as Alex, right beside him, suddenly speaks up. It truly is a sight I never wanted to see. Alex's face twists into a vicious snarl, like he's possessed by a demon. Deus glances at the mad dog growling beside him. I agree, but something feels different. At that, Alex's ears perk up with curiosity. Deus looks towards the burning village in the distance. That kid, JK, he's fighting better than I expected. He's grown. A much better look than when he was on the ropes. Alex is shocked. It's incredibly rare to hear his master, Deus, give anyone a sincere compliment. Deus says something strange. And trust me, you and I are getting a rare peek inside his head. He feels a weird warmth, a sudden desire to see that kid get even stronger. He's like a young father, filled with a sudden, powerful expectation for his son's potential. Deus's face is filled with raw excitement. He wants to see him get stronger, more powerful, more impressive. Behind those sunglasses, His eyes are watching with a new, profound intensity. I want to see more smiles. For some reason, he was especially fond of the boy's genuine, passionate grin. Hearing those words, Alex could only look at his demon lord in silence. Of course, no one has any idea what's going through their minds right now. Meanwhile, down below, you and I get a front row seat as the battle between the merman and Zeke rages on, sending monster after monster flying. Doom Slurgun heroically shreds through the merman in a flash, an absolutely insane display of power. And just like that, it returns to JK's arm. Mission complete. The ground is littered with their bodies, every last one of them eliminated. The villagers erupt in cheers, completely swarming their hero. They're shouting, "You did it, hero. We actually won." With the monsters defeated, the emotions are just pouring out of them. There are smiles on every face, and some even break down crying, overwhelmed by a victory that seemed impossible just a few hours ago. "Hero, you did it. From now on, those mermen can't hurt us anymore. Thank you. Thank you so much. The hero saved us." Riku, his face covered in grime, is surrounded, but he offers them a sincere, tired smile. But amidst all the joyful celebration, a single, trembling voice suddenly cuts through the noise. "I'm sorry." Riku looks over. It's the man with the glasses, the very same one who had looked down on him. Tears are streaming down his face as he says, "I'm sorry for not trusting you. We never thought you'd risk your own life to save us." The second he says it, others in the crowd burst out with their own apologies. "I'm sorry too. I didn't believe in you at first." "Me neither. At first I'm so sorry, hero." "We're sorry." "I'm sorry." Riku is completely flustered, his face just blank. He tries to say something, but the voices of the crowd completely drown him out. "Please forgive us, hero." Finally, a smile as bright as the dawn breaks across Riku's face as he replies, "It's all right." The deep red sunset slowly sinks below the ocean. Peace has finally returned to this place. A pair of small, dirty feet stop in front of Alex. He smiles, greeting the little hero before him. A happy ending, wouldn't you say?" Riku looks up at him and says, "I'm back." His body is covered in wounds, his clothes completely shredded. Deus simply replies, "So you are." He smiles at Riku from behind his sunglasses and asks, "So, how does it feel? Fighting a battle from start to finish with your own power?" The sun just hangs in the sky, as if it doesn't want to set. Riku hesitates. "Well, at first, I really was just thinking I had to save the villagers, but when they pulled out those shields, I just wanted to go all out. You probably won't believe this, but I actually sent them flying." Riku is pouring his heart out now. "If it were you, Deus, you would have probably thought it was easier than you expected, but they got right back up again. Seriously, without a single scratch on them." Meanwhile, I was completely out of gas. Alex just raises an eyebrow at the kid, and just when I was getting totally overwhelmed, when I thought, "Is this it?" And, trust me, we all felt that suddenly, the villagers charged them. In that instant, it felt like being pulled from the absolute depths of despair. He clenches his fist just at the memory. You can tell he's still fired up, just thinking about it. He excitedly retells the story. "They rushed right at them, just to save me. They were even shouting, 'Hero, destroy them.' You should have seen it." In that moment, I just felt this surge of power through my body. And then, Doom Slurgun appeared like a god, and I felt even stronger. From that point on, it was like something out of a painting. Something I could have never imagined, not even in my wildest dreams. Doom Slurgun flew beside me, blocking every single merman. Anytime an attack came my way, it would just automatically intercept it for me. It was so incredibly fast. Riku looks up to the sky, searching for just the right word to describe it. A white butterfly gently flutters past. Riku says with a rush of excitement, "It was so damn cool." Deus cracks a small smile. "All right." He looks at the boy in front of him, his own expression completely hidden by his dark glasses. Deus asks nonchalantly, "So, you're happy?" The fragile white butterfly flits by, its wings seeming to glow in the fading light. Riku squints his eyes into a smile and replies, "Yeah, it's the same, honest and simple smile he's always had." Deus suddenly stands up from his chair and turns to leave. Impatiently, he says, "Good. Then it's a happy ending. I'm hungry, go make some ramen." Riku, completely baffled, stammers, yes," as he scurries to follow. "Hey, Sir Deus, wait a minute." Deus looks back, confused. Riku nervously pulls a crumpled, monster blood-stained piece of paper from his shirt. Even though the paper has a few torn corners, the writing on it is still perfectly clear. It's the proof of commission. It certifies that the hero successfully completed the mission. Riku offers an awkward smile. They said if I submit this to the management office, I'll get the reward 3 silver pieces. Deus is silent for a few seconds, just looking at the paper in his hand. Then he turns to walk away again. So why are you giving it to me? Riku hurries to answer, because you're my master, Sir Deus, of course. Without even turning his head, Deus says coolly, I didn't lift a single finger. You did this all on your own. And you and I both know that means the reward is yours. You idiot. Stop dawdling and go make me that ramen already, he says, ignoring the two of them as he walks away. Deus impatiently heads off, leaving Riku just standing there, stunned. Alex claps the boy on the shoulder, making him jump. Let's go. He then asks him, do you remember what you told the master yesterday? On the way to the hero assessment? Rick stared blankly at Alex and asked, huh? What happened yesterday? Alex explains that his brothers have a school trip, but Rick has no money for them and is struggling to bring it up. Realizing this, Juice lets out an "oh." Alex's calm, deep voice spoke up again. 3 silver is nothing to Lord Juice, but he wants you to pay for your siblings' trip with money you earned yourself. He wants to give you self-respect. At that, Rick's eyes flew open in shock. It seemed he never expected this was all being done for his sake. From ahead, Juice's voice rang out, because you're our hero. Alex and Jiki just stared at Juice, a wave of emotion washing over them. Rick silently decided Juice was his angel. Thank you, sir, he shouted. The master didn't turn back, just raising a hand to show he'd heard. The moon is so full tonight, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. The market is bustling as always, and the noodle shop is packed. Juice, his mouth already smeared with sauce, tries his best to slurp up a massive mouthful of noodles. The second he swallows, his face is pure, unfiltered bliss. That's the taste? All right, Juice points at Rick, sputtering through his food. Kid, you should really be doing this. Quit being a hero and just become a chef. Rick scratches his head sheepishly. Haha, is that really a compliment? Let me get a bowl and see. And just like that, a familiar voice cuts through their conversation. The second Golden Low appears. All eyes in the place are on her. What's with her? Look at that. But she couldn't care less, casually sizing up the food everyone's so hyped about. Juice grabs some noodles with his chopsticks, asking the newly arrived dragon sitting beside him. What brings you here? Golden Low replies. Party A is always responsible for monitoring whether Party B is doing their job properly. But where's that long-haired guy who's always glued to you? Hearing that, Juice stops eating and looks at her. He lets out a mischievous smile. Are you crazy? Party B has a private life, you know? Juice recalls something Alex said not long ago. Master, I'll be taking my leave to finish some business. Juice had watched the white-haired man about to slip through a spatial gate. Unfinished business? Alex replied. I have to find Jar Ross and figure this out before Golden Low does. Who knows? It might be something that affects the 66th Great War. Juice said, as if just remembering. Alex turned away, muttering under his breath, as if I'm not busy enough, and you keep bringing back these ridiculous hero quests. Of course, Juice heard him. He shot a piercing glare his way. What was that? Alex quickly ducked through the portal. Nothing at all. Haha, I'm super busy, gotta go. Back in the present, Juice is still smiling at Golden Low, trying to read her. Okay, you and I both know this is intense. Does she know something? Or is she just bluffing? Who can read a 66,580-year-old dragon? As they both fall silent, Rick suddenly speaks up. About that, he gives Golden Low a bright smile. Hello, I'm the hero Japan Hub, from Lord Juice's party. It's a pleasure to meet you. It was his first time meeting one of his master's acquaintances. She looked at the boy with interest. A pleasure, Rick. I've heard about you. I'm the mage, Golden Low. Following this idiot must have been tough for you. You're covered in injuries, and he's still making you run a shop? He's completely nuts. Being bad-mouthed so openly, Juice's eyes widened as he glared at her. Rick quickly cuts in. I opened the shop to earn money. It's not like Lord Juice forced me. That warm, unwavering smile never left his face. Watching them interact so casually, Rick realizes they really are friends. They even act the same way. Golden Low covers her mouth, whispering. He says, we're friends. H. Juice laughs darkly in reply. Ha ha ha. Friends from hell, maybe. A moment later, Rick brings out a bowl of noodles. Your noodles are ready. Enjoy your meal. Golden Low looks at the huge bowl in amazement. Oh, even while eating, the golden dragon keeps her face veil on. She lifts a mouthful of noodles and slurps them down. While still chewing, Golden Low blurts out, "What is this? What? How? It's actually good?" "Rick, stop following this guy and just open your own restaurant." Juice smiles awkwardly. "Is that a real compliment?" Juice, his face still a mess, chimes in to support the dragon lady. "It really is delicious." Golden Low keeps eating but doesn't forget her questions. Didn't you have a hero exam today?" "Rick, what rank did you get?" Rick replies, "I got rank C." Joe's, still eating, finishes for him. Blood purity is 10.825%. This answer makes Golden Low startle. Dropping her face right into the noodle bowl, she asks Rick in shock, "Over 10%? Rick quickly waves his hands. No, Lord Juice is just teasing you. The machine was broken." The dragon lady looked a little skeptical. "Is that so?" Jess chimes in again. "We don't know if it was really broken or not." G-Lo thoughtfully says, "Look, you and I both know something's up, and this one comment just changed the whole game. 10% might seem impossible, but if it's true, Zik becomes the final hero destined to end the war with the demon world, the sworn enemy of every demon king." Hearing Zik's results, the old man murmured that if the boy's potential was real, he could be the one to finally stop the endless battle. Hearing this, Deus stops chewing his noodles, a smirk playing on his sauce-stained lips as a low chuckle rumbles out. Deus gives Gordon a look dripping with sarcasm. "Are you an idiot? A war the first-generation hero couldn't even finish, and you expect a kid with 10% of his blood to succeed? You know damn well the fourth can't be the last hero, so what's with the speech? Cut the crap. You're just trying to raise a fourth-gen hero to create a fifth-gen one. Nothing more, nothing less. Even if he becomes a big shot, he's just another toy for the gods up there." Gordon grumbles back, annoyed. "I was just saying it's an incredible stat. Why do you have to get so serious?" She pouts, "But there's wealth and fame." Deus immediately claps back. "That's something you earn yourself, not something handed to you by others. I didn't get my achievements easily either. I suffered through 80 years of imprisonment, you know." But the golden dragon wasn't having it. She turns on him. "Oh please, you call yourself a heartless messenger of hell? All you did was sleep. What's so hard about that?" Deus replies with a flourish. "You think sleeping for 80 years is easy?" JK can only manage a weak smile, watching them. "You two really are alike." Deus snaps back in anger. "Seriously, I was enjoying my meal until you showed up and ruined my appetite. If you've got nothing else to do, get lost." "Oh, right. All your rambling made me forget. I came to give you this." And with that, Golden Lao reaches into a pocket dimension, pulls out a sword radiating pure darkness. Now here's the part you and I need to watch carefully. A gift to celebrate JK officially becoming a hero. The famous blade, Doom's Lewin, she says, holding it out to him. "Since you're a hero now, you need a proper sword. So I brought you an item from the same set as your shield." The kid stumbles back, completely stunned. "For me? For real?" But Deus quickly snatches the sword from her. "Let me see that." Golden Lao shouts, annoyed. "Hey, that's a gift for JK." But despite her words, she waits intently for Deus to inspect the blade. This smell coming off it, it's the familiar scent of darkness. This sword smells of the demon realm. Before he can guess, Golden Lao grins slyly. "That's because it was made from a demon." She introduces it proudly. "For offensive weapons, the demon realm stuff is the best. This was forged from the black horn of a Darkino and the tentacle oil of a Bahander, a sword so full of poison it can pierce any shield." Deus listens, silently staring at the blade in his hands. On the hilt, a small mouth is smiling, revealing sharp fangs. Deus asks Golden Lao, "Is this how you feel whenever you see dragon-based weapons?" She just laughs. I don't know." Deus gives the dragon a wicked smirk. "Why would you give a demon sword to times my times hero? I'll never understand you 60,000-year-old snakes." Golden Lao returns his smile with one of her own. "Oh please, it's just another item from the set. What's the big deal? Are you kidding me? Fine, whatever." As he says this, he tosses the sword over to JK. "Here, your present." The kid fumbles to catch it, his face a mask of anxiety. Yes, thank you." The moment his hand touches it, JK feels an immense surge of power rush through him. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. A legendary sword from a bickering dragon? There's always a catch." Ugh, the smell of sulfur is disgusting. He frantically looks around, only to find that everything in sight is on fire. Is this the demon realm? All around him are rock formations glowing red from the intense heat. A low growl echoes out. JK turns to see the sword materializing from the lava flow below. The sword speaks, "My name is Dooms Lewin. I am the embodiment of all the hatred brewing inside you, just another hateful scream in this noisy world." The mouth on the hilt twists into a grotesque, demonic smile. "Accept me, and I will protect you. I will help you stab down every enemy that stands in your way." Immediately, the sword lets out a terrifying scream. Ah, ah. The immense power makes it impossible for JK to keep his eyes open. Ah, when he finally opens them again, his face is filled with pure terror as he stares at the sword in his hands. Deus asks, "So, what do you think? Like it?" The kid answers honestly, "Yes. I don't know if it's the demonic power, but this feels different from my shield." The first thing I felt was a dark, ominous whisper. "It's really powerful." While JK is still reeling, Deus speaks up again. "Well then, shall we go test out the new sword?" All while still chewing on his noodles. JK looks scared enough to pee his pants, unable to believe it. "What?" Golden Lao gets in Deus's face, scolding him. "Hey, you'll get your hero killed. Let the kid rest." Deus shoves her aside. "Shut up. Trouble's already on its way." After all the bickering, JK finds himself driving a carriage with two ancient beings to the outskirts of the city. Then Deus's voice rings out. "Hey," he points an angry finger at the dragon knitting in the back. "Why the hell did you follow us? That's my spot. You and I just witnessed the start of another chaotic adventure, didn't we?" Golden Lao replies teary-eyed, "Well, since I was already here, I figured I'd tag along." JK just chuckles nervously. "Aha." But he had to ask, bewildered. Where exactly are we going?" That sly merchant's grin spread across Juice's face as he held up a quest scroll. "Miners who went to excavate ore at the foot of Mount Kahu 5 days ago. Not a single one has come back. Every hero sent to investigate has lost contact. And now, we've been tasked to uncover the secret of the mineral mountain." Deus chimed in excitedly. "I thought it looked fun during that whole mermaid incident, so I snatched this too. I bet it's just some dumb goblins who've taken over. And there's another reason. A brand new sword needs a proper bloodbath to break it in, don't you think?" Two birds with one stone. Rick could only manage a weak laugh. "Ah, right." The kid bit his lip, hesitating like he wanted to say something. Finally, Rick turned to ask, Sir Juice, what kind of monster is the Demon King, exactly? What kind of being is it, that after 60,000 years it still hasn't given up? That it still wants to destroy the world and plunge all life into suffering?" This was probably a question Rick had been pondering since he was a child. "I'm definitely going to ask the Demon King that myself, to ask him if he has any idea just how cruel all the sins he's committed truly are." Hearing this, Golden Law shot a quiet glance at Juice, but surprisingly, Juice answered right away. Rick looked at him, shocked. "To be honest," Juice said, "I don't get why that guy's in such a hurry when he can't win." He spoke while leaning back, hands behind his head, staring up at the night sky. Juice's voice was still incredibly casual. "But who knows? Maybe he's got his own sob story. You know, maybe the Demon King doesn't even like fighting." Those words left even Golden Law slightly stunned. Rick forced a laugh and shot down the idea. There's no way the Demon King doesn't like war. He's the one behind all of this." Deus just laughed in response. Rick stared at him, completely confused. Deus just smiled casually and said, "Yeah, I think so too." And you and I are left watching just stare at the sky, wondering what on earth this demon lord is really thinking. There was nothing more to say. The carriage continued its journey through the night, heading toward the mine. On and on it went, until the rough wheels finally screeched to a halt. All three of them curiously peered to the right. Over there, they were standing on a cliff directly opposite the mine. This is the Kahu Mineral Mountain. From here, you can see the entire mine down below. So, you get the picture, right? I'm gonna sleep here, so you go handle it and come back," Deus said lazily. Rick, without even thinking, replied, "Yes, sir, I'll be right back." Golden Law frantically stopped him. "Hey, wait a second." She couldn't help but curse under her breath. "Oh my god, you idiots." At the same time, Golden Law raised her hand, a small point of light appearing on her fingertip. After she snapped her fingers, Rick suddenly felt something surge through his body. His eyes went wide as he stared at his hands. Power. He was overflowing with power. She spoke with disdain. "You idiot. Even with a slave contract, sending you into battle twice in one day is going too far. You know, I gave you a little buff. You're a hero, so you better protect yourself at all costs." Rika gave the golden dragon a smile full of gratitude. "Thank you. And now, you and I get to see what he can really do." Rika's small legs dashed along the path, weapon and power at the ready. It was time to fight. After a short run, Rika finally stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. An old, worn-down mine came into view. This is it. But there are no people or monsters here at all. Rick looked around cautiously, asking himself, where are the goblins? Why is there nothing here? It's too quiet. Then he noticed a helmet and set of iron armor lying scattered nearby. Is that armor and a sword? It looks brand new, probably belonging to the heroes who came before, but there's not a single sign of it being used. Rika's expression changed again. It looked like he had discovered something else. He bent down and picked something up off the ground near the armor. Rick lifted a single feather. Its appearance here was strange. Then, the boy heard a strange sound coming from his right. It seemed to be coming from deep within the dark forest. The sound was almost alive, weaving its way through every corner of the woods, forcing Rick to pay attention. It was someone singing. After confirming it was coming from the forest, Rick immediately took off running. It was a girl's voice, not too far away. As he ran, he thought, a song like this is bound to attract goblins. This is dangerous. I have to hurry. As the scenery blurred past him, a new thought popped into his head. But why would a woman be this deep in the forest in the middle of the night? Suddenly, he stopped short, his eyes wide, staring at a source of light up ahead, the same place the singing was coming from. An incredibly bizarre scene appeared before him. Dozens of miners were gathered, all kneeling towards someone in the center. Rick stopped a short distance away, inching forward to see what was happening. From an angle Ricky couldn't see, the miners' faces were completely vacant, their smiles empty and mindless. In the center, you could see a girl's face. Her mouth was open, the song coming from within, but then, her mouth stretched wider, and sharp teeth began to jut out. The sight was so utterly grotesque that Rick had decided to stop about 10 feet away. The girl's neck suddenly began to stretch, growing unnaturally long, and beneath it were feathers, like those of some kind of bird. And here we finally see the true horror of this monster. In the blink of an eye, its neck shot out a full meter, covered in feathers. This was clearly a monster. Just by looking at it, Zick's eyes glazed over. His pupils dilated, just like the miners kneeling at the creature's feet. His face was pure, blissful ignorance. Zick was so mesmerized by the beast that he actually called the grotesque thing beautiful. You and I can see what's coming next, but he has no idea 3 more of these things have appeared right behind him, one with its fanged mouth wide open. Then, Golden speaks a name, a happy. Turns out, that's the name of the monster that has Zick completely entranced. Juice gives her a bored look. Huh? Golden quickly explains that happies are bird-like creatures that wear human masks and use their songs to lure people in. The demon Deus curiously asks, lure them in to do what? To play with them until they're bored, and then eat them, of course. Golden glances down at Zick, who's still grinning like an absolute fool at the monster before him. She asks Juice with concern, are you sure we shouldn't help him? He looks completely useless down there. Juice doesn't answer. He just rests his chin on his hand, watching the situation below. Let's just wait and see. The entranced miners suddenly turn their heads, having finally noticed Zick's presence. Seeing him, they give him a welcoming smile. You should come over here. Come and stay with us forever. That's right. Come on. It's so warm here. So very warm and happy. Their eyes are completely empty. All the while, the enchanting song echoes through the forest. Zick immediately drops all of his weapons. He runs towards them like a total idiot, arms spread wide, a dumb smile plastered on his face. Sir Juice, Lady Golden, you have to hurry and see this. The other happies descend from the nearby trees as Zick stumbles around, high on the monster's song. He laughs and shouts, haha, there's something incredible over here. Everyone, come look. Standing before a flock of hideous, human-faced monsters, Zick's laughter grows more and more insane. Sir Juice, get over here. Ha ha ha. A dark voice cuts through the air. Idiot. And in the next second, Dom's Luin flies in, pulsing with demonic power. One clean, powerful sword strike sends the singing happy's head flying from its shoulders, shocking Zick back to his senses. From the severed neck, a torrent of black blood shoots out like a fountain, splashing all over Zick's face. The empty, dazed look in his eyes instantly clears up. As his consciousness returns, Zick finally understands the horror unfolding right in front of him. He's frozen to the spot. As its head is severed, the happy lets out a blood-curdling shriek. Zick spots the object hovering in the air and calls out its name. Hearing its master's call, Dom's Luin flies back to him at the speed of light. The demonic sword lands perfectly in Zick's hand, and the furious voice of Dom's Luin rings out. A talking sword yelling at its wielder? Okay, this is the kind of epic weapon we live for. It screams, kill them, go for their necks. The remaining happies immediately open their fanged mouths, their eyes glowing as they glare menacingly at Zik. All of them begin to sing in unison. But this sound is completely different, a skin-crawling, high-frequency shriek with no rhythm at all. In response, Domsluen opens its own mouth and lets out a massive roar, completely shattering their demonic song. Zik squeezes his eyes shut against the chaotic noise, his hand holding the sword steady, pointed right at the flock of monsters. Domsluen's roar silences the happies instantly. They actually seem terrified of the sound it's making. Domsluen screams maniacally. Did you really think a sword forged from a Reno and a beholder like me would fall for such pathetic tricks? Ha ha ha. Let me show you the difference between a high-class demon and a low-class one. Zik covers one ear, raising Domsluen high, as demonic energy amplifies its sound, sending waves of power outwards. Beams of demonic energy shoot out, slicing the neck of every single happy, wiping them all out in a matter of seconds. Next up is the shield, Lagoon. Its power unleashes in one definitive blast. Two streams of energy erupt at once, forcing Zik to brace for the impact. A massive explosion of pink and red light engulfs the entire forest, a testament to its incredible power. After a moment, the immense demonic aura finally dissipates. Lagoon and Domsluen have completed their mission. From behind his shield, Zik peeks out. The sight before him is absolutely stunning. A huge portion of the forest has been completely vaporized. The trees were incinerated in a perfect circle, revealing the beautiful night sky above, and the shield in his hand clatters to the ground. Domsluen suddenly points forward, startling Zik. After a moment, the boy manages to whisper just two words, incredible. Meanwhile, the miners are still frozen in the same kneeling position as before. Once the happy's song vanished, the hypnosis was broken. And just like that, you and I got a taste of what Zik is truly capable of. I can move again. They look over and see him standing there, sword held high in triumph. It's him. Everyone cries out in joy. It's the hero. They all rush over, hands shaking, eyes filled with gratitude. All right, let's jump right in as cheers echo for the hero, Jake, surrounded by smiles he hasn't seen in ages. Thank you so much, he says. I really thought I was a goner out there. Phew, what a close call. That's when Golden Low chimes in with a smirk. Hey, these demon swords aren't half bad, you know? Maybe we should swap out all our gear for demon stuff. But as her gaze shifts to Deus, the dragon mother's expression freezes. She spots Deus smiling, a genuinely warm smile aimed right at GK below, before her voice cuts through the moment. Careful now, she warns Deus with a pout. I'm talking about your blood. Remember? Deus just laughs it off. Hey now, you're underestimating the Demon King. A weak sauce attack like that could never touch me. Ha ha ha. But Golden Low isn't buying it, warning him again to just knock it off with that expression. It's just exhausting for everyone. Seeing that sincere smile again, she insists. Don't you dare make that face in front of me. Deus looks confused. Why not? Golden Low pauses for a second, then says, you might actually catch feelings. Her words completely stun him. He turns away, laughing like an idiot. Catch feelings? Me? Golden Low just stares, speechless. Forget it. What's the point of talking to a madman? Hitting a dead end, she decides to just change the subject. All right, let's pivot to the question we've all been waiting for. Fine, then just deal with that other thing. You know, about you quitting as the Demon King. So why'd you quit? Were the underlings not listening? Or did you just need a break? There has to be a reason, right? What's the real story? Deus just gives a little, looking surprised. But, I already told you back then. Golden Low looks like she's about to step into the ring, glaring daggers at him. Told me what? You said you'd tell me next time and then just vanished. Deus just props his chin on his hand, totally unbothered. Did I? Well, that just makes the dragon even angrier. Hey, are you trying to weasel your way out of this? It's a pain. Let's just keep it my little secret. She shoves a fist in his direction. She yells. But knowing she can't do a thing to this demon, the dragon decides she's done caring. Whatever. Do what you want. Your reason would have been something completely ridiculous anyway. Deus just grins. Thanks for understanding. Then suddenly, Golden Low's tone shifts. Still, thanks to you, I got to talk to a Demon King. Not a bad experience. She gazes at the sky and asks, why does the Demon King even sit in that position? I've always been curious. Her eyes glitter with the wisdom of 1,000 years. Even though we're on opposite sides, Our positions are basically the same. You must have your own share of problems over there, right? I was just wondering. In this vast world, everything feels so small. She turns back to Deus. Were the 665 demon kings before you anything like you? The sudden question seems to catch him off guard. He looks up at the sky, thinking, I wouldn't know. I hardly ever spoke to him, and that was 80 years ago. I was just a kid then, while he was already a fading spirit. So no, I doubt we were anything alike. I just remember him being pretty old-fashioned. Golden Low lets out a laugh. Ha, that figures. One personality like yours is more than enough for this world. And honestly, you can really feel the weight of her words here, as Deus just smiles back at her, his eyes soft. If the demon kings before you were the same, she says quietly, maybe this war would have ended a long, long time ago. I am so tired of all this. Her smile is there, but it's sad, lonely. Suddenly, Deus gives her a round of applause, laughing. Haha. Well, congratulations. He plants his foot on the seat, pushing himself up to stand on it. Spreading his arms wide, Deus declares, from this moment on, there is no more Demon King. It's a relic of a bygone era, something you only read about in fairy tales. Say goodbye to all those boring wars. The era of peace that everyone has been waiting for is finally here. Golden Low just watches him, a thoughtful look on her face as his voice rings out. So grab hold of this feeling, stand up, and step forward. The corner of her mouth begins to twitch upwards into a smile as Deus looks at her, full of excitement. Enjoy life, dance, sing, just like this body. Neither the Demon King nor the war will ever appear in this world again. Finally, Golden Low bursts out laughing at his complete absurdity. Then she asks, is this also within the allowed range? Deus looks confused. Allowed range? The Dragon Mother smiles at him. You really have no idea, do you? Why do you think you're even allowed to be here? Is this whole thing scripted? Or is there some grander calculation at play? Zeus still has that completely blank look on his face. A script? Calculations? What in the world are you even talking about? Golden Low replies, I don't know anymore. I think your idiot virus is contagious. You've got me getting curious about the stupidest things. I'm leaving. Deus instantly gets annoyed. What? Answer me first, then go. But she just straight up ignores him. It's the same thing. You never told me your reason, either. And just like that, you and I watch him get completely shut down. Oh, man. But then, she suddenly calls his name again, and Deus drops his frustrated act to look back at her. The dragon speaks, I don't know the limits of your permission, but I'll be honest. You probably don't remember, but for the past 66,580 years, we've fought each other to the point of exhaustion. This is the first time we've ever just talked, and talking with you is surprisingly fun. This sudden compliment catches Juice completely off guard. You'll be gone in 20 years, while I'll probably keep living until this world ends. But today, right here, right now, I think this will be a day I'll remember for a long, long time. The carriage remains parked on the remote cliffside. Suddenly, Juice slams his foot on the carriage frame. Golden looks at him, confused, as Juice declares, You fool, who said I was going to die? I will absolutely not die. Even if the gods drown this world in a sea of flames, I will not disappear. Just you wait and see. I won't become the Demon King, and I won't die. I'll keep showing you this face until you're sick of seeing it. Glow just smiles back. All right, you idiot. Better make good on that promise. Then maybe I can endure this eternity, this boring script, for just a little longer. Just as she finishes, Jack's voice calls out from behind them. Lord Juice. The boy, carrying his weapon, waves at them from a distance. The mission is complete. Golden remarks dryly, your second tail is back. I'm leaving for real this time. With that, she summons a spatial gate. Before leaving, Golden Low tosses a piece of red fabric to Juice. One more thing, wear this. Juice stares blankly at the cloth in his hand. What is this? Golden Low looks back at him and replies, a scarf. That thing on your neck looks incredibly unlucky, so cover it up. Juice points to the collar around his neck, which looks suspiciously like one for a dog. This thing? He asks, completely bewildered. What's so unlucky about it? But her figure had already vanished into the portal. Now, it's just Jack scampering back to the carriage and Juice. The boy nervously pulls a piece of paper from his coat. Look, sir, the reward for this mission was 7 silver. That's like 5 months of selling noodles. Then Jack notices someone is missing. Huh. Where did the divine dragon go? Juice purses his lips, looking at the boy for a moment, as if sorting through the mountain of lies he could tell. Finally, he answers nonchalantly, she's been dealt with. Jack is shocked. What? But Jess immediately cuts him off. I don't know. It's late. Let's hurry back and sleep. Jack can only shut his mouth. Ah, yes, sir. The carriage continues its journey through the night under a bright, full moon. Juice lies back, hands behind his head, staring up at the sky. A faint smirk plays on his lips, as if he's smiling to himself, but he says nothing. A few shooting stars streak across the sky. The two travel in silence under the starry expanse. Arriving at the shop, Jess waves Jack off to rest, while he enters alone, climbing the silent, dark stairs. The room is exactly as he left it, completely unchanged. Finally, Juice sinks into his soft, beloved bed with a sigh of satisfaction. Ah, truly, a bed is the greatest thing in the world, but the smile only lasts for a few seconds before he grows pensive again. He holds up the scarf from Golden Low, studying it intently. Just then, a familiar portal materializes across from his bed. Without even looking, Juice knows who it is. He raises the scarf, saying tiredly, I'm about to sleep. Come back tomorrow. Alex steps out, calling his name, Lord Deus. But Jose, not even sparing him a glance, repeats, I said, come back tomorrow. Alex walks decisively to the bedside, his pupils glowing as he stares down at Deus. Jaros is dead. At this, Jace's eyes finally snap towards Alex. This is a bombshell. You can see the absolute fury raging in Alex's glowing eyes. Alex continues, he told me he couldn't reveal the truth. That he only felt remorse for putting pressure on you, my lord. Then, he drank poison and killed himself right in front of me. Now, we only have 6 dukes left. Alex stares hard at Deus, demanding an answer. We may have argued, but for 660 centuries, we fought together with all our hearts for the demon world. So please, tell me, what did you and Jaros do together without my knowledge? Was it something that led him to his death? Alex's eyes look like they're about to burst with rage. If not, then what on this earth could possibly make one of the 7 dukes commit suicide? The only beings with the power to do such a thing are you, my lord, and one other person. The god of the golden dragons, the divine dragon. Yep, the same flashy golden dragon Juice was just chatting with. Because of this, Juice immediately dismisses the idea. It wasn't her. She was with me until just a moment ago. But here's where it gets interesting. Alex fires back. I've heard the divine dragon can have up to 10,000 clones. That's how she, unlike you, can live for 66,000 years. Are you sure the one with you was her true self? Hearing this, Juice's hand immediately tightens around the scarf. He shoots up from the bed. Deus asks sharply, what about the funeral for Jaros? Alex replies, preparations are underway. Juice steps coldly into the spatial gate and gives an order. Prepare a black coat for me, one darker than night and deeper than the abyss. Alex bows his head respectfully. Yes, my lord, but you and I are leaving that behind. Because now we're in Mato Eidos, the city of 10,000 dark stones, the true demon king's domain, where castles tower over flowing rivers of lava, footsteps echo with a somber song. My friend from the shadows, do not be afraid. You are simply returning to the place of your birth. Death is our home, our friend, ourselves. A lantern sways in the gloomy wind as the chant continues. Through your loss, we will claim the Holy Land, Earth. The entire demon world is here to see Rouse off. In Deus's hands is the hero's portrait. Deus's eyes are sharp as daggers. Watch us win from the shadows. Together, they cross the mountains of molten rock. When the sorrow passes, we too shall accept death's hand. They reach the edge of the hottest lava, a glint of light flashing like a metal. I will take you home. The song echoes as the coffin is lowered down. It sinks slowly into the magma, 2/3 of the way. Then it's gone completely. At that moment, the darkness of the underworld will fade, and they will all become immortal under the light of day. A figure suddenly dashes out of the demon world, a hand touching the doorframe as if to stop him. A demon inside puts his feet up on the table. You're leaving already? The figure replies. Yeah. The demon scoffs. Leaving without a word. Tesk. How rude. Back in the demon world, a confused Fire Duke wonders. What did that Alex guy do to make the master go out and investigate himself? There's a limit to keeping secrets from your subordinates. What am I supposed to do? Near the door, the soul demon Seton waits. It seems Vulcan isn't pleased with Generation 666. Is he? Ifrit grumbles, clearly annoyed. Is that even a question? The young demon king goes to the surface every day, and we have no idea what he's doing. One of the other dukes is too busy chasing that blue demon to even contact us. With only 20 years until the Great War with the human race, this whole situation is a complete disaster. At this rate, We won't just lose the war. The entire demon world will be in danger. Across from them, a laugh rings out. Ha ha ha. Two identical demons begin to taunt him. So, should Vulcan just steal the throne and lead the war himself? I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Ho ho ho, how insolent. This is the Nightmare King, whose power of desire is fed by human lust. The twin Ifrit slams his fist on the table with a loud crack. His face twists into a terrifying snarl. Don't think you can say whatever you want just because you have a big mouth. You're a useless thing that relies on filthy nightmares. Oh my, what a temper, the Nightmare King says with a smirk. You really don't know how to take a joke. So boring. I hear another flame is flickering in that lust-filled soul of yours, right? How about I blow it out for you? The Fire Duke has had enough. It's so annoying watching two of you in one body just ramble on. Pick one. I'll kill the other just to shut you up. My. The Nightmare King is getting annoyed now, too. They mock. Do we really look like two people to you? We're one, you know? Ha! Ifrit erupts in flames. This is your last warning. Shut your mouth. Seton reveals his demon eye as well. Just look at him. Ifrit, my little brother, is about to lose it. Bina, the demon lord of envy, just eggs them on. Yes, hurry up and kill each other. Sigh. Stupidity only leads to death. Hearing this, another demon slams his eating bowl down. It's Orcus, the demon lord of gluttony. I was just thinking these corpses would make a delicious soup, he says. The comment makes everyone in the room stare at him. Okay, let's hit pause on demon politics. We're cutting to a small house in a vast grassy field, where Jet is sleeping soundly on a straw bed. His eyes snap open, and he sees a familiar figure. Deus. He's sitting by the window, watching him. Jet smiles happily. Hey, what brings you to this humble place? But suddenly, Deus's hand stops him. Don't get up. Just stay there. Jet, a little flustered, doesn't resist. Ah, yes, sir. Looking at the golden band on Deus's arm, he can't help but ask, is something wrong? Deus decides to open up. He was always in a corner, playing with plants, talking to them. It was strange. He didn't speak much, so it was hard for us to talk. But he was still reliable. Millions of people wanted to kill him, but not a single one succeeded. He wasn't an easy man to defeat. But today, he died so easily. Jet realizes he's touched a nerve. I'm sorry. Deus's gentle expression instantly turns to ice. Someone might have been able to kill him, yes. But to drive him into a corner and make him take his own life, no matter how I think about it, I only know one person capable of that. He thinks of the dragon god. He's furious that all the evidence points to that bastard. I should have known when she suddenly appeared and handed me all that nonsense. Jet tries to offer a bit of advice. My father always used to say talking is better than suspecting. Deus just gives a slight, bitter laugh. We're past that stage now. There are no more chances. I didn't realize it, but it seems I do have a little bit of family love in me. A murderous aura radiates from Deus. To dare. To touch my family. And you and I both know what that means. It's personal now. He calls out to Jet. Yes? Deus gives him an order. I'll be gone for a few days. You will watch over the store during that time. Of course, Jet agrees immediately. Right. Then Zeus suddenly says, and hey, if I don't make it back, the store's all yours. Z shoots out of bed, chasing after him. What are you talking about, sir? But Zeus just waves him off, leaving the kid utterly baffled. With JK's call still ringing in his ears, Deus launches himself out of the house, streaking across the night sky like a red comet. His eyes burn with absolute resolve. He recalls the dragon god's words. Innocent children, used as tools of war, destined for a tragic end. That's just a rule in this world they live in. When she was happy, did you know how much I actually looked forward to that? You're the first, you know. In 66.5 thousand years, you and I are looking at the only demon king to ever abandon his throne when she was quiet. That scarf, the one on your neck, is ugly, so cover it up. Then, the image of a friend's coffin sinking into lava. Deus watches it sink, lost in thought. Behind him, Alex analyzes the situation. A mere clone would be completely powerless. If the master handles this himself, the golden dragon will have no choice but to reveal its true form. Master, Alex truly hopes you'll unleash your power on the enemy. He remembers the dragon god's smile. That's right, you fool. You'd better do it. Deus snaps, pushing himself faster. That bastard, golden dragon. Suddenly, an armored soldier senses something. What is that? the terrifying energy. At the same time, an archer spots the red streak across the sky. What in the world is that? Even the mages can feel it. In that moment, countless blood soldiers realize something is terribly wrong, and among them, in the world's only holy sanctuary, the Imperial Palace, the Holy Emperor himself is completely blindsided. This is a level of filth I've never felt before, thinks the divinely blessed Holy Emperor. Juice returns to the place he first met the dragon god, opening a door into its domain. He already knows. Of course it's here. Dragonhead, you really thought this through, didn't you? The space looks normal, but his hands find a single point in the air and tear it wide open. In the end, it's just a cheap trick worthy of a reptile. Before him stand dragons of every kind imaginable. Juice's face is pure malice. Found you, you little lizards. The dragons are stunned. Who are you? How could a human possibly break our sacred barrier? Joe says only one thing. Bring your mother out. This is a conversation for the adults. A white dragon snarls. Who are you to give us orders? It opens its maw, unleashing a blast of freezing power. Die. When the ice clears, all that remains are the horrified eyes of the other dragons. Deus's body is half frozen solid. He knew it. This human body is completely useless. But in a place like this, maybe I can finally let loose? This is a different dimension, after all. And trust me, you're going to want to see this. He clutches his chest. I'll show you what real power is. A red light erupts from Juice, an energy wave, threatening to consume everything. The dragons panic. Ugh, what is this? It feels like my eyes are on fire. So hot. What is this light? The white dragon freezes in place. Joe's has finished his transformation, fully returned to his demon form. Now, kneel. He introduces himself. I am the King of Death. Anyone who witnesses this form will not survive. The white dragon is too shocked to even make a sound. Ha! Another dragon quickly launches an attack. Die. But it's instantly blocked by the Demon King's wing. He casually lifts a hand and snaps his fingers. Useless things become muscle. After that single snap, every dragon is sliced in half. Become bone. He snaps again, and they split into 6 pieces. Become soul. The bodies divide into 12. The final snap. Become nothing. They shatter into dust. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, absolutely broken. He laughs manically. Huh? Hearing the dragons scream, stop the intruder. One panics. He's an invader. Stop him now. Another shrieks a warning. That's the one who killed our brethren. The entire swarm unites and charges forward. Destroy him. We must protect the border. Attack the one who invaded our territory and avenge our kin. Deus just scoffs. What's this? So all of you are hiding here? Fine. It's better if you all come out at once. He looks up at the menacing swarm. It doesn't matter who you are. You will not leave this place alive. Deus just replies. Then I'll just kill every last one of you. He takes a deep breath and exhales a wave of demonic power that rips through them all. He glances left, a shower of headless dragons. He glances right, another wave of dragons, erased from existence, standing in a downpour of dragon blood. Deus lets out a chilling laugh. Kuhuhu. So my request is simple. Bring your mother to me. Dragon corpses rain from the sky as a messenger flees. Now, an unidentified intruder has appeared. He is annihilating the entire border of our domain. They all kneel before a colossal dragon known as the Noble One. Elder, defeat this enemy for your glory, for the pride of our clan. It spreads its wings. The border was destroyed by a single being, kicking off the ground. Its jade wings lifted into the air. Don't turn your backs. Fight to protect the border. The red dragon soars past mountains of jewels. And with that, the real boss finally enters the fight. A gray-footed dragon sees it and freezes in terror. The red dragon roars, the noblest of the noble. All right, let's watch an absolute masterclass in disrespect. The borders of this land are guarded by the warriors of the Black Jade capital, but today, their sacred territory has been defiled. Unleash the dragon's fury upon the enemy. They cry. A dragon's hand reaches out, trying to crush the filthy intruder with a brilliant crimson power. So utterly filthy. Your death will be the only way to cleanse this land. Meanwhile, a gray dragon runs to a white one, begging for help. Sages of the White Jade capital, please, we need you. One of them lazily speaks up. An intruder in our territory, you say? He stretches a claw, calling his comrades. My brothers, let's go. A dragon takes flight. Unlock your mana. But Deus just stands there, wings spread, completely unimpressed by their chatter. How utterly disrespectful. The colossal dragon, Elder, appears. You dare trespass on our sacred ground? Dragons, praised as divine protectors, and yet you bring blood and death here. Deus just scoffs at the insult. That's just who I am. He laughs. But why did you call your big brother? I told you to bring your mother. Elder snaps. Mother? How dare you speak of our highest divinity that way? He charges forward. Shut that filthy mouth of yours. But a swift strike sends him crashing to the ground. He smirks, thinking he landed a hit. You seem to be a high-ranking demon, but you're getting cocky just for breaking our barrier. You filthy darkness. This is a place that you, abandoned by the gods, have no right to enter. Ha ha ha. Deus laughs with pure delight, using his leg to pry open the dragon's mouth. My dear, naive neighbor, goodbye. His eyes flash red. An overwhelming power engulfs the dragon's head, and in a massive explosion, he blows Elder to pieces. The lesser dragons are stunned. Deus walks out of the carnage like a demon king, which, to be fair, he is. Now, pay close attention to this next part. He instantly appears before another black dragon. While it's still frozen in shock, he just gently flicks his finger. The dragon splits in two, its corpse falling before it can even gasp. The brown dragons summon a volley of red arrows. Don't defile our land any further. They scream, launching their attack. But the corpse of the first dragon blocks every single shot. The survivor is just confused. Deus waves a hand at the ground. Elder's corpse slowly rises, flying up like some terrifying zombie. While its head is still flopping around, he waves his hand again. The dragon's body is sliced into perfect, fleshy chunks. A green dragon is so terrified, it can only point and scream. A demon? Deus casually wipes the blood from his face. No, I'm the Demon King. He snaps his fingers, making a heart shape. The remains of all the dead dragons rise into the air like choice cuts of meat. He spreads his hands wide, then suddenly clenches his fists. All the dragon parts merge together. As the horrified survivors watch, they stare down at this new creation. Some parts don't even have a head, but Elder's upside-down face is staring right back at them. Zeus turns to them. So, what do you think? I've just created the strongest dragon in the world. Since I've made the strongest dragon, does that make me your new god? The dragons are in so much shock, they can barely speak. Yes. Ugh. They finally snap out of it. Run. He's a monster. Run for your lives. Deus just scoffs at them. Foolish lizards. You still have enough life in you to groan? He corrects them again, clearly annoyed. I am the Demon King. Suddenly, power erupts from the mouth of his new creation, a rainbow of energy blasting everywhere. A golden ribbon of light flies through the air, shielding the dragons from certain death. Deus recognizes who's arriving. Oh, a figure descends, wrapped in flowing golden silk. The dragon god has appeared. You left because you were annoyed, she says. The other dragons cry out in relief. It's the golden dragon. He flashes a smile, like he's just seen the love of his life. Look, your mother finally showed up. Seeing her, Deus instantly puts it all together. Oh, the dragon god, he sneers. You're a real pain, so I think I'll get rid of you now. The younger dragons cheer for the golden dragon. The dragon god warns him, do not humiliate my children any further. Deus just lets out a cold laugh. He replies, fine by me. I only need to humiliate you. The dragon god mocks him back. You spend all your time chasing fungi. I guess the spores finally got to your brain, making you cause a mess like this. Noticing the corpse dragon seems to want to speak, Deus waves his hand. Tears stream from its eyes. Mother, what were you doing out there that let us end up like this? But the words are actually coming from Deus. It's all your fault, Mother. I hate you. Please die quickly for Lord Deus. Mother. The dragon god says nothing, simply unleashing her power. The zombie dragon dissolves into thin air. Deus dodges the attack. Oh ho. So you know how to deal with death, do you? The dragon god remains silent, her head bowed in sorrow. My children, you fought the Demon King and died a heroic death. May you find peace. Deus scoffs. Hey, who are you praying to? That distant god of yours? The dragon god is not happy. You dare slander my children. You have crossed the line. Deus just repeats himself. What's wrong with you? You're the one who ended things first. She has no idea what he's talking about, but Deus doesn't care about her confusion, and you and I both know what's coming next. Anyway, since you know how to handle death, I guess I'll have to fight you properly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood. Without another word, he unleashes an attack on the divine dragon, who barely manages to dodge in time. She has to give him credit for that hole in her barrier. If that had landed, would she even be in one piece right now? His power is just ridiculously overwhelming. A thought crosses her mind, and her eyes flash with determination. Come, let's change the venue. Stick with me, because Zeus is suddenly teleported to a dimension filled with swirling planets. Where is this place? She answers, we're inside my mind. The damage outside would be too great, but in here, you can go all out. Because only one of us is walking away from this alive. Zeus finds this pretty impressive, and she adds, no demon king has ever dared to step into this domain on their own before. The divine dragon looks absolutely radiant. I admit, she says, I was too careless. I thought we'd grown a little closer than this. I thought I'd lived long enough, she confesses, but maybe I'm still just a child. I'm not worthy of being a god. Zeus just scoffs. Nonsense. He leans on his hand, looking down on her. Don't play the victim with that fake face. Who's next? The fake Alex, she says, confused. What are you even talking about? He's tired of explaining, so he just powers up. Heh, I knew you'd never admit it. You can't fool me with that old trick again. A pitch black power erupts from his hand. Die, dark, vortex. But the divine dragon remains perfectly calm. That's right. After all, the demon and dragon clans have been enemies for ages. She's more than ready for this fight. Let's see what this 666th generation is really made of. Golden ribbons of light shoot towards Zeus. With a simple wave of his hand, he slices the ribbons in two, but the severed pieces have a life of their own, flying back and binding Zeus tightly. The divine dragon taps